you son of a bitch. Cause Pawn's drunk loves you.
This is Pawn's Drunk Boxing, a.k.a. Mr. Moonshine himself, a.k.a. El Adobo, a.k.a. El Sazón, a.k.a. El Borracho, a.k.a. Café Bustelo, a.k.a. El Pastor de Boxeo. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in this side of heaven. God bless you all. Ladies and gentlemen, shout out to the people out there in the UK. Fabio beaten one of the most active fighters, or probably the most active fighter of this generation right now, Joseph Parker. A lot of people is with the outcry. Yo, that was premature stoppage. What the hell is going on? What the ref was doing, premature. It's unfair to Joseph Parker. It's unfair to Joseph Parker. Yeah, at the end of the day, it is what it is in the sport of boxing, man. You know, sometimes we got refs that let the fight keep on going. Sometimes we have ref that premature stop fights. Sometimes we have corrupted scorecards. This is the sport of boxing. You never know what you're gonna get. You never know what you're gonna get. You know? Y'all see the thumbnail, see the title. Yeah, we're gonna be talking about it. Yeah. Canelo Alvarez has posted a picture of him with his surgical repair. Elbow. Was it an elbow? I believe he got an elbow surgery. Leading up to the Canelo Alvarez fight, it's been reported that Canelo Alvarez had an injury, injury that was sustained, or an injury that was lingering heading to the Canelo Alvarez to the Bud Crawford fight. But we all know that there was a lot of money in the pot. There was a lot of money in the pot. Too much money in the pot for anybody to even get out that fight. Almost like the Manny Pacquiao and Floyd Mayweather. There was too much money in the pot. Everybody was talking about, oh, yo, you know that Manny Pacquiao, you already know the 8th division world champion, 5-time millennium, 12-time world champion, the ambassador, the senator, the humanitarian, the greatest karaoke singer of them all, the GOAT, Manny Pacquiao. He was going out there with a shoulder injury. Wanted to take some shots. Floyd Mayweather took some shots. But it's been a thing that, of course, people is trying to find a way to give certain fighters an excuse because they got a large fan base, just like the Manny Pacquiao fan base. Nah, man, Floyd Mayweather is messed up. Floyd Mayweather didn't let Manny Pacquiao take the shot. That's not fair. That's not fair. Manny Pacquiao would have won that fight if it wasn't for his injury. Manny Pacquiao would have won that fight if it wasn't for his injury. Also, almost 5 years ago, right? They said that Vasily Lomachenko was injured prior to the fight with him and Teofimo Lopez. And even Terrence Bud Crawford. And we're going to be talking about this, folks. We're going to be talking about this. Now, let me get it like this. I'm gonna set the table up. I'm gonna send the link. Anybody in the chat, y'all want the link? We could debate. We can have a dialogue like the good old times. Like the good old times. I want smoke. I want all the goddamn smoke. I want smoke, baby. Huh? Woo, 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 woo. 5 fighters. I want smoke. If there's enough people that support, we want the smoke. Just like the good old times. He said the fight was good until ref stopped it. You know he got paid. Hey, yo, this is professional sport. In the NBA, they talking about Chauncey Billups was gambling and stuff like that. The FBI is getting on these basketball players. Shit, they should come to the sport of boxing. Hey, yo, the FBI, come to the sport of boxing. You're going to find a lot of shit that's going on in the sport of boxing. You wasting your time in the NBA. I'm going to tell you like this. The real cases are in the sport of boxing. That's when you know that boxing is a wild, wild west. Yo, I'm gonna tell you like this: boxing got some power because, we seen how government got into the sport, into the MLB, Major League Baseball, with the steroid scandals. We see what the FBI is trying to do out here with the NBA. Hey, yo. Make way to boxing. And I'm saying like this, you're going to have a whole lot of cases on some whole lot of people. Let's not forget that Daniel Cunningham was doing his thing in the sport of boxing. Let's not forget that Don King had mafia ties in the sport of boxing. Come on, man. Y'all going to the NBA. That's little misdemeanor cases. You want to come, hey, yo, FBI, DEA, or whatever you want to call yourself, CIA. Do you want cases coming to the sport of boxing? Everywhere you look, I'm gonna tell you like this: just a little peek, and you're gonna find something. You're gonna find something. But ladies and gentlemen, smash that like button like if you was smashing your shorty last night. If you was smashing a shorty, you don't got a shorty to smash. Smash the like button so you can tell the homie that you was smashing something last night. You was smashing something Saturday night. All right now. So, shout out to Fabio. And I was thinking about watching the fight. It was a premature stoppage. All right, let's play the game. Let's have our different perspective if it was a premature stoppage. Because I believe in the sport of boxing, we like to pick and choose when to give a certain body, a certain fighter the benefit of the doubt. Right? Let's be real, let's be honest. I think the boxing world is very, very proud of Joseph Parker because one of the plagues in the sport of boxing, one of the most, unfortunate things that's happening in the sport of boxing is inactivity. I believe that that's the primary issue in the sport of boxing is inactivity with the high-profile fighters. But Joseph Parker, let me say it like this. Shout out to Joseph Parker. Salute Joseph Parker. Joseph Parker, in the span of 5 years, has fought more times than Terence Bud Crawford, Earl Spence, and Keith Thurman combined. We need a guy like Joseph Parker. And maybe this is the reason why there's people out there that feel like, damn, man. Shit, man, Joseph Parker, man. Come on, that was premature. Come on, ref. He was winning the fight. Come on, ref. Come on, ref, because Joseph Parker is fighting everybody in the heavyweight division. Joseph Parker keeps on fighting. Joseph Parker is active. Joseph Parker is filling the void of the frustration of the boxing fans. Now, he's not American, right? He's not Australian. Right? I mean, he's not UK. He's not English. Well, not English. He's not from the UK. You know what I'm saying? So I think that people also, they like to pick and choose when to give the benefit of the doubt. That's not no one's fault. You live for you and you lose and how you lose and stuff like that. Shout out to Toon, shout out to Cesar, shout out to Boxing TV in the building. What's good, my brother? Shout out to hey, yo, you haven't become a member to Punch on Boxing. Become a member. Stop being cheap and stuff like that. Support your boy. I told you a long time ago. Ladies and gentlemen in the chat and the people that's looking on, if y'all been following the channel, Punch on Boxing, aka Mr. Moonshine, I told you a long time ago that I am the rawest, realest, craziest, the loudmouth from the East Coast, New York City. I'm telling you, I said a long time ago, I'm going to keep it real with the promoters and the business of boxing. As a matter of fact, in 2021, I said, yo, I'm going to expose the business of boxing. I am going to keep it real. A lot of these boxing content creators, independent media, they're not going to keep it real. They're not going to keep it unbiased, logically, and objectively because they want media credentials. They want the doors to open it. I said, I'm going to get my respect by being real. In the end of the day, you may not like what I'm going to say. You may disagree or agree. But one thing you're not going to say, that Punch on Boxing, que tú hablas mentira, that you're a liar because I will sue your ass like Devin Haney sued Ryan Garcia. I will sue your ass like Devin Haney sue his baby mama. It's one thing. I said, this is what I said. It's going to be up to y'all to support the channel, to support Punch on Boxing, because there is going to come a day when they're going to close the door on me. I will be blackballed. They're going to try to shut this channel down. It is going to be up to y'all because I'm sticking my neck out to keep it real. To keep it unbiased, logically, and objectively, that they are going to close the door on your boy, Mr. Moonshine. It was up to y'all to hold me down. But I see, looking at the numbers, y'all ain't hold me down. I'm talking about collective. We got 104 subscribers, man. To me, that shit look fake because I don't even know where the fuck is everybody at. You know what I'm saying? Man, for the past month, people let Punch on, they let the channel down. And I'm starting to say, I was thinking about it. I just came from watching the World Series Game 2. And I was like, yo, man, I close a lot of doors just trying to keep it real and raw for this community so they could understand, you know what I'm saying? And then when even YouTube got on blackballing me, y'all ain't hold me down. Damn, bro. All that burning bridges, all that keeping it real. Eso no vale. Eso no vale. I should have just stuck to what everybody else was doing. See what's popping. See what's the wave. If most of the community is praising Bud, let's praise Bud. If most of the community is praising Canelo, let's praise Canelo, and let's hustle the whole shit in the YTBC. Porque usted no me tiene respeto a mí. Usted me dejaron en banda. Y'all let the world of boxing close the door on your boy Punch Drunk Boxing. I said, damn. I thought the people was gonna hold me down, but just like Jay-Z said, women lie, men lie, and numbers don't, and it wasn't sustainable. Keeping it real, keeping it unbiased, logically, and objective. I'm gonna tell you like this: for the upcoming YouTubers in boxing, do not make the same mistake that I did. Don't keep it real. If you want to have a successful YouTube channel and you want people to be loyal, pick a fighter, run with it. If you got a massive fan base, run with it. Stay biased. Stay biased. Never give in. Never. The worst business model in YouTube is unbiased, because you're going to give credit and you're going to give praise. For example, you're going to give, hey, yo, Canelo Alvarez is going to be Bud Crawford. Canelo Alvarez is ducking David Benavidez. The Canelo Alvarez fan ain't going to like you. They're going to like you. They unsubscribe, subscribe, unsubscribe. No. That's what's happened. So in the end of the day, it is what it is. But shout out to those who keep supporting the channel. Shout out to those who keeps on coming when I go live, because when we rise back, because ain't nobody fucking with my consistency. I've been in times where the whole community, high traffic channels, going at Punch Drunk Boxing because of my consistency. They couldn't shut me down, and we gonna rise to the top again. Watch. But I'm gonna remember those that when my shit was blackballed, when I was blackballed, I remember those that was showing love. So shout out to the people in the chat right now. The ones that need to subscribe and don't show me love and don't comment, don't engage, que se vayan para la mierda, ustedes unsubscribe. Fuck you all. The ones that don't come and show support, bro. Unsubscribe, bro. Be loyal, bro. Be loyal to the work. Now, let's keep on talking. I had to get it off my chest. Say it with your chest, Punch. Say it with your chest. Oh, now you want to shut out your members. Okay. He said, been watching your channel for years. Go look it out, Javier. No, verdad, mi hermano. It's like that, my friends. It's no good. It's not right. But, okay. So, let's keep it. Yo, good looking now. Your energy is, you know what it is. Hey, yo, ain't nobody in this community matching the energy. But you know what? We need that energy also. We need that energy in the numbers. We need that energy in the numbers, because even the other boxing, hey, yo, I'm gonna tell you like this: the other boxing content creators right now is like, oh shit, look at Punch, look at his numbers. The shit he's falling off. But they know that they can't fuck with me with this mic. They know they can't fuck with me in boxing. They know they can't fuck with me with the energy. But y'all gotta give me the same fucking energy when I go live. Y'all gotta give me the energy. Y'all gotta show up. Y'all gotta show up. But it's all right. Anyway, even Canelo won't want to see Crawford in the ring. Oh, we're gonna get to that. Only way we're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that. Let's talk about this quickly. Let's talk about the hypocrisy and the contradiction in the boxing fans, us as well. Sometimes, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes we sometimes premature praise people. We sometimes get it wrong at the same time. Let's talk, right? So there's Fabio and Joseph Parker premature stoppage. As much as I could say what the wave is saying, it's premature stoppage. That stoppage should have never happened. I'm looking at the replay. I'm looking at the fight. Joseph Parker was winning the fight. Fabio got an incredible heart, incredible chin, incredible the body of you know what I'm saying. He could take a damn punch. He could take punishment. But in the sequence of Joseph Parker getting pummeled, he threw one punch, bro. He wasn't throwing back. And now the referee has a decision to make. Whether to referee this fight the way he was trained or referee the fight to the magnitude of who Joseph Parker is, Fabio is, the magnitude of the event, the magnitude of the promoters, the magnitude of what's next. The referee was refereeing like, I don't give a damn who is Parker and Fabio. I'm going to referee the way I was taught. Of course, I would like every fighter that trains that 10 to 8 week training camp. This is their life. They don't step in the ring. People only step in the ring 2 or 3 times a year, like Joseph. But for the regulars, 1 time a year. They in the sport of boxing, once you take a loss, it's not only a loss on your record. It's a significant cut in your pay grade. This is why fighters scared to lose. They don't. I'm gonna keep it real, folks. Let's be real. I know that a lot of fans would be like, "Yo, he's scared of this and he's scared of that." You know what they're scared of? Is that okay? Most of us work. I got to break it down. I always say that boxing translates to life itself. So I have to give example so y'all could feel. So I could pinch your nerves, so y'all could feel what I'm about to say. Because sometimes we look at sports, we look at it as a boxing fan. We don't look at them like they're humans. We don't look at them. Matter of fact, we do not look at it like this is their job. Not every day that we go to work, we have a good day. Am I right or wrong? Sometimes you got the energy to you wake up in the morning, you got energy, you got your coffee, you got your bagel, you got your food, you got your manguco, los tres golpes. You go to work and you got that energy. I'm going to work, goddammit. Yeah, I'm feeling good. And then there's sometimes when you go to work and you don't feel that good. You don't feel like going to work. You probably had an argument with your lady. You know what I'm saying? You probably had an argument with your lady. You probably halfway sick, but you still got to go to work and stuff like that. You got no more sick days or whatever, right? But your pay is not cut when you have a bad day. If you get paid $35 an hour on Monday, but you had a bad day at work, and the supervisor say, "Yo, my man, you stealing time or whatever," you got a disciplinary action. Well, whatever. The next day you go to work on a Tuesday. That happened on a Monday, on a Tuesday. You still gonna get paid $35 an hour. In the sport of boxing, if you getting paid $1 million a fight and you take a loss, you will probably get paid in your next fight $75,000, $150,000, $200. That is a significant pay cut. That's the reason why fighters don't take a risk. That's the reason why the investors that invested so much money to get them in the position of fighting on TV and already get them in. You got to remember that the manager is getting 20%. The fighters fight. Let me clarify that. The fighters ain't scared of nothing. But if you investing, think about this, to build a fighter from fight number 1, you're paying your fighter, you're paying the opponent. Let's say you paying your own fighter $1,000, the other opponent $1,000. Fight 2, $1,200, $1,200. Fight 3, $1,200, the other opponent. You're a manager. You're investing to get your fighter in the position. Or now we get a promotional deal. Okay, now we get the TV money. Yo, it's a grind. It is an investment that is just not 1 year or 2 year. It is an investment of 5 to 6 years to reach to the point where you're making good, okay money. Not every fighter is a millionaire. You build that fighter to become a millionaire. Now you are a manager. You get 25 to 20%. Now you making money. Now you getting back all that money that you invested for 5 to 6 years. Let me tell you like this. Boxing investment is worse than financing a car. Boxing investment is a gamble de pinga. Now you reach that level. I'm going to give you an example. Gervonta Tank Davis. Yo, I want Tank Davis to fight Tio. I want to see the fight as a boxing fan. Gervonta Tank Davis fight Shakur. I want to see the fight too. Tank versus Devin. I want to see the fight too. I want to see all those fights. But Gervonta, this is an example. Gervonta Davis and his team reached to the level, we getting so much money. We didn't even need to fight the best. Why now would I risk my money? Because if my client loses to a T.O., loses to Shakur, those $1 million, why you think they went to Jake Paul and they didn't rematch Lamont Roach? Lamont Roach almost effed up the bag for Gervonta Davis. Not only Tank, but the business handlers. Why would I do it? To be honest, it's not a smart business move. As much as the boxing fans want to see those fights, for the business handler, you know how many times you heard this from Leonard Ellaby and them? If it makes sense, if it makes sense. You know when they're talking about if it makes sense? If it makes sense for them too, because they're getting a percentage. Remember, they're negotiating. The managers are negotiating these paydays for them too. You ain't see when Brian Norman Jr. manager was talking about in the interview. He was talking about how much he's gonna get paid. Oh, we're not going to get the Bulls fight because they said we're going to get this X amount of dollars. But you know that if we fight outside of a top rank and fight outside of top rank and go to the zone and shit like that, we ain't going to get that much money. Blah, 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 blah. It's not the fighter. If Brian Norman Jr. will fight anybody. No. Es que el manager necesita ese dinero para él. They need that money. So now, Joseph Parker, he wasn't throwing punches back. He wasn't throwing punches back. The referee has to make a decision. There was one sequence that if you watch the fight again, it was one sequence when you watch the fight again, that last, the 11th round, that Fabio hit him with a shot. And Joseph Parker just stand back, took it back, put his guard down, almost look at the ref, like if almost he want the ref to actually do something about it. Look at the 11th round again. And voluntarily, Joseph Parker went back to the ropes. Now, I didn't like that. I'm saying Joseph. Now, listening to Joseph Parker in the post-fight press conference, he said basically, I wasn't even hurt. Mentiroso.
You's a liar.
Joseph Parker, I love Joseph Parker because he is very active. At a time in the sport of boxing when fighters are being inactive, but Joseph Parker,
you's a liar.
If he didn't hurt you in the 11th round, so what made you let him tee off?
You's a liar.
You was hurt, Joseph Parker. Because if you wasn't hurt, then why the F did you let Fabio tee off on you like that? Huh? So don't lie to me, Joseph Parker. Don't lie to the people. Your ass was hurt. He was he was whooping your ass in the 11th round, Joseph. Not Joseph of the Bible. He was whooping your ass. Because now you're looking dumb out there. Oh, I wasn't really hurt. In the last round, before the referee stopped, I wasn't hurt. So why you let him tee off on you like that, unanswered? Why? Why? You know why? Because he was putting a beating on you. And the referee needed to make a decision. And he stopped the fight, whether people like it or not, whether you was up in the scorecards. The referee, that's the fourth judge, doesn't know what the scorecard is. He's not the one doing the scorecard. He's not the one scoring the bout like that. You gotta understand that Joseph Parker was winning the fight and referee is just doing his job. Do I like the stoppage? No, because at the end of the day, I'm a boxing fan and I want to see and I want to see the guy go on his shield, right? We all want to see the fighters go out in their shield, right? You wanted to see Joseph Parker go out in his shield. Now, like I said in the beginning of the live, I said, let's break it in the contradiction. A lot of people are saying Joseph Parker, premature stoppage. Joseph Parker got more left in him. Joseph Parker was not throwing back. But I remember an American heavyweight named Deontay Wilder. The world of boxing, especially in this community, was making fun of Deontay Wilder after the second fight with Tyson Fury because he said, I want to go out in my shield. And you guys, many said, no, it's good that Mark Breland threw in the towel. I know the referee didn't stop it, but when Wilder said, I want to go out in my shield because he was still up, he was the laughing stock of boxing. A matter of fact, also, I remember when Deontay Wilder was fighting Luis Ortiz. Remember the first fight? I think it was the seventh round when Luis Ortiz was putting hands on Deontay Wilder. Deontay Wilder was dancing salsa, bachata, merengue. He was like Danny is out there looking like damn Zab Judah versus Zoo. Kaza Zoo. And there was people to be like, yo, the referee should have stopped the fight. The referee should have stopped the fight. And this is what I'm talking about. We picking and choosing who should get the benefit of the doubt, surviving, going out in their shield. This is why I always mention, this is why I always reference that the American boxing, and I always, I don't know, I just go in on us so much. Pause. I truly believe and I criticize my fellow American, including myself, because I remember I was one of the ones that said that fight with Canelo and Bush should not happen. It's a dumb fight. Is this? Is that? How the guy moving up 3 division up, and look, just never know what happened in the sport of boxing, right? I sounded like an ass, just like a lot of people sound like an ass. Sometimes I sound like a genius when I said that Bud Crawford was going to beat Earl the True Spence from pillar to post, and I said that Bud Crawford was going to beat Earl Spence worse than a car accident. I sounded like a genius. With the Canelo Alvarez and Bud Crawford prediction, I sound like an ass, right? We all do. We don't have every prediction doesn't come out correct, and we're not perfect in everything, right? But us American boxing fans, collectively, we hate so much. We don't give our fighters the benefit of the doubt. I knew like Deontay Wilder was getting pummeled, right? He said, sound choppy. Joaquin, it sound choppy. Let me see. Yo. Okay. He said sound choppy. So what we at? Give me a second. You're better now. All right. Said sound choppy. Let me see. Let's figure this thing out. Let's figure this thing out, bro. ¿Cómo lo vemos? Estamos bien. Paga la Netflix. I don't got no Netflix. So what are you talking about? I second choppy. Yeah, let me see. See. Okay, I hear it. My phone, I don't got nothing open right now. He said second to choppy. We can hear you, but the sound isn't smooth. We can understand you. It's just not smooth. That's all. See, on my end, it look good. That's the problem. So sometimes when if it's thanks for telling me, but the thing is I can't even see how to fix it, where to fix it, because it looks on my end, it looks man smooth. It looks man smooth on my end. All right. But anyway, okay, so we like to pick and choose we like to pick and choose who to give the benefit of the doubt to go out in their shield, and that's not fair. I know there's sometimes the magnitude of the fight. You're not the only channel this happens. Okay, okay. So do I believe that I believe that Joseph Parker should go on his shield? Is the 11th round? I think that the referee, that which is the fourth judge, in the ring, I think they need to also understand, the fighters that they're reffing. You can't. I'm gonna be real. You can't ref. I know it's unfair. There's gonna be an unfair statement, but you can't ref the same way for every fight. You just can't. I think there has to be. It's almost like in the NBA, right? And talking about the NBA, we see a lot of corruption going on. But anyway, these refs know certain basketball players. You know what I'm saying? These refs know when the fighter is known of flopping. These refs know when they're doing hack a shack, or you know what I'm saying? These refs know these, I think at this point, when you have guys like Joseph Parker and now Fabio in the heavyweight division and stuff like that, seeing the magnitude, seeing the money that's poured in, seeing the level of commitment and training that a fighter has to go through, and understand that, damn, one loss could really destroy a whole career. I think that refs, as much as they're there to protect the fighters, because of the way the boxing business is and the inactivity and all that, I believe that you gotta let fighters go out on their shield. The fighters already signed up to I'm gonna say it like this. I don't care how many people in the sport of boxing want to tippy toe around this subject, but all these fighters signed up, and they understand that there is a chance that they could die in the ring. I believe that once you put that hard work in, and this is the sport of boxing, and any blow could change your whole life, could put your lights out, could get you paralyzed or anything like that. Refs understand that, fighters understand that, promoters understand that. I think that in boxing, let fighters go out in their shield more so than anything. And especially when you're a high invested fighter, you know what I'm saying? I think you got to let them go out in their shield. I think that's how I just feel. If the dude ain't going out, if the dude is not, if he's not dropping, let him make a decision. As a matter of fact, let the coaches make the decision. If the coaches that know, I'm gonna say it like this: the coaches know their fighters more than anything. The head coach, the second-hand coach. Remember, there's a second-hand coach as well. They know their fighters more than anything. If the coach is not throwing in the towel, the referee, you could say, hey, he's taking a lot of beating. I know my fighter. I seen him in this position. I see him overcome this. He's okay. I don't think that the referee should stop the fight like that. But when you got a guy that is just getting pummeled, and I don't know if the referee was telling him, throw more punches, throw punches. Because some referees do say that. I got to see you work. Right? Because he could look at him and he's being unconscious on his feet. Because that sometimes happens. It's hard. I'm really not going to say that the referee did a bad job, because I did feel like Joseph Parker did not throw any punches. I wish that the referee never would have stopped the fight that early, but I can't be mad at him. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to give you an example why certain fans understand, like, he should stop the fight. Sometimes I could be watching the fight, I'm like, man, stop this fight already, bro. Stop this fight. It's like when I was watching the last Gamboa fight, or the fight before that. He was getting pummeled. I forgot who. I think it was with Pitbull Cruz. And I'm like, the team doesn't care about you, man. Stop that fight, man. Gamboa already took a whole bunch of beating throughout his whole career, right? I think that referee should understand that as well. Took a whole, man, stop the fight already. Stop the fight. But I think that we've seen certain instances when the referee doesn't stop the fight, and we see miracles. We've seen beautiful comebacks, like Castillo versus Corrales. Imagine if that referee would have stopped the fight early. He had every right to stop that fight. He had every right to disqualify Corrales after he was dropping his mouthpiece all over the place. He had the right. He let the fight go, and look what Corrales did. Right? I'm gonna give you another example. If Jack Reese had every right in the 12th round, when Deontay Wilder landed that right and that left hook that put Fury down. And let me tell you like this, 95% of referee that once you land on your back, your head hit the canvas, boom, and your eyes is closed. You know what a referee will do? He will go into your mouth, take the mouthpiece off so you could breathe, and he'll wave it off right there. He's not going to be counting. 95% of the referees would have stopped that fight with Wilder versus Fury, the first fight. But Jack Reese gave Fury an opportunity. Fury rose back up like the Undertaker. And after the fight, Tyson Fury, what was it? 110, what was it? 100, over $100 million contract he had with top-ranked ESPN, Frank Warren Queensberry. Because of that action, because of a draw. Not even because he beat Deontay Wilder. That referee actually saved the career of Tyson Fury. Just like a referee could destroy a career, just by letting you survive, a referee could give you could enhance your career because he's giving you a chance, he's giving you an opportunity. If Jack Reese, think about it, Tyson Fury beat Klitschko, left the sport of boxing for almost 3 years, came back, fought twice, fights that fans didn't give a damn about. They thought that Deontay Wilder was cherry picking Tyson Fury. If the fight would have ended with a stoppage, nobody would have been mad. Nobody would have been mad because Tyson Fury lights was out. Where would Tyson Fury be if Jack Reese would have that's it? Tyson Fury would have won. He never would have got that contract. Tyson Fury next fight would have been probably $1 million. Maybe less than that. Probably $1 million. He went from, a matter of fact, I want to see how much Tyson Fury got for that fight. And the fight before, let me see. Tyson, let's go. I want to see. So I want to break this thing down with facts, or at least close to the facts. Okay. Tyson Fury, Pianete. Okay. Tyson Fury. I want to see how much he made. Fury. I want to see how much he made. Pianete. Purse. Damn, man. Nah, they don't have it. Okay. All right. In 2008, Fury purse was modest, earning around $2.3 million in his share, which he later donated to charity. He got $2.3 million before the Deontay Wilder fight. Now look at it. The Deontay Wilder, let's say the Deontay Wilder, 2.3 before Deontay Wilder. Wilder won purse. Okay. It was... Deontay had a guaranteed purse of $4 million. Tyson Fury had a guaranteed purse of $3 million. $3 million to fight Deontay Wilder the first fight. He made 2.3 before Deontay Wilder. He's not even getting $5 million. If Jack Reese would have counted Tyson Fury out, he would have got paid less than $2.3 million because there wouldn't be no undefeated, no lineal title, nothing. And he's been out of the sport of boxing. Everybody would look at Tyson Fury the way that he's washed up, just like they thought that he was washed up going into the Deontay Wilder first fight. How much he made versus, okay, how much he made. What was his first fight back? Was it Schwartz? Was it who was it? Fury. Okay. Tyson Fury with Schwartz. Yeah, it was Schwartz. Okay. Fury. Schwartz. Better. Purse. Tyson Fury's purse, $9 million. $9 million. $9 million at the Tyson Fury. The $9 million. He said, Punch, what are you smoking? The African-American style of boxing has been sanning the Mexican style of boxing for decades, bro. Stop it. What are you talking about here? I don't know where he said 008 said, Punch, what are you smoking? The African-American, what haven't even talked about the Mexican. I haven't even talked about Bud and Canelo yet. Like, listen to the damn live, guys, man. Like engage when what I'm talking about. I haven't even got to that yet. Where am I smoking yet? Like, I don't understand people. Like, yeah, y'all see a thumbnail, see a title, y'all already running. You don't even know my take on the 100% thing. Here comes the yo, like, hey, yo, Joaquin, you see what's happening? Yo, Brian Guzman in the building. What's good? What's good? What are the members? Guzman Boxing Latino too. Yo, I haven't even gone to that yet, bro. Yo, 008. I ain't even gone to that. Like, I don't understand. Like, oh, y'all listening? What's going on, bro? Nobody has ever really wanted a rematch with Bud for a reason. Dude, read the title and start it. Yo, I think you know what I think that is happening in YouTube more than often. Like, people read the title and the thumbnail and they run to the comment section before even engaging and listening. Like, bro, I haven't even talked about Bud and Canelo yet to even say, yo, Punch, you smoking something. Rap Star Boxing out of the work in the UK, London. What's good, my brother? Okay. So I don't think that the stoppage is as premature as many people want to say. I feel like Parker needs to take accountability for not throwing back when he was letting Fabio tee off. The referee is going to make a decision. He's going, because I'm gonna tell you like this: whatever happens to, I want people to go out on their shield. That's why I'm not mad at the referee. I would have liked the referee not to stop the fight, but I can't be mad at the referee. The referee is looking and he's keeping on looking. He's looking for like 30 seconds. He's almost in and out, like he wants to, but he don't want to. He wants to, he don't want to. But once Parker threw one punch and then he got pieced up again, and then Parker almost look at the referee and look at Fabio like that, and then voluntarily backs up to the rope. Yo, my man, you're not throwing back. The referee got a decision to make. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, shout out to Parker. Hopefully he gets back. As a matter of fact, I don't know, man. Also is this what it is. I think that Parker was so active. Like, Parker could have been somebody else and say, you know what? I'm the mandatory to Usyk. I am not going to fight Fabio. See, I got to give credit to Parker. That's one thing I got to, that's why I think most people are mad that Parker is now out of position, because he was in position and he earned the right. Hey, yo, Parker earned that Usyk opportunity. Now he ain't gonna have it, because he wanted to give back to himself, the sport of boxing. He wanted to stay busy, and sometimes staying busy gets you cooked. Parker did the same mistake that Tim Tszyu did. Tim Tszyu was getting praised for activity. Tim Tszyu fought 3 times in 2023. He fought when he fought Harrison when he needed to fight Harrison because Harrison was a last-minute replacement. Parker did not have to fight Fabio because the WBO gave him a voluntary because Usyk is injured, but he is, remember, I even felt like Parker was disrespected. See, Parker's too much of a nice guy that I feel like they shitted on Parker because when Parker stepped in the ring, you remember when Usyk beat Danny Dubois? Parker stepped in the ring, and you know what they was doing? Turkey Al-Sheikh let the face-off of Jake Paul and Usyk happen while Parker is there. They blatantly disrespected Joseph Parker. The whole business of boxing disrespected Joseph Parker. They disrespected him. Clay in the building, what's good, my brother? And now I'm looking at it, and now see, this is the bad thing about the sport of boxing, that sometimes we go into this into the controversy, conspiracy theory bucket. And it's gonna be like this. It's always gonna be like this when it comes to the sport of boxing, because we already know that boxing is the most documented, corrupted political sport there is. Right? Look what the NBA is going through. We see what baseball was going through. You know what I'm saying? Gambling, Pete Rose and baseball, steroid shit, and we got the NBA now. We got Chauncey Billups, the players. We already know what boxing is, right? We even have mafioso dudes like Daniel Kennedy working in the sport of boxing and stuff like that. That's the reason why I believe that Top Rank, that ESPN did not give Top Rank another contract. They was just letting that shit contract run out. Oh, you in bed? Yeah, in bed with Daniel Cunningham and stuff like that. Tyson Fury, Josh Taylor and stuff like that. A lot of people in the sport of boxing don't want to talk about that, but let Punch Drunk Boxing talk about it so I could get blackballed, and people don't want to hold me down and shit like that because I keep it too real and shit like that. But that's my reason. That's my reason why I feel that ESPN did not want to stay in bed with Top Rank, because they needed to let that contract. Remember, ESPN is Disney. Once they find out that you was with one of the most you in business with one of the most wanted man in the world, let's not forget about that. Damn, man, I know sources, bro. Don't let the drunk in the mic fool you guys. Don't let that drunk in the mic fool you guys. Why you think that Top Rank couldn't work with Pro Bellum fighters after that? Because they felt that Pro Bellum was in bed with Daniel Cunningham, and that's why you ain't see fights like Maloney and Nonito Donaire. Is the reason why Regis Progress couldn't get a fight with a Top Rank fighter, because Top Rank, ESPN would not allow Top Rank to work with anybody with Pro Bellum. But I'm just Punch Drunk Boxing. I don't know too much. I don't know nothing. I'm already blackballed already. I'm already. You know, these promoters looking at Punch Drunk Boxing, and that's the reason. Goddamn, that's the reason we stopped there. That's the reason I don't want that guy around. Even Top Rank, Bob Arum told Teofimo Lopez, stay away from that man. Why do you have to go and do interviews with him? Hey, yo, let me tell you like this, folks. You think that YouTube is man, the behind the scenes of the sport of boxing, man, is way more entertaining than anything. The behind the scenes. You think this YouTube shit is? Nah, the behind the scenes, bruh. The behind the scenes. But anyway, let's talk about the title. Let's talk about the thumbnail. Let's talk about that Canelo Alvarez. They say Canelo Alvarez was injured prior to the fight. My brother Clay say, I completely agree with this bittersweet for Joseph Parker activity. It has its cons and times. Parker and Lee may look back at this fight and revisit the game plan. But you know what it is, though? Yo, Clay, you know what it is? That we praise fighters to stay active. That is the play. That is the primary issue in the sport of boxing, is high invested fighters not being active. And we're gonna be further talking about it's layers to this Terrence Bud Crawford being the face of boxing. And what is the face of boxing responsibilities? Because I understand, yo, I'm gonna say it like this: when you were the face of boxing, when you are the face of a particular sport, you got responsibilities. Just like you have responsibility to media work, you have the responsibility to grow the sport, to help grow the sport. That's your responsibility as being the face of your sport. So let's talk about this first. We got Canelo Alvarez injury. You already see him with in the photo with his daughter. Had a successful surgery, and I'm gonna be honest. I believe that the biggest fight for Terrence Bud Crawford at 168 is actually the rematch with Canelo Alvarez. Do I want to see Bud Crawford versus Demise Andre? I've been very vocal about it, and y'all been very vocal about it, and knock it down. I said I would like to see Bud Crawford versus Jamal Charlo in 168. I've been very vocal about it. A lot of channels, a lot of people on Twitter and social media knocks it down. The 160-pound division is a ghost town. Let's be real, let's be honest. Ain't nobody really, like, even Carlos Adames, El Platanero, Manguco, Los Tres Golpes. Ain't nobody calling for Bud and Carlos Adames. Ain't nobody calling for Bud and Janibek. Janibek had a split decision with Vaughn. I thought that Vaughn actually beat Janibek a long time ago. That's why I never was big on Janibek. I was never big on Janibek. I thought he lost to Vaughn. Split decision. That same Vaughn lost to Gabe Rosado in Brooklyn in Danny Swift Garcia's farewell. That the guy that I believe beat Janibek. Go watch that fight again, ladies and gentlemen. Go watch Vaughn versus Janibek. So the 160-pound division is a ghost town. Let's be real, let's be honest. Right? So the biggest fight for Bud Crawford at 168 is still Canelo Alvarez. It's still Canelo Alvarez. And we need to stop pretending, as much as of a great victory of Bud Crawford, the magnitude of that victory. The hardcore boxing fans understand the magnitude of that victory. We're not going to lie about that. I don't give a damn if you're a fan of Bud Crawford or a hater of Bud Crawford. We're not going to lie about the magnitude of that victory. He became a 5-division world champion, 3-division undisputed world champion. I don't believe any man in the history of the sport of boxing is ever going to accomplish that. Just like I don't believe no man is ever going to accomplish what Roy Jones Jr. did for, debuting at 154 and becoming a heavyweight champion. Just like I don't believe that anybody going to do what Manny Pacquiao did, the 8-division world champion, 5-time lineal, 12-time world champion, the ambassador, the senator, the humanitarian, the greatest karaoke singer of them all, the GOAT, Manny Pacquiao. I don't believe that any man going to do that. But Bud Crawford also hasn't done one thing that I believe that he should. And that's the reason why there's a debate of who is pound for pound number one. Right? The debate is it Terrence Bud Crawford or Alexander Usyk? And I think it's a healthy debate. It's a healthy debate, and thank you. Defend the undisputed. Wrong in the building. Wrong. Dímelo, hermano. Defend your undisputed. You never defended in 140, 147, and you never defended at 100. And we haven't had the time yet, right? At 168. To defend the undisputed at 147, where you had the name of Boots. Yeah. Boots. Yes, it was good. Oh man, but Boots ain't had nothing to prove. Bud Crawford don't have nothing to prove to Boots. That's the narrative now. Well, what did David Benavidez have something to, what did Canelo Alvarez had to prove to fight David Benavidez? A young, hungry lion at 168 that we feel that was going to give him a run for his money, right? We pressured Canelo Alvarez, right? Wrong. Con los 50 pesos with the $50. Super Chari Parike. Good looking out. Appreciate you, my brother. Just stopping by and say, God bless Punch Wrong Boxing. Good looking out. Appreciate you, Wrong, man. God bless you. God bless you. The first super chat of the day. Bring value to the channel. Bring value to the channel. Good looking out. Appreciate you. God bless you. Hope you're having a great weekend, my brother. So at least Usyk defended. Usyk defended versus Danny Dubois. I mean, like rematches, not even the undisputed, but he had rematches to be like, you know what, this ain't a fluke. The Anthony Joshua victory is not a fluke. The Tyson Fury victory is not a fluke. The Danny Dubois victory is not a fluke. Now when we understood that before the before the Bud Crawford fight, Canelo Alvarez was the face of boxing. Canelo Alvarez was the face of boxing. The cash cow. Mr. Payday. He had a responsibility because if you were the face of boxing, you had the responsibility to set the bar in the sport of boxing because that's how everybody follows. And we're going to be talking about who should follow in the footsteps of Terrence Bud Crawford. And I got a name. I was going to do a video about it, but I'm going to talk about it in this live, and then y'all could cut the video because I want these conversations, even though that we don't got the numbers, but I want other boxing content creators to understand, to have these conversations as well. Because it's going to elevate the conversation, going to elevate dialogues and debates and stuff like that. But anyway, and I could jump to a lot of stuff because I got a lot of shit to say. This take may have some teeth. I can't lie. So the last thing left is rematch Canelo. I believe that 168, I would love to see a matchup with Bud and Andre. I would love to see that matchup. I would like to see Jamar Charlo, who is still undefeated. I would like to see also a rematch with Canelo. And I'm going to say why. And I'm gonna say why, but I also understand why he doesn't have to give him a rematch and why I'm not going to fight other fans for not wanting Bud to give Canelo Alvarez a rematch. This is where the boxing fan needs to be real, and I don't think they're being real collectively. The Canelo Alvarez versus Bud Crawford was a close fight. That's why I believe that the fans don't want to keep it real. Oh, man, Bud Crawford, man, he won every round. Stop lying. Stop it. The first 8 rounds was one of the most boringest sequence of boxing. Let's be real, let's be honest. Ain't nothing was popping up. Ain't nothing was popping in the first eight rounds of the fight. Ain't nothing was popping. Canelo Alvarez probably won 3 out of the first 6, 4 of the first 5. 3-3. What captured the hearts of the hardcores? What captured the hearts was that when we saw Bud Crawford do what many thought that he couldn't do or do, is exchange with Canelo Alvarez, is stand in the middle of the ring, stay in the line of fire, and exchange with Canelo Alvarez because many of the world have felt that Canelo Alvarez has a chin. And we don't know how the chin of Crawford would have held up when exchanging with Canelo Alvarez. When he exchanged with Canelo Alvarez and won the better of the exchanges in the middle of the ring, when they would have those sequences in the 9th round, 11th and 12th, Bud Crawford won the hearts of many. He won the fight already there. But in scoring the bout, it was not a wide fight. It was a close fight. It was a good competitive fight. People need to stop lying and act like this. Oh my God, this was like a 7-3. Not a 7-3, like a 9-3. This is a whitewash. This was not even competitive. Stop it. What makes fans also feel that it wasn't a close fight? It wasn't the action in the ring. It was what Canelo Alvarez said out of his mouth. See, this is where I won't debate. Canelo Alvarez said, I couldn't figure him out. There's nothing I could do. Even when Ellie threw him even when Ellie setback, threw him a bone. Shout out to Ellie Setback, but a lot of people was getting on Ellie Setback. When Ellie Setback told Canelo Alvarez, I think that you won the fight. And Canelo Alvarez he didn't take the bait. Canelo Alvarez didn't take the bait. No. We have to give respect. He won the fight fair and square. There's nothing I could do. Nothing I couldn't do. Canelo Alvarez, what he did was kneel down, took his crown off, gave the crown to Bud Crawford, And not only did he give the crown to Bud Crawford, Canelo Alvarez was so humble that after getting his ass whooped by Bud Crawford, I'm talking about, and when I say ass whooping, I'm talking about spiritually. I'm talking about mentally. I'm talking about emotionally. That Bud Crawford, that Canelo Alvarez said to Bud Crawford, the most embarrassing moment of his career, in my opinion, is when he said, Bud Crawford, let me introduce you to my wife. Hey, yo, ladies and gentlemen, after me getting my ass whooped by any man, I'm never going to introduce my wife to that man. Usted está loco, mi gente. Hey, yo, when I see the press conference, I said, oh, my God, this guy is so humble. This guy is so, Canelo Alvarez is so humble. Hey, yo, man, I don't care. I could shake a dude's hand after I lose to him. Hey, yo, my man, let's shoot the 5, bro. Let's shoot the 5. Let's shoot the 5. Bang, 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 bang. You got the best of me? Cool, man. Let's shake hands. But I'm not going to introduce you to my woman after that. Hey, yo, but Canelo Alvarez, you. Hey, yo, when I look, I'm sorry, folks. I love Canelo Alvarez. But that moment was one of the most pussiest moments as an alpha male. I'm sorry. For some people, y'all could be like, oh, man, yo, Canelo Alvarez is good. Sportsmanship. He's a good guy. No. After you get whooped, you do not introduce the man that whooped you, that took your soul when your aura away. Hey, bud, let me introduce you to my wife. This is Mrs. Gomez. You don't even have my last name. Hey, yo, Canelo Alvarez don't even have his last name. That's alarming right there anyway. This is my wife. Mira, mujer, my lady, this is Bo Crawford. He beat the fuck out of me and stuff like that. Hey, mi niña, my princess. Here, this is Bo Crawford. You introduce the kids and the woman. And we never see that. We didn't see that. We didn't see Canelo ever do that to Mayweather. We didn't see Canelo ever do that to Bivol. But he was so humbled. Canelo was so humbled that he wanted to introduce. Hey, yo, did Bud Crawford introduce his kids to Canelo Alvarez? No? What's good, beyond? Hey, yo, my man. That is the only reason I was saying that Bud Crawford shouldn't give this guy a rematch. Because it's not about the physical. Canelo Alvarez took his soul, his heart, his manhood, bro. That's what I felt. Not in the fight. Maybe throughout the fight, but in that post-fight press conference. He was defeated here. And when you defeated here spiritually and in your heart, Bud Crawford would knock out Canelo Alvarez in the rematch. As a matter of fact, let me go beyond that. Because Bud Crawford took his soul, not physically, mentally. He took his soul. Spiritually, he took his soul. That a guy like Canelo Alvarez, it will happen. Like many of our legends that we love, you're going to get knocked out by nobody. Ladies and gentlemen, the rematch. If Canelo Alvarez does not find his spirituality as a warrior, if he don't gain that back, if he don't gain that aura, however, and I don't think he's going to gain it back. I don't know. He's going to get knocked out by a nobody. Ladies and gentlemen, if he fights Jamal Charlo next, I believe Jamal Charlo going to knock him out. If he fights Bud Crawford next, I think he's going to knock him out. That's how I feel. That's how I feel, to be honest. And folks, y'all know I support Canelo Alvarez. But Canelo Alvarez, you know the fighters that you support. You know the mentality. I know. Not at Charlo. Yes, Charlo. Yes, beyond Charlo. I said that he would get knocked out by a bum. It doesn't matter when you're not here. You like Mike Tyson and get knocked out by McBride, bro. McBride knocked him out. We've seen it throughout the history of the sport of boxing that our legends lose to fighters they never were supposed to lose to, because that's it. They already checked out. Canelo Alvarez checked out. Canelo Alvarez checked out. He went toe-to-toe in certain sequences with Bud Crawford. And he said, I can't hurt a welterweight. He's done. He don't understand what happened. Te estoy diciendo. When you don't understand what happened, see, you can't even go back to the drawing board, bro. You can only go back to the drawing board and understand what happened to you. That's how you could get better. That's why I respect Anthony Joshua. Every time Anthony Joshua took a loss, he go back to the drawing board and he comes back and he fights even better. Right? With the Ruiz, even with the Usyk. That second fight, he did better than the first fight. I can understand. I love it. For example, you see Anthony Joshua's energy when he lost to Usyk the second time. And people was and he threw the belt, remember? And people was criticizing him. I love that energy. See, that sometimes to be like a sore loser, but he wasn't a sore loser because he felt that he didn't try to take it away from Usyk. It's because he wanted it that bad. You could see that he worked his ass off. He worked his ass off. He just couldn't get over the hump versus Usyk. I love that energy because it shows me as a fan that you truly care. Canelo Alvarez don't care. Canelo Alvarez don't care. He didn't care about his fans when he took the money and went to fight El Tigre William Scott. He was laughing with Bud Crawford, shaking his hand. He was just, and then after the fight. But could he win the rematch? I believe because the fight would, now we're talking about the physical part of things. Let's say if Canelo Alvarez is all good. Let's say the Canelo Alvarez is good. He got his mojo back mentally, he's spiritually, he got a game plan. You know what I'm saying? He said, yo, Eddie Reynoso, take a step back. I got another trainer that can give me a good game plan. Really work on my footwork or whatever. Do Canelo Alvarez have the ability to win a rematch? If the fight was 115, 113 and 2 scorecards, 116, 112, and it was a close fight, I could see Canelo Alvarez edging a fight with Bud Crawford. If you really think about the scoring of that bout, if Canelo Alvarez would have fought even a slight better in the 11th round and 12th round, if he would have won one of those rounds, it would have been a draw. If he would have won the 11th and 12th round, Canelo Alvarez would have won that fight. Remember, 115, 113 card, too. And I believe that Bud Crawford won the fight in the 11th and 12th round, the championship round. The 11th and 12th round, he won the 9th, 11th, and 12th, in my opinion. In the 10th, he took a step back. Canelo won the 10th round. I believe that Bud Crawford took the fight away from Canelo Alvarez in the 11th and 12th round. If Canelo Alvarez would have stepped it up, had a better strategy, would have adjusted, he could have won that fight. A real man can control his emotion. Joshua looked like a little bitch after the second. Nah, I don't think. See, Pancho, for me, no. For me, no. Pancho, for me, no. Sometimes I understand what you're saying, Pancho, in that sense. But sometimes, like, okay, like I used to when my son was younger, and I coach and I'll coach, you know what I'm saying, the youngins. There's some kids that lose a game and they don't care. That's it. They go on, they start playing tag, they start playing pickup basketball, whatever, stuff like that. And then there's others, like my son, he was a guy that if he take a loss, if he don't win the way that he felt he should have won, even with a win, no. Even if my son dropped 20 points, even if he dropped 25 points, I could see that he cares, bro. I could see that AJ cared, bro. I could see that. And for me, as I used to be an athlete and stuff like that, and played, you know what I'm saying, collegiate and all that, I like that attitude. So what? I like that attitude. That means that you really want it. And you could go into the gym and do something and do something with that energy. You know what I'm saying? How about when fighters don't give a damn? When fighters don't give a damn, it feels like you was cheated, right? To be honest, you know what fight? And I'm a fan of Pacquiao and Floyd Mayweather. I felt I was cheated in that fight. I felt like Pacquiao nor Mayweather really cared about us. I felt cheated in that fight. I just felt cheated. I seen two guys that really didn't give it their all. I felt cheated in that fight. So sometimes your wins or whatever, that's why I always say it's how you win and how you lose. Sometimes when a fighter act like they don't care, it takes it away. How Canelo Canelo didn't give me the energy, bro. But can Canelo win? I believe he can, but I don't think he will. I believe that Canelo Alvarez could win a rematch, but I don't think he will. You know what I'm saying? That's just my feeling. I think that Bud Crawford will knock him out in the second fight. I think that Bud Crawford knocks out Canelo Alvarez. If he comes with that mentality and just go, oh, yeah, I'm just going to take Turkey out, shakes money, he's going to get knocked out, bro. He's going to get embarrassed. He's going to get embarrassed, man. He's going to come back. Hey, yo, let me say it like this, man. I said a long time ago, Canelo Alvarez, you got nothing to prove. Even if I want to see the David Benavidez fight, Canelo Alvarez got nothing to prove. 4th division world champion, super middleweight undisputed at the time. I said, do not make the same mistake that Roy Jones Jr. made. And I'm going to turn it back now on Bud Crawford. Ladies and gentlemen, peep this. I was going to do a video about this, but you know what I'm saying? If any boxing content creators, y'all want to chop it up, I'm going to send the link because I want to talk. I want to get people's opinion. I'm gonna say certain things for 10 minutes, and I'm gonna open up the panel and we could chop it up, right? Let me see where I'm at. Okay, boom. I did a video. No, I was gonna do the video. This is gonna be my next video I was gonna drop, right? But let's talk about it right here too. I said before that the Canelo Alvarez should not do the same mistake that Roy Jones Jr. did in overstaying his welcome, where there's nothing left to prove. I was a Roy Jones. I was a major Roy Jones Jr. fan, bro. Roy Jones Jr. legacy took a hit. He did the impossible. He went to the heavyweight division and became a heavyweight champion of the world. From 154 to heavyweight, being John Ruiz. At that moment, everybody knows, if you got an intellect, if you know the sport of boxing, there was nothing left for Roy Jones Jr. to prove. Nothing left. Roy Jones Jr. comes back down, fights Antonio Tarver the first fight. Controversial victory. As we all know, if you was following Roy Jones Jr. career at the time, Roy Jones Jr. was playing CBA. Roy Jones Jr. had 1 foot in and 1 foot out the sport of boxing. Roy Jones Jr. was so ahead of his time that Roy Jones Jr. didn't need to come 100% to beat somebody up and style on them. There was nothing left for Roy Jones Jr. to prove. There was no opponent out there after the first fight with Antonio Tarver. Remember, he got knocked out in the second fight. But the money. In the history of the sport of boxing, ladies and gentlemen, let me take this photo up. In the history of the sport of boxing, no fighter has come back down 2 divisions down to win a fight. Roy Jones Jr. did with Antonio Tarver. But how did he win? Questionable. It was nothing left for Roy Jones Jr. If you follow Roy Jones Jr. career, he was saying in like five fights leading up to the John Ruiz fight that he believed is going to be his last fight. He's going to retire. He lost love for the game. I was a major Roy Jones Jr. fan. I know what the fuck I'm talking about when it comes to Roy Jones Jr. Go to a bunch of post-fight interview. Roy Jones Jr. was saying that's it. Roy Jones Jr. would play a professional game in the CBA and have a fight in the nighttime and style on a motherfucker. Roy Jones Jr. already checked out. Roy Jones Jr. was rapping. Roy Jones Jr. was being a celebrity. He was rapping. He was playing CBA professional. Boxing was so second nature. It was so easy. He fought Antonio Tarver. Antonio Tarver. Second time, look what happened. Whether people like it or not, his legacy took a hit, bro. Roy Jones Jr. getting knocked out by Antonio Tarver and then getting knocked out by Glenn Johnson took a hit. He lost 2 dudes he wasn't supposed to lose to. Now, check this out. I did a video earlier and I said, can Bud Crawford carry the sport of boxing? Bud Crawford is now the face of boxing, like many said, especially in North America. Bud Crawford is the king of boxing. Bud Crawford is the pound for pound number 1, 2. You can flip it around, but most people got him as number 1. Bud Crawford, you got responsibilities now to carry the sport. Boxing is in your hands. Just like it was in Canelo Alvarez's hands, and we ain't give a damn. We pressure Canelo Alvarez. You still got to perform. You still got to. It's the fight that we want to see. We got on Canelo Alvarez case fight, David Benavidez fight, David Benavidez. Even if you look at David Benavidez' career and his accomplishment, cannot match nothing like Canelo Alvarez. But we shame Canelo Alvarez. You better fight David Benavidez because you have responsibility as the king of boxing. And when you have the responsibility of being the king of boxing, you have to set the tone. You are the one that's responsible to see how the sport will go. When Mayweather was the cash cow and the king and the face of the sport of boxing, it's your job to face Manny Pacquiao. You got to face Manny Pacquiao, Floyd, you got to face Manny Pacquiao. It happens. This is what happens when you're the great. This is what happens when you're the man. This is what happens when you're the top dog. We expect the momentum of greatness to keep on rolling because the other guys will need to follow. And we're going to be talking about the guy that I believe has the ability to follow Bud Crawford. And he should not stay complacent because he's too good for the division that he's in. But I'm going to go to that right quick. Could Bud Crawford carry the sport of boxing like Canelo did, like Oscar De La Hoya did, like Floyd Mayweather and Manny Pacquiao did, like Mike Tyson did? Could he carry the sport of boxing? Does he have the ingredients to be the king, top dog, face of boxing? Yes or no? Be real. Be honest with your boy Punch Drunk Boxing. Does Terrence Bud Crawford has the ingredients to carry the sport? A sport in which many say is dying. Because beating Canelo Alvarez might not just be enough. Bivol beat Canelo Alvarez. Ain't nobody was saying that he was the face of boxing. Bivol beat Canelo Alvarez. He didn't become the cash cow of the sport of boxing. If Bud Crawford stays at 168, if Bud Crawford decides to go at 160 and fight somebody at 160, I say no. The only way that Bud Crawford carries the sport of boxing, and it's unfortunate because I don't want him to make the same mistake that Roy Jones Jr. did. It's not fair for us to ask it's not fair for us to ask Terrence Bud Crawford to go to 168 to come back down 2 divisions down as being the man, because now he's depleting himself. So it's unfortunate. But in all reality, Bud Crawford could truly carry the sport in the division that the boxing world is intrigued with, is excited about. Bud Crawford could carry the sport to go back to 154 and campaign at 154. Bud Crawford needs to go to the most competitive division, most interesting division, most entertaining division in the sport of boxing. Look at the damn selection, ladies and gentlemen. This is like, hey, yo, ladies and gentlemen, this was like Chris Tucker going to China with Jackie Chan into the buffet spot. And you have all these selections. But these are men. You understand what I'm trying to say, goddamn it. Bud Crawford could carry the sport of boxing to go to this division and take over. I ain't talking about just fight Majimov. Go back into this division. Because this division right here is the American division. Yeah, we have some Europeans here. We have it. But for the most part, Bud Crawford versus the winner from Duran Thurman. Ooh. Bud Crawford versus Boots. Bud Crawford versus Jamel Charlo. Bud Crawford versus Virgil Ortiz. Bud Crawford, even if Earl Spence come back, and let's say Earl Spence fight Jamel Charlo, and Earl Spence knocks out Jamel Charlo. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to see a rematch at 154 with Earl Spence and Bud Crawford. Yeah, I said it, damn it. Yeah, I said it. If Earl Spence could come back to 154 and beats, let's say, the winner of Thurman and Fundura, let's say if Earl Spence versus Thurman and Earl Spence knocks out Thurman or Fundura, I would like to see a rematch with Thurman and with Spence and Bud. Yeah, I said it. I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. Why not? Why not? If Thurman beats Fundura, Thurman versus Bud. Come on now. If Jermell Charlo moves right back down to 154, like he said, he's back and calling out Bud Crawford. Jermell, can you imagine Jermell Charlo and the promo of Jermell Charlo and Bud Crawford, bro? He said, "Earl was, hey yo, Jiggy, let's be the boxing fan. Hey yo, Jiggy, my brother, let's be positive, let's be optimistic, let's promote. I'm tired of American boxing fans always stop being a downer, my brother. Let's talk, let's be excited about something so we can push the envelope. Earl is coming back. We need Earl. We need Spence back at 154. We need him because I'm a boxing fan. And this is this division right here with these names. This division right here, man, it gives me a fucking erection as a boxing fan, bro. You know why? Because I've been saying for 6 years that the 154-pound division is the most stacked division, most competitive division in the sport of boxing. If you follow the channel, I said that 154 division is the best. But because Jermell Charlo was the man and there was not a lot of high-profile names, I said anybody that walks at 154, they don't look superhuman. 154 is the most competitive division. Ain't no cakewalks at 154. Even with Bud Crawford there. We saw his performance with Majumov. We seen Virgil Ortiz struggle with the Boa Chucks. We seen Jermell Charlo struggle as well. We seen Fundura get put down. We seen all of these guys struggle. We seen Luba get knocked out. We see it. We seen Ramos lose. We see it. 154-pound division is no cakewalk for nobody. I don't give a damn how great you are. Bud Crawford, you go back to 154, motherfucker. That's what I want the boxing energy to be. Because Bud Crawford is great. But you tell me, when did Bud Crawford look ordinary? Was that 154? 154 is an old cakewalk for nobody. Any pound for pound, if you're a pound for pound fighter, you go to 154, you're going to get tested out your ass. But ladies and gentlemen, the way he's going to carry the sport is by giving the fight that the fans want to see. Because in boxing, it's about anticipation. It's about anticipation. When you anticipating something that's about to show up, you engage with the sport of boxing. You don't leave. You don't leave. This is too good. This is too good. Oh, now I'm hearing people say, yo, no. Bud got nothing to prove. Bud got nothing to prove to Boots. Bud got nothing to prove to Virgil. Bud got nothing to prove to this and this and that. Oh, because he beat Canelo Alvarez. That's it? Oh, we're going to crown him king and the king don't have to do shit? The king rules boxing. So I say that Terrence Bud Crawford is the king. Bud Crawford is the face. By being that, what you think you're going to do? Sit back? Nobody likes to fight at 168. Nobody likes to fight at 160. But everybody likes the fights at 154. Bud, Boots, massive. Bud, Virgil, massive. Bud, Fundura, massive. The winner, Fundura and Thurman, massive. Jermell Charlo, Bud, massive. Bud Crawford could carry the sport, especially we're talking about American fighters. This is the American division. Bud Crawford could carry the sport if he goes to 154. If he stays at 168, what are the fights that y'all want? I would like to see some fights, but I gotta speak. I can't see tunnel vision. I gotta understand the boxing world. I want to speak for the boxing world now, us collectively, right? What is a bigger fight? Bud versus Boots? Bud versus, you want to see Buzz versus Shiraz? Yeah, let's hit the let's I want to talk to the people. Let me put the link. Let me put the link. Yeah, man. Hold on. Let's talk about this. Lara, no. You know what it is? King of the grain. Lara, Lara is a fight, but Lara is a fight just for Bud. Lara is a fight just for Bud. I get it. He becomes a 6th division world champion. That's good for Bud. I'm talking about fights that's good for boxing. Good for boxing. We need fights that's good for boxing. The sport. Let's have the panel, because I don't want my just my opinion. I just don't want my opinion. This is too good, my brothers. That 154, man, this 154 division is just too good. I haven't seen a division. I haven't been so interesting in a division for a long time, brothers. This is just too good, man. This is too good.
What up, brother?
Yo, what's good?
How you doing? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm watching dogs here. I'm gonna step out real quick.
Talk
Sorry
to
for
me.
the
Talk
dog
to me.
barking.
Talk to me. Oh shit! Let me put it.
That's my side job, watching dogs.
Hey, that's good money. I know people that walk dog for $20 a walk.
We board dogs. We got a fat acre of a yard here. So we do a lot of dog boarding. So.
All right. So what you feel? What I'm saying? What you feel? What should Bud do to carry the sport, or whatever you want to talk about? What I've been talking about.
Well, are we talking about who's the next face of boxing, or what I think should Bud Crawford do?
Both. Who's the face of boxing?
So the new face of boxing, it depends because of like the age of certain boxers. So I could say like Inoue has a good shot at that, but he's already 32. So I'm like, unless he's gonna go out and like shoot out the next 126 division, then like he doesn't have a shot at that. Even though his what he's done should make him part of that, but like it's difficult to say. Crawford, on that sense, like honestly, I think you should go back to 154 and fight those guys, because that would be the most entertaining way to do it.
Mm-hmm.
But he can go and but his team is saying that like they want $100 million or anything, and they're only going for undisputed for their next fights. So I'm just like, well, if you're only going to undisputed, then you're looking at 160 or other 168, which you already have. And I'm like, that you're looking at years out. So we're going to look at a Crawford that's fighting once a year again, or once every 2 years. I'm like, some weak ass shit, brother.
I don't want to crown nobody the face of boxing or the king of boxing. If Bud is planning to come back next year for August to September, I don't want to hear this king of boxing and face of boxing shit. Because you know what? If it's that, y'all want to crown him that, we could crown him that. But you got to do, if by crowning that, you got responsibilities now. And I want people to be on that same page. Like, okay, he beat Canelo. All right, now. If this is the Bud Crawford era, like he said, it's the Bud Crawford era. Show me what is the Bud Crawford era. Don't just show me that it's the era for you and your legacy. What is you for boxing? Because to be real honest, we was asking Canelo, chastising Canelo, talking ish about Canelo to fight David Benavidez. And in all reality, the David Benavidez fight for Canelo, it was for us. It wasn't for Canelo Alvarez's legacy. Because in all actuality, David Benavidez, legacy-wise, wasn't bringing nothing to Canelo Alvarez's legacy. It was the fight for us.
We wanted a sugar coat for the fans, right?
Exactly. So Terrence Bud Crawford, somebody would be like, oh, but he could become a 6th division world champion and go fight Lara. That's not the fight that I want to see. That's not the fight that nobody's asking for. Nope. Hold on, let me get this super chat. Good looking now. Roll. Oh, no. My phone. Pop shop in the building said, if 154 is no why, it's everybody trying to get Boots to fight Bud. Bud ain't 154. I want Bud and Bakram. Boots and Ortiz is good. Boots and Charlo is good. All these fights are good.
It's just weird. Like, I mean, like,
Good looking out.
I
Pop.
want to see good fights. So, like, obviously, Virgil versus any of these people or Boots versus any of these people is good. The only reason I have some kind of like stagnation over the Virgil and like Crawford shit is because, I mean, Virgil has beaten Crawford's opponents more convincingly and been pushing for that fight. And Crawford has always, like, there's an interview where Crawford's like, well, if he proves himself and beats this guy, I'll give him the fight. And he still doesn't give it to him. I'm like, well, I don't know, bro. That's just some weird ass shit on me.
See, and that's what I'm saying is the same thing. Like, okay, people will say, well, what does Boots bring to the table? And I would say this, and that's what I was saying earlier. What did Benavidez was bringing to the table for Canelo? The thing is this. The thing is now is I don't want. This is what I don't want. As much as a wonderful historic victory of Bud beating Canelo, I don't want to look at it like, okay, now Bud don't have to do nothing no more. Because of course, nothing is going to be better than that victory. Nothing's going to be better than that victory. We could see a better fight though.
Yeah,
we could see a better fight. Another thing that is two things about Bud Crawford that we truly been wanting him to do that other legendary fighters have done, right? Bud Crawford hasn't defended his undisputed, and Bud Crawford hasn't fought that young, hungry lion coming up. Well, Floyd Mayweather didn't have to fight Canelo Alvarez.
He's never defended any title.
Floyd Mayweather did not have to fight Canelo Alvarez. Floyd Mayweather did not have to fight even Victor Ortiz after him being Berto.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, like,
yeah, Floyd picked and choose who he wanted to fight. This is the thing. I feel you, Punch, and I was definitely on the bandwagon. I wanted Bud to fight Boots at 47 before he moved up to 54 to fight Madrimov. I really wanted that fight for the reasons you outlined. He never had a defense for the undisputed. Boots Ennis is also a switch hitter at a high level. We never seen like two elite switch hitters in the ring. I thought stylistically that would have been crazy. And Boots Ennis was a crazy talent with a crazy record. It kind of reminded me of Hagler versus Mugabe type of moment. You know what I mean? But
and Boots might be more of a pure switch hitter.
I mean, they're both switch hitters, so it's like we've never really seen switch hitters at this level, at this high of a level, go at each other.
Well,
so
they're
I
not
thought
only
the matchup would have been crazy.
Counter hitters, like they're good at counter punching too. So it's like it's fucked.
It's a crazy matchup. Stylistically, it was a crazy matchup. But since Bud has moved up to fight Canelo, this is the thing, man. Canelo was fighting guys like Munguia and Edgar Berlanga, and people were hyping that bullshit up when we wanted to see the Benavidez fight. So the face of boxing kind of chooses what they want to do. For me as a fan, I would definitely love to see him go down to 54, but I wouldn't expect him to do that. We had the Roy Jones shit, right?
So if we was frustrated, if most fans was frustrated with Canelo Alvarez, do we want Bud Crawford to do what Canelo Alvarez is doing because Canelo Alvarez chose not to fight the fighter that we all wanted him to fight?
I think the faces of boxing just fight who they want to fight. Like I know you said Mayweather didn't have to fight Canelo, he didn't have to fight Victor Ortiz, right? But he chose those guys. You know what I mean? People wanted to see him fight Amir Khan and Paul Williams and shit like that. But I really feel like a great fight for Bud is the best fight in boxing because I really believe this fighter is the most entertaining fighter in boxing. He fought on the undercard. Christian Mbili is the most entertaining fighter in boxing. If you fight that guy, that will be a great fight, no matter what.
Yeah. No so you want Mbili versus Crawford?
See, that's what
I
wouldn't mind that fight. I think Mbili would
people
win.
Wouldn't demand that fight because it's
68,
and they expect Crawford to go back down to 60 probably. You know what I mean? So it's like if Conor Ben wins his fight, that could be a big fight.
See, the energy that I have with the fights of him going at 154 is not only is the fight that it's not that it's just good fights. It's fights that the fans are engaged with. The Boots already got a fan base. Virgil got a fan base. Thurman is a household name that got a good legacy. Fundura is you know what I'm saying, he's getting there. These are fights that we are intrigued with, the M. Billy fight. How can M. Billy and Bud highlight M. Billy Bud? Does that highlight? Does that uplift the sport of boxing? It's not just fights. It's just not good fights that are hardcore. The hardcore boxing does not flip the bill. We need the hardcores and the casuals engaged in big fights. I truly don't think that M. Billy and Bud Crawford is going to be like.
I think with the popularity Bud Crawford got, he will attract more casuals to his next fight. And if they tune in and see Billy, and they see Billy fight like they just did, like, and Billy has great fights. Like, it's impossible.
I get it. Billy fought good, but Billy had a draw.
You gotta fight someone with the name.
Billy had a draw with Lester Martinez.
Exactly.
Why can't Bud?
Who knows these guys?
Why can't Bud get?
They just saw him. He was just
up to 160. Like, he moved up. So
probably fight of the year.
Be able to come to 160. Why does he go to 54? And that's where I think Bud is going to settle in that as that 160 and the 50. He's going to give all those 54 stacked, but they're going to have to come up to find Bud at 60, and he'll give them that shot. But they got to. He did it. Why can't they?
Yeah, well, the only problem I have with that is, like, his own team has said that, like, they're just going to sit back and let them unify and shit and get that undisputed going. And then he's going to come in on the back end and fucking come and try to take it up.
At 54?
But how long is that going to take? So we're just going to sit here and let Bud, the face of boxing, just sit back on a year or two and not do anything?
I mean, he fights once a year.
When Canelo fights twice a year, when he was the face of boxing. Like, this is the thing I don't like. Is, like, if you're going to take that role and fight someone or beat someone, you got to take that role.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, you can't just sit back and be like, oh, I'm not going to fight unless I get $100 million and I'm fighting once a year. I'm going to just take the undisputed tape. Like, nah, we ain't doing that. We don't want to see that. We want, like, come on,
maybe
dude.
He doesn't have to be the exact equivalent to a Canelo where he's fighting 2-3 times a year.
I think
I can just be Bud Crawford and fight once a year, and the rest of boxing
this would
be boxing.
You know how fans don't look. I say it like this: in boxing, we don't get the fights that we want to see right away. We never do. We ask for a fight, we're not gonna get it. I understand, but there are fights that we anticipate, so we still watch. It's the reason why Manny Pacquiao and Floyd Mayweather. We see Mayweather fight somebody, and then we see Manny Pacquiao fight the same guy, and he outperforms Floyd Mayweather. But when is Manny Pacquiao gonna fight Floyd Mayweather? And is engaged, and he's still winning, he's still fighting, he's still winning, and it's still building. If he stays at 168, fight M. Billy, what's next after that? What? The fans are going to stay engaged in the sport of boxing if they see something that is big that they're going to look forward to.
Going to 175.
Well, punch, bro.
By
the thing that's weird about that is, like, we went 7 years on the back on, like, Manny Pacquiao and Floyd Mayweather, and look what it gave us.
Exactly, because that was just the performance. I don't want that to happen too, because I feel like that gave boxing
exactly. So that was thing needs to happen now, bro. It needs to happen now.
Exactly, it needs to happen now. It needs to happen now, and I feel like if now the guy that is going to get the praise and the heat because you're the face, you're the king. Now we're expecting something from you. We're expecting something from you now.
I mean, you guys know how heavyweight is just, you get to 200 and it can go up to 500 pounds. That's where I think the sport's trying to see the rest of the smaller weights is like, okay, yeah, we're 54, we're 60, we're 68. We can meet it somewhere. It's not that strict anymore, They all walk around big. Boots big as fuck. Virgil big as fuck. As a
cash cow, you do the same thing that other cash cows did. Get them on the catch weight, but we still want to see the fight. If Bud Crawford could easily say, "Yo, you want to be great? You got to do what I do. At least come to 160, 165 catch weight. Because I look what I did to Canelo Alvarez. You know what I'm saying? Look what I did. So I'm all right with that as well. But I believe in boxing right now, where boxing is at, where there's no networks, American networks that want to do anything with the sport of boxing. I'm not talking about just one event like Netflix. I'm talking about really have a multi-fight 7-year, 6-year deal with the sport of boxing. You know what I'm saying?
like that Super 6 tournament.
You gotta fight names.
A Super
Name,
6
recognized
tournament
name
would be
has to
mean.
fight recognized names. That's what needs to happen right now when boxing. So that's what I'm saying with the Bud and the M Billy. Nobody knows M Billy. Nobody knows M Billy, and M Billy didn't, I believe didn't make that type of mark because he had a draw with
I
Lester,
mean,
and
did
he
people know Berlanga or Mugia?
see
Or
Berlanga
like,
had
come on, bro.
Berlanga was engaged with the culture, with the rappers. He was doing he was doing what was needed to be done to promote himself outside of the sport of boxing.
What about John Ryder?
So much shit.
Or
That's why
Yuljo?
John Ryder.
that
Did
fight
you
did.
mention John Ryder?
Or
That's why that fight
Cal
did over 700
Smith,
pay-per-view buys.
That was a good.
Billy
yeah.
Joe Saunders.
No, like Punch was saying, it actually did good numbers.
Billy Joe Saunders was 73,000 people.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean Crawford just fought Canelo on Netflix. That was like 41 million eyes. That means
Yep,
41
it was,
million
because it
eyes
was on
saw fucking
Netflix.
Billy. That's more millions of people that saw Billy that's ever saw fucking Berlanga
Can
or
Crawford
fucking
put on an
Callum
own
Smith
show
or
by himself
whoever.
and make
That's
that
more
money?
views on Billy and Lester
so
Martinez than like, come on.
I'm just saying, I'm saying, I hope this is what I hope. I don't think it's just on Bud Crawford. I hope that the American fans support Bud Crawford with their dollars in his next fight. Whoever he fights, if he's the cash cow, because the cash cow is just not because you beat Canelo. The cash cow of the sport of boxing, the face of boxing, is because the people decide who is the cash cow of boxing.
Yep.
Who's truly the face of boxing. Again, like I said
He
earlier,
with Turkey.
like I
it's
said earlier, Bivol beat Canelo. That ain't make him the face of boxing. That ain't making him Tassello or nothing like that. It's more to just being the face and the top dog in the sport of boxing. This is the Bud Crawford era. You're gonna have to do something that the fans want you to
this
do.
what I'm saying. How don't we know his next fight won't be on Netflix?
It could be it could be on Netflix, but against who?
It's gonna be a 160 strap. Guarantee that.
This is what I'm saying. Any fight on Netflix is gonna do numbers.
Is
He can
those
damn near fight a ham sandwich at this point.
I say this
On
was
Netflix.
I feel, you know what I'm saying, like as a hardcore and also having, you know, engaging with casuals and stuff like that. I think the parade died down like a week or two because in all actuality for us, the hardcores, that was in my opinion, y'all could tell me if I'm wrong or not. The fight was the magnitude of the win is historic. But if you're looking at the performance, that's not a fight that everybody be like, yo, I'm gonna see that fight again, yo, that fight was just, yo. Ain't nobody.
Are we
watching
talking
that
about the Crawford
No,
Canelo
it
fight?
wasn't a war.
True.
But that's what I'm saying. If it was a fight like Wood and Billy, that's what it would be.
So yeah, it did 40. It did 40. Look, it did 40 million views, just like everybody paid for the Manny Pacquiao and Mayweather. But that didn't. That didn't uplift the sport of boxing. That gave boxing a black eye. That's when a lot of boxing fans ran to the UFC. That gave boxing a black eye. So only because it did 40 million, that doesn't mean that the people said, "Oh my God, I can't wait to see Bud Crawford's next fight." Oh my God, it was breathtaking.
That's what I'm saying. It didn't leave a bad taste in the fans' mouth. Like,
well, the reason it didn't leave a bad taste is because it was a close fight, and like
it was
you
a
saw
good
two
fight.
watch fighters. I'm telling you right now, both of them are gonna lose.
I say it was good couple rounds. I didn't say it was a great fight.
Yeah, no, I'm
was a
telling you
good
right
fight.
now, Bud Crawford and Canelo are going to lose on their next couple fights, and they're
Bud
going to
Crawford
lose against fucking people that you wouldn't expect them to lose to.
Bud Crawford versus Canelo was not even, it was not even a Thurman Porter. It was not even entertaining like a Thurman Porter.
Exactly, bro. Oh my God! Like I'm telling you right
Thurman
now,
Porter
like
was
they're
a
both
classic.
washed. They're both washed. People don't want to.
No, I don't
recognize
think Bud's washed at all.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying I feel like I do feel like, yo, for the sake of boxing, not just the legacy of Bud. That's what I'm talking about. The face of boxing needs to do not just for his legacy. Is now you're carrying the sport. You gotta give back to the sport, in my opinion. So yes, him fighting Lara, he could become a 6th division world champion. He ties with Oscar De La Hoya. You know what I'm saying? 6th division world champion, good, but that only works for Bud. But what a Bud and Boots, a Bud and Virgil, a Bud, the winner of Fundura and Thurman, that I feel you head to the division that now everybody's intrigued with. They're excited about this division. Is a stacked division. This is the division where everybody got their eyes set on.
Punch. They've all called out his name. So I'm like,
yeah, those are the guys. Exactly. Those are the guys that's actually calling out for a Bud fight, the 154s. So if this is Bud's era, right? You're the king, but you do what the fans also want you to do.
No, I think expecting them to move down at this point. Buzz never really moved on the beat of giving a fuck about what.
Bud's been ducking Virgil forever, so I don't know what the fuck.
Okay, Virgil, what are you talking about? I'm just gonna ignore that shit because that was dumb as shit. Yeah, Buzz kind of been doing what he wants to do. You know what I mean? His whole career, and what he wants to do is
what he
chase greatness. Shit, so maybe going down to 160 might be his next move. Who knows what his next move gonna be? Like, I would like the Billy fight at 168. I think that'd be a great fight. It's a defense of undisputed. And Billy's been there for a while. Canelo was never going to fight Billy. Canelo was never going to fight Pacheco. Canelo was never going to fight Iglesias. He would have fought a Mugia and a Ryder and a.
The only thing with Bud, as great as he is, the only thing with Bud is that I feel like this is the thing with Bud. And somebody be like, oh, you're a Bud hater. No, I just feel like with Bud, people give him extra credit. Like, you beat Canelo, but you ain't did the work at 168. You beat Spence, but you ain't did the work at welterweight like Spence and Thurman. You didn't do the work. You had one belt, you beat Spence, and you became undisputed.
That is the work, though.
Well, that's just facts.
Okay. So let's say for a guy like at 140, a guy like for 140, right? Let's say T.O. beat Josh Taylor, but then we want to see T.O. versus Haney, T.O. versus Gary Antoine, T.O. versus Matias. Yeah, you still got to put in the work. People still want to see you put in the work.
Rain is what it is. If you there, Rain, yeah.
Exactly. You got to like Usyk is putting in the work, bro. Usyk is still putting in work at heavyweight.
You can't cap on Usyk because fucking Usyk did all this shit. Right? He went and beat every champion, and he beat him not only once but twice.
Usyk just saying walk from cruiserweight, and then he got a belt, and then he beat Tyson Fury, and that's it. He's still putting in work. He's still putting in work at heavyweight.
I think 154 is better than the heavyweights, but
I think so too.
Yeah,
I think so too. And that's what I'm saying.
Better than fucking the heavyweights also. Fuck.
Look at the screen. Look at the screen, and this without Bud. Now add Bud to it. Add Bud to this shit.
I know that'd be crazy, but I don't think he just moved to 160. I think it's unrealistic to just ask him to go back down to 160. He just
I agree with that. That's why I said
crazy to go down to 154.
No, that's why I said that's why I said earlier in the live. I said this is the unfortunate because I'm a Roy Jones Jr. fan, and I saw what moving 2 weight classes back down would do. Look what fucking Oscar De La Hoya tried to do with Manny Pacquiao. Look what Kell Brook tried to do even with Earl Spence. So I know. I know that's why I said that's the unfortunate part, but the interesting and the intrigue and the excitement will be Bud at 154 because when I talk about you've been on the panel with me when I talk about Demetrius Andre 168 versus Bud, what do people say?
Yeah, well, before they were saying Demetrius Andre would beat the shit out of Bud, that'd be a stupid fight for Bud to take, but now people were saying. After Bud just did this Canelo, like Boo Boo ain't gonna stand a chance.
When I say Jamal Charlo versus Bud, everybody goes on a hate right now. Charlo ain't doing shit. Demetrius ain't doing shit.
Like, that's why I'm saying somebody like Billy is an actual person in the division that deserves a championship fight. This is somebody that deserves a fight. Lester Martinez up there. They ain't gonna fight. Pacheco deserves a fight.
But that's crazy. How does Billy deserve a fight with Bud and a crack at undisputed? But Charlo
deserved a fight with Canelo. What you mean? And Billy been ranked number 1 in the.
But Billy had what I'm saying. I'm not saying it wouldn't be a fight. I'm saying that. The same thing, but Edgar Berlanga was the number 1 rank at WBA.
Edgar Berlanga didn't do shit at 168. That was some bullshit. They just threw his ass there.
So who
he wasn't putting in work at 168?
So
That's some bullshit.
who and Billy beat so he could get Canelo?
He fought fucking
Sergey
not
Derevchenko.
Galata, fucking no. Gongora, he fought Gongora 68. Then he fought Sergey Derevchenko. He fought
and got a draw with Lester Martinez. So that gets you. I mean,
he was already ranked high. He been ranked #1 high contender, could fight for the belts for a minute. Like Pacheco ranked #1 in fucking in the BA, right? So it's like Iglesias got the WBO.
I mean,
No, IBO.
William Skull got into position. We never wanted to see that fight. So you know what I'm saying?
But that's what I'm saying. That was an actual, like, I know fans didn't want to see that shit, but that was actually a good defense by Canelo, and it actually showed what Canelo would have looked like with one of the top guys in his division, not a fucking Mugia in a Berlanga. He was ducking the fucking top guys in the division. But this is what I'm saying. When you the face of boxing, you can do shit like that. When you the face of boxing,
I don't know if he was ducking the top guys in the division. He fought everyone but Benavidez, and Benavidez had his chance to fucking do that.
We need fights that's gonna move. That I feel like
he hasn't fought anybody at the top of the division since Bivol.
We need.
He had his hand surgery.
Bivol wasn't in his division. He was at
175.
I feel like his hand broken when he fought Bivol, and since then he hasn't been fighting fucking the top dudes.
I bet if people say Bud is facing, let's say if Virgil Ortiz beats Lubin, and they say Bud versus Virgil Ortiz in Texas Stadium,
Bud isn't going to fight Virgil. That's the funny part. Bud isn't going to fight Virgil.
Yeah, it'll be a big fight. It'll be a big fight.
He ain't going to do it. He ain't going to do it. He's not going to fight Virgil.
Boots, everybody will be engaged, but that
he'll let Boots fight Virgil, but he's not going to fight Virgil.
We 60 would.
We need fights.
Virgil will duck. Nobody give a fuck about Virgil. Ain't about to fight nobody.
Virgil will duck.
Lubin is
somebody
at 154. Lubin is somebody at 154.
Lubin. How many? Come on.
See, you just gave man credit to Billy.
He's a top 10 in the division, right? He's a contender. He's a top 10 rated contender. You know what I mean? That's about it. Xander Zayas is a fucking champion. And that motherfucker 22 or some shit. You know what I mean? Like, Xander has
so why did Virgil beat Madrimov so much cleaner than Bud did?
He's on the screen too.
Like Boots Ennis is a unified Ring Magazine champion.
Boots needs to be a two-time champion immediately, and he will. He has no.
Fucking Virgil need to step it up. What are you talking about?
Boots versus.
What do you mean step it up? He just did step it up. He stepped up defensively and beat the fuck out of Madrimov.
That motherfucker has never been in a title fucking.
Compared to Bud,
well, that's because he's fucking with Golden Boy, and I've been saying forever he needs to dip out of Golden Boy.
Okay, so that motherfucking stop acting like he fucking did some shit.
The fuck? He needs to get the fuck out of Golden Boy. Fuck out of Golden Boy.
Duck fucking Virgil. Like, you stupid? Are you insane? It's like saying somebody need to duck Ryan Garcia. Like, bro, you didn't do shit. What the fuck are you talking about?
Fuck Ryan Garcia.
You know what the thing with Bud, man, in his position is to being a blessing and a curse, you know, because if you're trying to draw in some casuals and you look at the 154 division, there's really none of those guys are really known names to the casual. Even Boots, you know, Boots are even losing fans in Philly just by him fighting the names that he's been fighting. You know that Bud is at 168 and Benavidez would be a good fight. That would be a great fight because he's at least known. You probably get a lot of Spanish Americans, a lot of Mexicans to come out and be behind him, you know. But as far as like names, somebody that's going to draw a crowd, other than Canelo, there's really even calling Bivol. No casual fan knows who Bivol is. You know,
that's why the responsibility is always put on the face of boxing. Just like the David Benavidez and Canelo. We got on Canelo Alvarez's case because he needs to set the tone. The other fighters can't set the tone if you're the face of boxing. I'm not looking at Boots over. You got to set the tone. No, you're not the king. You're the king. You are the one that has to set the tone. You know what I'm saying?
And what
So-
was the
so-
tone
so-
that
That's
Canelo
what I'm
set
saying.
for
The
Benavidez?
tone that's been acceptable by motherfuckers.
I'm
been
just curious, what was
capping for, I
the
don't know
tone set
why.
for Benavidez?
But that's
Not
what
a
I'm saying. We don't want him to do that because look what happened to boxing. Look what happens to boxing when you don't fight with the fighter that the fans want you to fight, and now there is no more Canelo and Benavidez. But think about it. Before the Bud and Canelo, the primary fight is in North America was David Benavidez and Canelo. That fight is done because Canelo didn't do what he was needed to do to uplift the interest of the sport of boxing. Now it's all effed up because in all actuality, as much as the great victory of Bud Crawford versus Canelo Alvarez, there was nothing after Bud Crawford. There was nothing planned for Bud Crawford. Canelo Alvarez had a 4-fight deal. Canelo Alvarez and even Turkey Al-Sheikh were one versus Shiraz, the winner of Chris Eubank Jr. and Conor Ben. He's going to convince Benavidez, Canelo, if he could fight David Benavidez. But with Bud, it was retirement. It was nothing. Anybody heard that Bud Crawford has a 3-fight deal, 4-fight deal with Turkey Al-Sheikh? None.
But Punch, Canelo, he's maxed out at 6'8", and Benavidez is a 75 guy. You know, if we want to get to the end of it all,
No, and I'm saying that's it. We don't have that fight no more.
He started at cruiserweight, went down to 175, then went back down to 168, and now he's going back up. It's a weird fucking way to go about it. Most people go lower weight and come back up. This guy went from higher weight and then went back down and come back up.
So if when the cash cow is Mayweather, the big fight is Pacquiao. Canelo, he did the Triple G, and then Canelo and then David Benavidez. That didn't happen. If it's Bud Crawford, what is Bud Crawford's mega fight right now? Right now, what is Bud Crawford?
He has no mega fight. He's done.
There is none yet.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the primary fight that we want to see Bud in? The primary fight.
60. Hopefully, Boots.
I think the best thing. Right,
give me the name that's going to captivate. That is massively. We want Bud.
And Janibek would fuck him up.
Boots.
I think what's going to happen is probably going to be Hamza because Shiraz was the mandatory up for Canelo. If Canelo would have won, he was supposed to be the next person up to fight Canelo.
Is that the fight that we believe the masses is asking for Bud and Shiraz? Let's be real. What is the fight that massively the boxing world would love to see Bud in?
I mean, it's we really don't know.
I like him to go back to 154 and fight.
This is our community. We know who we want. We know what many have been talking about. It is Boots. It is Boots. Whether people like it or not.
But why Boots can't move up?
This what I'm saying.
I'm not saying that he can't move up. I'm not saying, but that's the fight that people are catching Bud Crawford with.
It's too late for that fight.
The dang reason why
it's not too late for that fight because if he goes to 160 or 168, he's going to get demolished.
Bro, it was put it this way. Leading up to the fight, the weeks leading up to the fight, the biggest story was Boots sparring with Canelo.
It's because
why would it be a big story? Why would it be a big story? I mean, he was already.
They got a history. They got a history connected to each other.
Exactly.
But that fight never happened. That's what I'm saying. It never happened.
Did Eddie just come out and say that
all the Bud Crawford fanboys start painting Boots is like.
Do you guys see Crawford fucking fight anyone at 168? Like, come on now.
Crawford did what he
literally took the fight because it was Canelo, a small guy. That's the whole reason he took the fight. It's because Canelo is small at 168.
Exactly, yeah.
So, like, he ain't defending the fight at 168. Maybe he'll go down to 160, but more than likely, he should go back to 154 and fucking, like, challenge himself. Because that was the most toughest fight he ever had against Magomedov.
Or he should just fight the rematch with Canelo at 168.
Nah. Canelo's dusted, bro. Canelo's dusted. I'll tell you right now, Canelo's dusted.
Canelo will get stopped.
He's done. Canelo is dusted.
No, that's my opinion. That's my opinion.
Do anything. This is what I think. I think Bud Crawford should retire. That way, Canelo could come back.
That's another option. But if you say
both of them are dusted.
Canelo can't come back. Who can Canelo fight after this? For real, like that you would give him respect for. Even if he fought Benavidez, like it wouldn't matter. because Bud Crawford just beat you. Like
Nah, that
Crawford
would
needs
matter.
to
It would matter
retire.
to the the Mexican community. It would definitely matter to them.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. But if Bud was retired and Canelo came back, it's like, all right, so you can't fight Bud. So it'd be easier.
I think at 168, the primary fight is the Canelo Alvarez fight. At 160, maybe is the Lara because Lara is connected to
I
other,
could go for it again, but I
Why
just
not
think
make
Bud gonna
Donovan?
stop him. I think we all
the,
seen like that Bud could stop him.
the only reason why I wouldn't watch the rematch is like I said earlier. I feel like Canelo Alvarez checked out mentally. I think that Bud Crawford destroyed Canelo mentally, not physically, but mentally and spiritually. And the way that Canelo Alvarez said that, the way that he lost to Bud and said, I couldn't figure him out.
He
There was
lost.
nothing I could do. He gave
Hey,
in.
brother.
If Canelo Alvarez never would have said that, if Canelo Alvarez would have never said what he said in the post-fight interview, he would. If Canelo Alvarez would have been like, you know what, man, it was a close fight. I thought that I won. His fan,
And you know the funny
even
part is,
even the fanboys could run with that. You could create
hey,
a narrative with that, just like with Deontay Wilder and Tyson Fury. His whole fan base. You give him an inch of, nah, you really. I really. If Canelo would have been like, no, I thought I won. You know, if you look at the score, I think I won the fight. It was
He
a
knew
close fight.
better.
Damn it, man, this shit is bullshit right here. Fuck that shit, man. They cheater. He ain't turkey a shake, motherfucker. Trust me, bro. 70% of the Canelo Alvarez fans would have been like, "Yo, yeah, that shit was
hey,
rigged."
But
Yeah,
they
yeah.
fanboys though.
I'll be
Like,
the
that's some wilder
albatross
stuff.
on this. I actually went and rewatched the fight with the copy ox numbers and counted every punch and went off every punch, and it was actually a draw. And I was just like, I can't argue that. It was like I
Get the
watched
fuck
it 5
out of
times
here.
over,
Man, come on.
and it was a draw.
That's what come on. That shit was come on, right?
Yeah, it
I
was.
said it
And
was a
like
close fight.
and
And
like
I do the
and
numbers.
like
And I do the numbers
fucking
when I do
Crawford
knockout.
goes off a
think that
draw
was.
of that.
I think that was an
I don't trust those
8-4.
numbers either.
Come on,
If
bro.
you, I think that was an 8-4 fight. Fuck.
Right. Yeah.
I saw it as a close fight. I really saw it as a close
But
fight.
you
That
just
shit
made
was
the point that
close.
the man ain't even called for the man in the ring didn't even call for a post call.
Exactly, and that's why
It wasn't close.
that's
He
why
got his ass whooped.
that's why I respect if Bud doesn't give him a rematch, because I already feel like you gave in. You gave in. That's it. You let
No,
the
he
world know
knew.
that you let the world know that even if the world if the scorecard was close and people thought it was a close fight, mentally in your mind it wasn't a close fight.
He knew because
Right.
it wasn't.
It
But
was all about
him,
like what you give the swing rounds to, and like
Swing around.
when on the first night of the fight, I gave the swing rounds to Crawford. So when the
There
fight
wasn't a
ended on
swing
the
around.
first night of the fight, I was
Bro,
like,
there
I
was
had it
no,
a draw
bro. There was not enough swing
or
rounds.
7-5 Crawford.
It was
That
even
was
too thick.
that was not enough swing rounds that you could have gave to Canelo. I think 8-4 is. I scored the 8-4, and I think that was generous.
Did you rewatch the
That was
fight?
very generous.
Yo, it was that's what I'm saying in the beginning. I said, let's be honest, that first 7-8 rounds was nothing, bro. It was nothing, bro.
Nah, it was.
Come on,
I
man, it
mean,
was
Canelo won a
nothing.
little. Nah, Crawford was winning clearly.
Nah, man, they don't.
Did you guys
It
rewatch
wasn't.
the
It
fight?
wasn't.
That's all I want to know.
It
'Cause I
wasn't
rewatched
nothing
it
like.
5 times.
It was nothing like. Oh shit, you know what I'm saying? Buck Crawford really doing this. He's really. Nah, it wasn't. Come
He's
on.
outboxing him.
Crawford's beating him, yeah, but he
Oh, bro, no, it was both ways, both ways. Nobody was separating themselves, bro. Both of these guys was careful, bro. They was careful.
Yeah.
They respected
Yeah.
each other too much. That
High-level
ninth,
fight.
the first exchange in that ninth round, that's when the fight started. The fight truly
No, that's
started.
when the fight was over. Fuck.
No.
That's
when
that was the complete end of the fight. That was like
no,
nail in a coffin.
that's because we didn't. That's because the way that Buck Crawford, what he did was not expected. People expected Buck Crawford was going to win. Come on, what Bomac was telling Buck Crawford?
some of y'all punch.
What Bomac told Buck Crawford when he was exchanging with Canelo? Don't do that. Don't do it. You know why? Because even him didn't believe that he could really do to Canelo. Don't do that.
Come on.
Box, stay in the outside box.
Yeah, no,
So
it was,
you
it was
don't think
Pity Pat.
Fight, not even Bud Crawford.
It was
Not
Pity
even
Pat
Bud
in all
Crawford
out,
fans.
and Pity
Not even Bud
Pat
Crawford
and
fans could be like,
landed a good
oh
counter.
yeah, you know what's gonna happen in the Bug and the Canelo Alvarez fight? That there's gonna be sequels and they're gonna go toe to toe. And you know what? Bud Crawford got the best shit, and he gonna take every punch from Canelo Alvarez. Come on, man. That was nobody was doing a take like that.
who looked like they was about
That
to
was
get
pure a delusional take.
who do you think was looking like they was going to get knocked out?
Canelo.
Okay, so why wouldn't he exchange?
No. I'm saying leading up to the fight, nobody predicted
Right.
that Bud was gonna go toe to toe with Canelo. The
Right.
thing was that Bud was gonna outbox him on the outside, use his footwork and all of that. What won the hearts? That he won the fight for many in that ninth round because he did something that many didn't think that he was able to take and do.
Right.
Multiple times in the 9th, 11th, and 12th, the championship rounds in which
The last 3 rounds, like
it doesn't even have to be. It
punch,
don't even
bro.
have to be.
This is the thing I don't get
It
is like
don't even.
you can give some people.
Hold on. It don't even have to be a boxing fans. In every sport, you give respect to the dude that's clutch time, fourth quarter, the 2-minute drill. That's what Bud Crawford did. And when there was the exchanges, he was taking it and dishing it. In the point that we didn't think that it was going to be like that. That won the fight. So when we look at the fight, it's like, psh, man, hell yeah. 8-4, 7-3, because that's it. That from the 9th on, that's it. Bud won. That's it.
That's what
I
I'm
guess
saying.
so.
I'm talking about the 9th on. That's 4 fucking rounds.
No,
So
what
you
I'm
Yeah,
saying,
giving
but
no,
what I'm
early rounds.
I had
because-
scored differently.
No, but because it wasn't so much action in the first half of the fight, where people were like, yeah, you could give Canelo this, yeah, you could
Well,
give
that's
Bud
the
this.
point that I'm
It
trying to make
was a
is like
boxer.
you don't score the fight off the back end. Like
You
if
score
you're
the
scoring
fight
a fight,
round by
you score it
round.
through the whole 12 rounds. You can't
Exactly.
just
So
score
it's
it
a
like,
difference
okay,
and that's
this
what
guy canceled out this.
the way that
I
you
mean-
score the bout, in my opinion, was the scoring is close, but the fight itself, yeah, is Bud Crawford beat Canelo, like Bud beat the shit out of Canelo. The morality of the fight, of just the fight, because most of the let's be honest, 90% of people watching the fight at home or at a fight party or at the stadium ain't actual scoring the bout. They're not scoring with on a piece of paper and counting the punches over here and doing okay, man. He took the first half of the round and stuff like that. He dictated the pace for the 1 minute and 30 seconds. No, people are just watching the fight. So when Bud Crawford won the fight.
I guess I'm just a weirdo because I was scoring it that way. So I was
I
just
scored
like,
it that way my first time
at
too.
the end
but
of
I
the fight,
understand
I
what
was
you're
like, it's a
saying.
draw or it's Crawford 7-5.
Or they let the unofficial
Get the fuck out
scorecard
of
do the
here.
work for them. So when people looking at the, just like when Flo Mayweather's son of Gervonta Tan Davis, hey yo, you losing an unofficial scorecard. What? Yeah, you losing an unofficial. Some people are persuaded about unofficial scorecard as well. Let's be real, let's be honest. So when Bud
my
Crawford is
scorecards
winning
be
wide
accurate,
in the
dog.
scorecards, in the unofficial
8-4.
scorecard, most other boxing fans that's looking on and casuals already seeing, because they're not as educated as us. Oh yeah, but it's winning a long. It's by a long shot, man. This shit is easy. This is one-sided. It wasn't one-sided.
Yeah, no.
Oh,
The only thing I have to say,
Oh, it was
Punch, is
one-sided.
like
It's
I watched
crazy
this
how
fight
you
5 times
scored
over.
Teofimo Lopez
Watch this
versus
fight 5
Loma
times
so
over, and I've
one-sided for Teo.
seen it, and I've
But
done it.
Even
and
A4 is not,
compared
because even
actually the
A4 is
top
not
box numbers,
one-sided.
and it's so close. It's not even funny.
8-4 is
Like
pretty
the top box
convincing.
numbers are not
8-4 is
even
like
funny how
clearly,
close it is.
it's clear.
It's clear, but not one-sided.
Not completely.
It
No.
wasn't 115, 113 though.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Because that's just 2 rounds.
115,
So
113, close. That's
It's
a
so
fight,
close.
though.
Like this is what I don't get. Like I've had people crash out on me, being like, "No, it's 110, like they're trying to tell me like, no, it's 10-2, it's 12-0."
I mean, shit.
Getting all pissed at me.
Real
And I'm just
talk.
like, bro, just chill the fuck out.
I gave him 3. That's
No, on some real shit. Like, if you generous to Crawford, you could have scored that fight 10-2.
No, you cannot say that 10-0.
I think
10-2.
8-4 is generous. I gave Canelo a swing. You know what I'm saying? I could see 9-3.
Well, there was a 99. That was a score, right? The punching count for Bud and Canelo. But ain't even that's irrelevant anyway because Canelo Alvarez already introduced Bud Crawford to his wife and kids and say, look, hey, look, mama, this is the new hero.
Yeah.
Daddy, don't scream at me. I don't want to do no homework. I'm going to call Bud Crawford on you, Dad, Papi.
Hey, you know what was embarrassing though? I ain't gonna front. These niggas made this nigga Canelo a golden statue. They thought he was about to win. They gave him that shit, bro. I ain't gonna front. The statue was cold as fuck if he would have won, but it was just sad. It was just like, damn.
Hey, Canelo's
I wasn't, to be honest, I wasn't even mad at all. I was having fun, like doing the fucking turkey out shake and sketches and shit like that. I wasn't mad at all because I was already getting frustrated with Canelo Alvarez. Like I was frustrated with the Ryder. I didn't want the Ryder fight. I didn't want
I didn't want the last 6 fights.
I didn't want the Triple G trilogy fight.
Right,
you know
like,
what I'm saying?
He was on some bullshit.
I was
after Bivol broke. I remember when it happened. I was watching that shit live. It was like the third, fourth round in the fight. Canelo shoot an uppercut, right uppercut, and Bivol block it, and he smiled at his ass. I'm like, he just broke his fucking hand in the fight. That was the last time. That was like the end of Canelo.
What actually surprised me, what I felt like, okay, I think Canelo Alvarez is changing now. When he didn't activate the rematch clause with Bivol. That right there, I'm like,
He was like, I can't do this 7-5 though.
Huh?
He was like, I
He
can't.
said he'd do it at 68. Yeah, but
he didn't activate them. So that was no. You know why? I didn't give that an excuse. You was already a champion at 175. You ain't never put no height, no weight, no nothing. Like when you beat Kovalev. We ain't say
that fight
we ain't say you was too small. We ain't saying none of that. Now you became a champion. Now don't come with the excuse that when you lose to Bivol, oh yo, I dare to be great. You know, I'm not. That's not my weight class. Nah, you was already a champion, my brother. Once you become a champion in that weight class, you can't tell me that's not your weight class no more. You're a champion. You beat the at the time, Canelo Alvarez beat the most credible light heavyweight in Kovalev. Because Bivol and Beterbiev was not more credible than Kovalev at that time.
And Kovalev was beating Crawford a lot of that fight.
Yeah,
not at that time.
On paper.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. The most credible one.
Yeah, that's just on paper.
That's what I'm saying. Like
shit, Canelo on paper was.
You gonna get into the Hall of Fame off paper. Hey yo, you gonna get to the Hall of Fame off paper. Everything is going to be off paper. Once your career ends, everything is on paper.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but like that doesn't show the real reality of like who the best at 175 was.
But the more you're beating the guy that's more credible, that's tippy-toeing into the Hall of Fame. You know what I'm saying?
But he also been knocked out multiple times and shit like that. He just came off of a couple months ago a crazy war where he almost got knocked out.
That's like if you tell me if Bud at the time would have beaten Thurman or Boots, what would have been a better win? I'll say the Thurman. He's more credible.
But yeah, more credible. The resume.
At what time?
Even at the time after he lost to Manny Pacquiao. If he would have fought Thurman, and not Mario Barrios, or he would have fought him right after Mario Barrios, I'll say that the Thurman win will be more credible than the Boots win.
I love Thurman, but that guy will back out in a heartbeat, man. And he had.
Side note, who do you think's gonna win?
That would have been the Boots win would have been more credible after what the Adam what's his name, Custio Clayton.
After the Spence fight would have been the only time I could really see them fight, because at that time all I wanted to see was the Spence fight.
But that's what I'm saying.
I was getting tired of even hearing.
He didn't even beat Stanionis. He didn't. Why would it be the most? Why would it be more credible than the Thurman?
Because Boots at that point, like he
didn't earn.
Hype. It was more hype. He was more hype.
Yeah, he had crazy performances and crazy knockout. His knockouts was ridiculous.
Because come on, stop. Because getting knocked out over who? Like, who's knocking out?
Fucking bum motherfucker. Like fucking
wait for
people who would have got him in contention, like contenders. Fucking top 20 type dudes. 20 through fucking 10 type dudes.
Come on. See, it's
You know
like
what I mean?
David Benavidez. If David Benavidez, if Canelo Alvarez would have beat David Benavidez before the plant, the Andre, the moving up. But see, when I really got on Canelo Alvarez to fight David Benavidez is when Canelo Alvarez told David Benavidez, "You don't fight nobody. You only fight Anthony Durrell." Okay, Benavidez beat Plant, Demetrius Andre, Alexandre, and David Morrell. Yo, give that motherfucker a shot.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Yeah, he definitely.
But now
deserved a
he's
shot
way
for it.
more credible than the guy that just beat Anthony Durrell. Boots was not credible before the Stanionis and shit like that. Imagine if Boots.
You know what I
Okay, imagine if Bud would have fought Boots after the Karen fight, the first fight with Karen.
Well, why didn't Bud fight Virgil?
That'd have been a great fight. I would have loved to see that shit.
It would have been more credible than beating Thurman.
Thurman had already lost. He was inactive for
To Manny
years.
Pacquiao.
And he hasn't fought. He fights like once every
But nobody done
2
it.
years or some shit like that.
Boots at the time hasn't done.
Boots fights like 3-4 times a year. At that
He
point.
hasn't done anything more significant than Thurman at that time. He still has it. He still has it anyway.
He has.
No, we're going off hype. We're going off hype.
We're going off
Not
paper.
the
We're going off paper, right? We're going off paper.
No, on paper, Thurman has got it all on paper. We're going off hype.
Boots is unified just like Thurman was, but Boots got the ring like Thurman didn't. Like fuck, yeah.
Boots
and he moved up to another division also.
Strap, right?
And just won a fucking junior Whopper belt. Thurman didn't move up and win a junior Whopper belt. That motherfucking whatever.
Well, he did move
That's
up.
what I'm saying. On
Thurman
paper, fucking right now, Boots is more
Thurman
accomplished than
beat
Thurman.
Carlos Quintana on
Boots
the
is more
catch
accomplished
weight.
than Thurman on paper. That's all I'm
Stop
saying.
it.
Brothers.
It is. It is what it is.
Stop
Stop hating. Stop hating. It is what it is.
Stop
And if you
it.
looking on fight, Boots got better
Stop
performances. than fucking
it.
Thurman.
Stop it.
Yo,
Stop.
Punch, who
Boots-
do you
I'm a
think is
Boots
the
fan
next face
too.
of
I'm a
boxing?
Boots. I'm a Boots fan too. I'm a Boots fan
Boots don't have nobody on his resume that's better than Danny Garcia.
Or Sean
Hey,
Porter.
Punch, who do you think is the next face of boxing?
Or Carlos
Man.
Quintana.
That ain't Boots' fault.
I
They
just
didn't
want to
wanna
hear
fight him.
your comp on like who do you think is the next face of boxing?
And he beat Soto Carras when Soto Carras beat Berto.
Boots came up in a very unfortunate time in the welterweight history. Fucking Errol Spence and Bud Crawford.
That's
were
not an
deadlocked for
excuse.
5 years trying to
That's
fight each other.
not an excuse.
Stanionis stepped aside 3 or 4 times to make the fight happen. The
That's not
boxing
an
world wanted
excuse,
that fight.
my
I
brother. He had
remember
30
this.
fights.
It was
He had
not
30
long ago.
He had 30
The only
fights.
fight people were talking about.
That's not an excuse. He
No,
had
this ain't
30
no
fights.
excuse.
He
This
could
is
have moved up
reality.
to 154 a
This
long
is
time ago.
reality. This is the reality of it. This is the
He could have moved
reality
up a
of it.
long time ago,
He
bro.
was young coming up in the division with Bud Crawford and
Take his
Errol
shot.
Spence were fucking destined to fight. A fight
No.
that the boxing fans have been talking about for years and years.
Exactly.
And
And what fight are we talking about right now? You shutting it down.
And people wanted to make that fight.
But you
happen.
shutting the
And
fight
people wanted to
down
see that fight.
now.
And then after the fight
You
happened,
shutting
after
the
Bud Crawford
fight
became
down.
unified,
You know why you
he
shutting the
said-
fight
he said
down
he didn't
now?
want to fight.
You know why you
You know what
shutting
I'm
the fight now? The fight now?
I'm not shutting it down.
Because you think that Bud is gonna be Boots, so you trying to protect Boots.
Yeah, I do think Bud will be Boots, but
That's why you don't
I
want to see
would-
that fight
I would
now?
have loved to have seen that fight then. When
Let's
it,
see it
like, when
now.
was
Let's
hot.
see it now.
Better now, though.
That's
He
asking.
didn't have a strap until last year.
Yeah, that's asking more of like it's. Bud got to move down. He
I
gotta
like
move up.
Boots
It's just
skills, but I don't know. I like Boots skills. I just
a
don't.
lot, man.
I think his
I'd
team.
rather the motherfucker
I
just
think
do.
I think his team is
what it-
trying to protect the bag. That's what I think his team is doing.
Yeah.
I think Boots should just fight at 154. This dude didn't want to fight your ass already.
What
He
he's
been telling you
doing.
for months and months and months and months and months and thousands of interviews. Bud Crawford, I don't want to fight Boots. It's a lose. He doesn't want to fight you, so he's not gonna fight you.
Boots didn't
Boots
have
just do. I just want Boots to fight the motherfuckers at 54. All them names
Who
you
does
talking
Crawford
about,
want
why's
to
hot?
fight?
Let fucking Boots do that.
See, that's what that's what it is right now. Yeah, we want to see some, but who Bud is going to fight, and when I hope he's fighting
Right.
early 2026. I don't want to hear no. This is Crawford era. He's fighting in August or September. I don't think that
Nah,
was
he
shit.
already
retire,
said his
man.
point, bro.
If you're gonna retire, if you're gonna retire right now, let the belts go.
Bro, he already
I don't wanna
said
wait
he's
no
gonna
fucking
sit out
year.
to get his undisputed. Like he said, he's
Yeah.
won $100 million to $2 million to get his fight, and he said he's not gonna do anything but undisputed. And then like look at the sanctioning bodies and what we're doing. He's gonna sit around for fucking these people to fucking do all the work. to get all these fucking fights in, and he's just gonna swoop in, be like, all right, I'm gonna do this.
Real quick.
Like typical fucking Crawford shit,
But
bro.
I
Like,
think the
this is
fan,
why I
but
don't
also
like
the
Crawford.
fans is going.
He
The
does this
fan,
fucking
the
bullshit, bro.
fans is going to give him the leeway. Also at 168,
Bro,
the fans,
He's like 40
at
years
168,
old
the
and
fans
shit.
gonna give him the leeway because they hate
Yeah.
they hate other fighters that I believe skillfully could give him a test. They hate the guys. They hate
Nah,
Charlo and
I don't
Demetrius Andre. So
Well,
so he got no fight at
I
168.
think if Bud
Bud
Crawford
don't
is
need to be
smart,
at
right? He hasn't fought. He's only fought one time a year, so he's gonna probably continue to do that at this stage of his career, right? He
I
wants $100
don't think
million.
that's. I hope Turkey Al-Sheikh
I
don't
think
allow
if
him.
Bivol come back, I think Bud will beat Bivol.
If-
Skill for skill, Bud's better than Bivol.
If Turkey is good for boxing, right? Like many believe, he shouldn't allow his fighter because Bud Crawford is his fighter, bro. Let's just look at it like that. Bud Crawford is the golden goose of Turkey Al-Sheikh. He should not allow Terrence Bud Crawford to wait a whole year.
okay,
He should be back in February.
I don't think he can do anything. Bud Crawford, the best fighter in this era. I don't think he got the fucking power to make him do anything.
But
out of the 54 champions, who was the champion of 54 that fought the most recent?
Man, they're all good.
at 154, Virgil, I think,
Nah,
or Fundora with Tim
you
Tszyu,
know, from Duro, the champion.
or Xander Zayas. It's July.
Yeah, it was Fondora because he just beat Tszyu. He beat Tszyu, and I think Xander fought right before that. Janabek, when the last time he been like a year or something since he fought, right?
Janabek, man.
He got 2 of the belts. Janabek holds 2 of them.
Janabek is only, to be honest, Janabek is only used to shame Demetrius Andre. Nobody gives a fuck about Janabek.
But I'm saying, but he got 2 of the belts.
Yeah.
So if he got 2 of the belts, why are you even worried about Crawford fighting? And Crawford done fought more recently than 2 of the champions at 54.
I think we're gonna see Jenna
I'm not looking because I'm not just looking at Buzz. I'm not looking at Buzz legacy. I'm looking at at where boxing in North America is at. He's the king, he's the face. So I want the face to fight the fight that we're asking for to keep the American and the sport engaged. Networks are leaving boxing. The networks are not American network. They already abandoned boxing.
He's old. You know what I mean? Like
So, but Usyk is old and Beterbiev is old.
And Canelo's old. Like, let's stop.
So what?
But
you don't have no wear and tear.
Who else has 3 undisputed titles?
Nobody.
Who else has been had?
So who's going to
fucked off?
So
now you got it on. Now we got to. So we got to wait on what?
He beat a washed fucking Spence. He beat a washed fucking Canelo.
I'm saying, isn't that work? Nobody else is fighting enough. Nobody's fighting enough to get undisputed.
Just like every sport, it goes on. Just because LeBron James won a final, the next year we're like, you know what?
But we're talking undisputed, my brother. We're talking undisputed. We got all these three weight classes, and you don't have nobody else out of all the weight classes.
Yeah, this guy that went 3 times undisputed is acting like a bitch, bro.
So when are they gonna fight?
Exactly. 3
Why
doesn't want to fight anyone. He doesn't want to fight anyone.
I'm not looking for presence.
Drops his belt at 168. Doesn't want to fight anyone. Doesn't want to fight anyone at 160.
You know what it is? It's just like we come of different people come from the of watching a particular sport from different era. I come from the era is when we have a cash cow like Oscar De La Hoya. And we didn't even need to ask Oscar De La Hoya to fight somebody.
Well,
Oscar De La Hoya was never in a position where the Oscar, you have to fight this one, man. Stop making us wait, Oscar.
Oscar De La Hoya.
No one.
Canelo last month.
No one in boxing is doing worse than what Teofimo Lopez is doing.
You mean asking
right now.
him to wait? You don't even know what the fuck he about to do. First off, y'all motherfuckers.
Nobody in boxing is doing worse than what Teofimo Lopez is doing right now.
It's hilarious.
Teofimo is the lineal champion at 140, and he doesn't want to unify with him.
And does he get smoke in this? And did he get smoke?
But he's getting caught, like you just said.
No, he's not. He's
Hold
hold
on.
on.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a
Though.
question.
He's not getting
this
any
community
smoke
get
behind.
smoked?
He is not getting any smoke behind. You know what he's doing? He's calling out big name fighters.
No. I said I'm not saying smoke. Does he get smoked by the fans?
Yeah.
No,
Yes.
he doesn't.
Okay.
No, he
Yes,
doesn't.
he
He's been
does.
getting the
Yes,
pass.
he does, bro. Come on, man.
He's been getting the pass because he's been calling out notable fighters that he's not going to make fights.
But he gets smoked for it. He gets smoked.
But the only reason he's not getting put in the volcano is because he's calling out big name fighters that he knows people want to see him fight, but he's not going to make the fights though. That's terrible. Now when Crawford called Canelo out, everyone said he was clout chasing and because he didn't want to fight this guy. So he went up to the guy's division on all his terms. He beat the guy up, basically retired him because Canelo probably won't even come back to boxing anymore.
Bud ain't called Canelo.
He did call Canelo out.
No, Turkey Out Shake is the one that put that battery on Bud.
Crawford been
Bud
Canelo
called out Jamel Charlo after the fight with Earl Spence.
Yeah, and then
let's
after
stop
Jamel
playing the game.
didn't
This is
want
not
the smoke.
Bud after Spence putting his chest out and say, I'm moving up to 168 to fight. No, that was Turkey Out Shake. If Turkey Out Shake didn't fling that money with Bud, I don't want you to fight Canelo, my friend. I believe you could go up. Come on, man.
Turkey would have never asked
Crawford had
for
enough
it.
interviews. But Crawford had enough interviews saying that it is not realistic for him to fight Canelo Alvarez. Let's not also forget that Bud said that the guy that actually was telling him to go fight Canelo Alvarez was Bill Haney.
Exactly.
No, Bud was never on this.
He needs to talk to Bill Haney.
Okay.
You need to talk to Bill Haney about that
Let
situation.
me say this real quick. So with the deal that Canelo Alvarez signed with Rahad season, it entailed Terrence Crawford in there. Reason being because Terrence Crawford, he's the one that first said he wanted to fight Canelo Alvarez. Because he wanted what Canelo Alvarez had. Canelo Alvarez.
All right, so Crawford's gonna fight
Canelo
the
Alvarez
top
is the face of boxing. He's the face of boxing. He's a champion.
He's gonna fight the top 168 pounders, right?
Turkey Out Shake was the one.
Crawford, he can call Canelo out. You know why?
Because
Canelo didn't fight David Benavidez.
Fucked up.
If Turkey Out Shake never said and put the money up, it's no promoter. Nobody will ever even try to match up a Bud and Canelo.
Punch drunk. Haven't I told you before that we have to thank David Benavidez for this fight? Let's thank David Benavidez for this fight, because if Canelo wasn't scared shitless of David Benavidez, we probably would have never got this fight. So thank you again, David Benavidez.
So you think Crawford is going to be?
Thank you again, David Benavidez, for making this happen.
Facts. That's why it's good. That's why it's good.
Because if Canelo had fought the fight that everyone wanted him to fight, if Canelo had fought the fight everyone wanted him to fight,
is Crawford going to beat
David Benavidez? Crawford wouldn't even been an idea. It wouldn't have been an idea for Rahad.
I don't feel sorry for Canelo. I don't feel sorry for Canelo. That's Canelo. That's on Canelo.
But this is high level chess. This is how you play high level chess in boxing, though. See the guys that we talking about now. These guys on the big stage, they're playing high level chess. So when you talk, because I keep hearing guys say, "Oh, this guy he's only fighting once a year," whatever the case may be. He's an older fighter. You feel what I'm saying? This is high level chess. You're only fighting fights that are going to get big promotion, big sponsorships on the biggest network.
No, I get it.
That's high level chess.
If we put our business cap on and we want to be managers, then of course we understand why Bud Crawford and other fighters moved. I can understand why Gervonta Tank Davis moved. If I put my business cap on, I will never be mad at Gervonta Tank Davis.
Oh no, that's a blatant duck.
No. If you put your business cap on, you will never be. How can you be mad at Gervonta Tank Davis for getting $40 million to fight an exhibition with Jake Paul?
I can give you one. I can give you one reason.
How?
Because he's the A side to everybody that anyone wanted him to fight. That was actually organically a boxer.
But
A side
as a businessman, how can you be mad?
Why would you give up your A side leverage to be the B side? That doesn't.
As a businessman, how can you be mad? If you're the manager of Gervonta Tank Davis and you're getting 25% after that $40 million he's getting, you're gonna be like, no. You know, Tank, we really gotta get that Lamar Roach money fight back. No.
No, I get that aspect of it, but this is the thing. If Tank Davis would have fought the guys that the public, which is what you're up here preaching, saying the fights that people want to see as far as American boxing, he would have made $40 million.
Right.
I don't know, man. Tank.
Right. He would have made more than that.
It's 40 million. But look, it's $40 million risking it, and there's $40 million for exhibition.
I will.
It's $40 million. He's gonna
It's
make
two
more
ways.
money than he has
I
made
get that.
in
I
an
get that. But it's two
exhibition.
ways.
So
It's
this
two
is
ways you
boxing.
gotta look
Anything
at
can
that, though.
happen, right?
It's two. But what if he goes in there and gets embarrassed by Jake Paul?
But
He'll never be able to live that down.
But look what I said. Look what I said for Bud. I said the best fight for Bud at one is the rematch with Canelo. That's still the biggest fight at 168.
No.
All right. So what's the biggest fight at 168 for Bud Crawford? What's the biggest fight?
I think he should move down to 160 and fight.
I said, what's the biggest fight for Bud Crawford at 168?
Big ball.
There's no fight at 168, bro. He's not fighting at 168.
It would have to be Hamza Shiraz or
That's a bigger fight. That's a bigger fight for Bud Crawford at 168. The biggest fight.
Absolutely not.
Bro.
I mean, look,
bro. He's not fighting that
Put the
fight.
feelings aside. Put the feelings like a businessman too. Put the
I don't
feelings
want to
aside.
see Canelo keep getting picked on, man. The fight's got to be competitive, man.
Don't
Like,
be all. We're talking. Is that we don't have. We're talking like this. Is not the hardcore. Like oh shit. Like think also business like that. Like you were saying, the biggest fight at 168 is still Canelo and fucking Bud Crawford.
But that's not going to happen.
What if we do Crawford and Hamza Shiraz and win?
It's not bigger. Nobody know who the fuck is Shiraz, bro. Nobody knows who
But
Shiraz is.
it'll be a big event in the UK though. It'll be a big event in the UK.
Exactly. It'd be huge in the UK.
But what about
how about if Bud Crawford fights Canelo Alvarez in the UK?
Fans, it's way more
Not,
boxing fans in the
not,
UK
if Crawford fight Canelo in the UK, that's crazy. That'd be crazy. I'll give you that. That's crazy. Business wise, that's crazy. Wembley Stadium.
Man, come on, man. I put it this way. Bud Crawford versus Chris Eubank Jr. is bigger than Shiraz and Bud Crawford. If Chris Eubank Jr. beats Conor Benn in the UK,
that's that?
Beats Crawford.
But that can't happen.
See that. If I would preach that fight at 168. Chris Eubank Jr. beats Conor Benn again. That shit will pack 100,000 in the stadium.
I think it'd be better if Conor Benn were to win. If Conor Benn wins,
Conor Benn is going to win.
The only thing with that Eubank fight is people
because Chris trained with Bomac.
They'll say it's like a cherry pick because Bomac is Eubank. He's coaching.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So it'll be an asterisk by that, but it is. I mean, money wise, it is a big fight. It is just like a setup fight though.
And stylistically, Conor Benn to give him a crazier fight.
What about Boots and Conor Benn?
That'd be a crazy fight.
Man, Boots don't want to fight nothing with a pulse, man. Come on.
I think it depends.
Nigga, stop playing. You know Boots the truth.
Boots is the future.
But that
he just did that interview with Ariel Hawani. He got to stand on the business that he said. If he gonna fight Virgil next, then we got to see that Virgil fight, man.
But wouldn't that be a good
Virgil gonna get hurt? You already know.
He said he already signed his part of the contract.
Virgil about to say he got a broken hand. He about
just
to
think about that. If Boots Ennis if Boots Ennis is getting $2 million to $3 million a pop to fight the Karens, the Stanionis, the this dude that he fought, that's what I'm looking at. I feel like Boots is going to milk Matchroom. They're going to milk him. Wow. As a businessman, why do I have to even? I'm going to get these easy guarantees.
We got to
look. This is the question that anyone can ask. Why is Jerron Ennis the only Matchroom fighter that hasn't participated on the Real High season card? So someone answer that.
Well, he ducked the Virgil.
Well, we all know that.
And he ducked the Tio. And he ducked the Tio.
The Tio fight that Devin
I ain't about
fight.
to call that a duck. When
he ducked the Tio.
That's definitely a duck. I know that's a guy.
Just be saying shit.
He ducked, bro. Like, come on, man.
Nobody didn't duck shit. The fuck is crazy shit.
Tio, bro.
Somebody outside your division. What sense does that make?
Think about it. What weight would you
All
think
right,
he could
There
have
so
you
fought
go.
Theo?
he ducked him to do what?
There you
He ducked
go.
him to
Read the
become a
screen. Read the
unified
screen. Read the
ring.
screen.
He ducked him to become a
Read
unified
the
champion.
screen.
That's what he ducked him for.
Read the screen.
What is the weight class he would have fought Theo with?
147.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. It couldn't have happened because he just told Brian Norman Jr. that he couldn't make 147 or more. So
Yeah,
he would have given him a clown.
he
Saying,
was
okay, I'm
being
a,
misleading doing that though. He was
no,
being
that's what I'm
misleading.
saying. That's what I'm saying.
Boots, but hey yo, hey, I'm a fan of Boots. Boots capped, bro.
Man,
Boots
look,
capped in that
he most
post-fight interview.
definitely capped.
Post-fight interview after the Karen saying, "Oh, it's harder him to make 154 than when he beat Karen, when Stanley Onis." And then he was chastising the reporters, saying, "You guys don't know nothing. I eat at the, I make the 147-pound easy. I actually eat at the same day of the weigh-in." Then he can't make 140. Yo, you can make 147. You can't make
I
147.
think it begins.
I
I think that's realistic
I
of a
never
fighter.
ever
It gets
heard.
harder and harder
I never
to
heard a
make the
fighter
weight.
say that they got a doctor's note, that they went to the doctor and got a doctor's note and excused him from a weight division. You know what I'm saying? Like he went to a urgent care. He went to a urgent care center, a little pop-up urgent care center, and got a doctor's excuse out of a weight division.
He went to City MD, bro.
Mind you, this is the same guy. Him and Eddie tried to get Brian Norman Jr. to sign a contract to fight Jerron Ennis while they had the Jin Sasaki fight going on. So obviously that fight was going to be contracted at 147 for a unification. But you can't fight Teofimo Lopez.
Yeah,
that fight doesn't interest you.
Yeah, he wanted to become. I think if you've been following the career,
a two-time lineal champion doesn't entertain you, and putting that on your resume. Stop it.
I think if you fair to the man, right, and you've been following his career, he's been saying he wanted to become undisputed. Crawford became undisputed and didn't want to fight. He skedaddled out the division. So he tried his best to unify, but he's also been out of the division for years. I remember when Teofimo moved up, or any fighter, Devin Haney moved up, or any fighter that moves up, before they move up, they just don't say like, "Oh yeah, I feel good." They say shit like, "Oh man, it was hard to make the class. I'm thinking about moving up." But that don't mean you got to move up immediately. He wanted to fucking attempt to unify and get these fights. These dudes that want to fight him, and then he couldn't do it in time. It got hard. He moved up. Like, it is what it is. I don't think that's a duck for Virgil Ortiz.
Because he got a contract.
I think Virgil Ortiz
had a contract on the table. Once you got a contract on the table, it's a duck.
He's trying to take advantage.
Eddie Hearn said that the money was better than it was good. They had a contract. Once you got a
why can't they do it right now?
You a duck.
Well, if Virgil Ortiz wasn't trying to get an advantage on him, what's
Eddie Hearn should have never said that he had contract.
So why can't they fight now, Punch? If Virgil
I like
Ortiz
that
wasn't
fight.
trying to get in,
I like all that. Hey yo, I love all that 160. I like all that 154 fights.
I guarantee you, Virgil Ortiz don't take it.
I like all that fight at 154.
I guarantee you, he don't take it.
Yeah, no, Virgil.
But you can't say that because there was
the whole time.
You can't say that. Just like me,
I
right?
can't say that.
You don't know what Tio got, but now if that fight, if now Tio can never say that Devin Haney doesn't want to fight him.
Don't want to fight fucking Norman,
right?
In the WBO.
Exactly. So we know
really come up there to fight.
So we know that he declined. So we know. We know that he declined. So we know that he declined the Haney. We know that he declined the Matias.
But he was gonna fight Boots in this.
Then we know that he declined Brian. I can't say, oh, Haney and Brian or Matias. I can never say that no more. I can never debate that with anybody. No, you duck
but
all
you
these
can debate
fights.
Boots though.
Of course, because he declined Boots.
The dude stretching.
He ducked because Boots ducked Tio. Boots ducked Tio.
Fucking athletic as shit.
Boots ducked Tio. Boots ducked Tio on Virgil.
Get the fuck out of
here. Tio didn't.
But Brian Norman, Brian Norman Jr. Brian Norman Jr.
Tio capping.
Brian Norman Jr. ducked Boots. Brian Norman Jr. ducked Boots. Boots ducked Virgil and Tio. And Tio ducked
Virgil wanted to try to take advantage of
and Tio ducked Haney. We keep it on boxing.
I love when y'all bring that angle up.
History of the sport.
Dover. I love when y'all bring that angle up about Tio. He'll fight this guy and that guy, but he'll fight Boots. Well, you got to understand that them guys is around the same age. Most of these guys we just mentioned, they're way more accomplished than Jerron Ennis is, and they all came up
right, Punch.
They all came up
together. More accomplished. Brian Norman more accomplished.
I know. I'm talking about Teofimo Lopez, Devin Haney,
Matias is more
And
accomplished.
Brian Norman, yeah, no, I get you.
Matias more accomplished than Boots. Matias lost already.
Yeah, but
While T.O. was in,
he's a two-time champion. He's a two-time champion at 140 though.
Two-time champion.
He's a two-time champion. The point.
Why you think that ring was on the line anyway for Stanionis? Why you think that ring was on the line?
Well, number 1 versus number 3.
They wasn't no ring. No ring. You ain't established yourself as being the man. They gave gave the ring because it was supposed to be Boots. It was supposed to be Boots and T.O. next. And that's the best versus the best in the division. That's Turkey out Shakes ring bell. So he like, we're gonna have T.O. We're gonna have T.O. T.O. can move up.
He heard that shit bullshit.
And T.O. can move up to become a 3-time lineal opportunity to fight for 3-time lineal champion. Hey, Boots ain't earned no damn lineal.
Motherfucker, T.O.
I definitely don't think T.O. or Devin Haney is scared of Boots. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like Boots he's got amazing skills.
Scared of everybody.
He's got amazing skills, but I'm gonna tell you this though. They came up in the amateurs with Boots, so Boots ain't. It's not like Boots is still like fucking Jaren. It's not like Boots is Jaren from W.
They're not scared of Boots. You know why they're not scared of Boots? Because Boots was never truly the man in the amateurs. The man was Gary Antoine Russell, Teofimo Lopez, and Shakur Stevenson of their class.
I'm done. I'm done.
Oh yeah, they don't give a that. Yeah, we should care about the amateurs. With the foreign fighters, we care about Triple G's amateur, Lomachenko's amateur, Baturbiev, Boval's amateur, Usyk's amateur. But when it comes to American fighters, why us Americans be shitting on the amateur, the Americans and the amateurs?
Because a lot of them they don't understand how the amateurs work.
I'm saying like. When you in the pros, like that's a different motherfucking thing.
Yeah, but this is the thing though, Dover, because you're a Lomachenko fan. How did Lomachenko come into the pros fighting champions first, second, third fight?
Medals.
Hey yo, if amateurs don't matter, why we talk about Keyshawn Davis versus Andy Cruz?
I'm talking about. I'm not saying the amateurs.
The amateurs matter.
The amateurs matter to develop your skill, but I'm saying
they matter in the WBO rankings. Look it up. The amateurs matter in the WBO rankings.
Translate into the pros is like, oh yeah.
Well, what you see right now, it is their amateur skill set.
Yeah, you can fast track them.
Nah, I've seen Boots early in his career. He's better. I've seen development from all these guys from their amateurs days.
That's why Keyshawn can move up so fast.
This ain't just them doing shit in the amateurs. No, they're way better.
I wouldn't say that.
Why you never hear Richardson Hitchens call out Gary Antoine Russell?
He know what it is.
Stylistically, that's a nightmare fight for him.
Because he lost 4 times to him in the amateurs. He don't want no fucking Gary Antoine Russell. He lost every time.
I could imagine him losing to Gary Antoine Russell with that style.
The reason why Richardson Hitchens never went to the Olympics is because he lost to Gary Antoine Russell. The reason why Bruce Ennis didn't go to the Olympics because he lost to Gary Antoine Russell. That's why these motherfuckers never call him out. Because
fucking Gary Antoine just got beat by Pollo. Like, what's that mean?
That doesn't mean that Boots and them could do it.
Stop.
I think Boots would beat the dog shit out Gary Antoine Russell.
Hey, yo, Boots never mentioned Gary Antoine Russell, bro. He never mentions that name.
I think Gary Antoine about to lose his next fight versus Harry Arioka, man. Andy about to put hands on that man.
It's gonna be a good fight. It's gonna be a good fight.
Andy about to put motherfucking hands on that dude. Come on.
Even though it got canceled,
I like Gary Antoine too. Gary Antoine got my favorite fighting style. I fuck with him, but he cool.
But he has to avenge that loss against Playo, but you know he did good against Rayo Venezuela.
I think he'll beat Playo too.
He can't fight Playo the same way he fought him before. I'll tell you that much, or is he gonna get picked apart again?
He about to get picked apart by Andy.
Styles make fights. Playo, he's an elite boxer.
Yeah, he went in with Pollo. He went in looking for a knockout.
Hey yo, if our Boots go for the weekend, go for the possible weakest link of the champions. Go after Xander Zayas. That's what
Xander's definitely not the weakest. Xander's not the weakest champion.
Go after Xander Zayas.
He is not the weakest champion at 154.
That's probably the worst fight for him.
No, yeah, exactly. Because Xander is big.
Xander nice.
Xander's big ass boost, and he can move. He can float like a
And
butterfly.
he might have a chin. Xander might got a chin for real. If Xander
No,
got a chin, it's a wrap.
Boost
It's
is
over.
going to get frustrated fighting Xander Zayas because
Exactly.
Xander has
Yo,
elite foot movement. He doesn't
that's
have
the
great
hardest
foot.
fight.
He has
So
elite
Xander is the second or the third best at 154.
I don't think he the best. I think stylistically, that's a tougher fight to deal with.
How old is Xander? What, 20, 21?
22, 23.
22, some shit like that.
The longer they wait to fight him, the worse it's going to be. I promise.
Exactly.
The longer they wait to fight him, the worse it's going to be. Xander's one of the only fighters that still roll punches. If y'all guys watch boxing, you guys watch boxing. How you say you watch?
I think he's nice. I think
Xander's one of the only fighters that still rolls punches. A lot of guys are too lazy to roll up under a punch.
I think these guys at 154 are war ready. That's the see. It's like we seen Virgil Ortiz take a punch and overcome. A lot of these guys at 154, I seen them overcome. I don't know yet. I don't know about that. I don't know.
Get a gift. You saw him overcome. I saw him get a gift. I saw Christmas.
I seen a good. I seen a good fight. Great fight. I never think that anything at 150. That's why that's always been my favorite division. I've been saying that ever since I came to this. Ever since I came to this community, I said 154. You ain't gonna see no
Shane Mosley
like Superman in 154. Not even Bud. 154 is tough. So I don't
think Virgil get past. I don't think Virgil get past Brandon Adams, dog.
Look, hey, this Virgil and Lubin fight is gonna be a good fight. If Virgil stop Erickson Lubin, I know for a fact Jerron Ennis ain't gonna fight him next. I can bet you that.
He has to. He has
no wait. He can't even wait.
They'll find some way to manipulate. To try and blame it on Virgil Ortiz.
No, I think that Xander Zayas is very, very good. I have him. That's the Puerto Rican version of Devin Haney.
That's
he might have a chin though, for real.
What? Devin Haney is good. Devin Haney is very, very good.
No, I mean, but his style, like his bounce, he's more athletic than Devin Haney. Devin Haney, his legs don't move. His legs move kind of funny now.
Devin Haney is highly accomplished, boy. That's not a knock. That is not a knock. That's a praise. That is a praise, bro. That's a praise. Xander Zayas is the Puerto Rican version of Devin Haney.
That's a good connection punch. Xander might got a chin though. Xander might have a chin, bro.
I'm saying, but he don't have a fight, right? Xander don't have nobody scheduled.
Nobody trying.
I believe he's gonna fight Josh Kelly
because Top Rank don't got nothing scheduled. They in
the
shelter right now.
Would be the easiest fight for Boots.
Top Rank is in the shelter right now.
I think that's who Boots should fight February.
What's good, Clay?
Good, Punch. What's good, family?
Chilling, man.
See y'all talking 154 energy. You know what I mean? Yo, I'm telling you, Xander.
Devin Haney.
He's got Devin Haney energy about him. He does to a degree, just without a lot of the BS that comes with it. But if you really look at 154, Xander is getting ready for the best 154 pounder every fight he takes.
Mm-hmm.
What fighters are the other 154 pounders fighting that get them ready for Xander?
The only other one is Erickson Lubin.
I mean, they're not. They getting caught up in stylistically. They're getting stylistically comfortable, and they're gonna jump in the ring with Xander, and he's gonna frustrate the shit out their asses. They not gonna want to deal with him.
That could happen. That also could happen.
I would say Xander's biggest threat is gonna be Abbas Baru. Like you gotta stay away from him. But everybody else, Xander's a live dog, man.
Xander, his stamina is the gear ahead of most of them guys at 154.
But then that's what I'm saying. It also depends. Like, yo, look at it's a lot of styles. But the thing is, at 154 is you got boxers, but those boxers also throw down and fight.
Like who's the boxer?
Lubin could box, but he'll fight.
Yes, Lubin, yes.
Virgil could box, but he'll fight you.
Virgil, I want to see when he fights Lubin. I want to see. I'll see. I'll wait. I'm gonna wait on that. I think he might, but I'm gonna wait.
Boots could box, but he'll fight you.
Facts.
Jamel Charlo could box if he comes back.
I'm
but
not
he'll
sure
fight you.
how good.
Jamel, yeah, if he comes
This
back.
is what
for
I'm
sure.
saying. They're like boxing punchers, right? I'm talking about just pure boxing the whole 12 rounds, like a Devin Haney would do or Shakur would do. I'm not sure if Boots and Virgil are capable of that.
I think 154 is different than 140 and 135.
Outside of Virgil, which one of those guys at 154 can really fight on the inside?
I say this. You know what? Okay. You know what would have been a good test for Boots Ennis rather than fighting Lima was if he would have fought Josh Kelly and then moved to a Xander Zayas fight.
That would have been
I like that.
Yeah, I like that. Would have been.
Because he could box. He's an Olympian. He'll box. He'll move. He uses legs and stuff like that. And if we can imagine at that, then we could see it.
I would say save Xander for last. He might be able to avoid
that's a bad style matchup for Boots though. Like Boots,
that's the worst style matchup for him.
If you save Xander, it might work out because he looks like he's outgrown the division. To be honest with you,
see how Karen had him frustrated, bro. If you got lateral movement, you're gonna frustrate him, man.
And then 154, the buzz is what the dudes with power anyway. So you could probably just take that.
No, I mean you can have power 154, but they definitely got enough pop to make him respect him. You feel what I'm saying?
Good though, they know these 154. They know how to close that
even
gap.
that guy that Xander fought for the WBO belt, right now, mind you, nobody knew who the dude was. He was awkward as hell. That dude, he went through Charles Conwell though, made Charles Conwell look like he wasn't even a factor at 154.
Nah, I wouldn't. Nah. He didn't do all that.
He didn't do all that.
Yes, he did.
Conwell got
to the
tired.
point. Conwell changed his trainers. He ain't even training. He ain't even training where he was training at no more.
That's what I'm saying. Look, he was tired. He got he need to run some miles. But the fight wasn't bad. He did everything was good.
Yeah, he lost for sure, but he didn't.
I'm just saying the guy that Xander fought for the WBO because everybody like, oh, Xander got gifted a belt, this and that, and the third. Like the dude that he fought, he knocked off one of the names at 154. He took his zero. You feel what I'm saying? And that dude's style was very awkward. He got a very awkward style.
He throw a lot of combinations. He's and he got heavy hands too. He got some power on him too.
So look,
that's why I think Xander might have a chance because he got hit, but he wasn't really fucked up.
He was in shape. Xander was in shape. He's always in great shape.
So check this out, big picture, right? You already see what Boots did. He went in there, he won in the first round. So now you got getting ready to fight Lubin, Ortiz and Lubin. That's not going to end so fast. I think that's going to be a war.
I think so too. I think it'll be a fight of the year candidate.
So by that being a war, we know that Ortiz is not going to be ready to fight Jerron Ennis. So what do you think he should do? He should get back on. He should get ready to fight. He need to get.
Say he injured.
Look at Lubin. Look at Lubin with Fundora, and then look at Lubin with Ramos. Even though that people was mad, I went to that fight and I said, "Yo, if Lubin takes these last two rounds, he's gonna win this fight." People like, nah, you don't. I said, watch. He got the second half of this fight.
He Trinidaded that dude. He put that Trinidad energy in the air.
He boxed, he make adjustment, and that's what it is. He showed you. Lubin have showed you different styles. Like if I just want to box, and I've spoken to Kevin Cunningham about that. He like, yo, when he boxes, it's hard to beat him. The problem is with Lubin is that Lubin when he wants to brawl, but once he stay disciplined to a game plan.
Look, what I'm saying,
he's very, very good.
Who you got winning that fight though? Punch.
Virgil.
You have a winner?
I got Virgil.
You got Virgil. You think Virgil does it? Yeah.
I got Virgil just because if he would have stood with Kevin Cunningham, I think they would have a better game plan. I just don't feel like he's gonna come with a better game plan.
Who's he with now? Yeah, he did leave Cunningham. Who's he with now?
K. Karoma.
Cunningham left him.
Yeah, Erickson Lubin. He with K. Karoma.
I don't know who, huh?
Yeah, I never heard of that.
Thurman gonna fight.
Isn't he with the coach with the same coach with Edgar Berlanga?
Who?
Erickson?
No, Erickson Lubin. He with K. Karoma, the one that
Karoma, yeah, from New York.
The one Shakur's old coach, the Olympic.
Coach K. Karoma.
Oh, he with Coach K?
Yeah, he with K. Karoma.
Listen, man.
He's a good coach. But how long he's been with him?
They didn't work with each other a little bit during the Olympics? I'm not the Olympics during the Didn't they work with each other a little bit?
He's with Carrington.
Listen, man, I'm leaning towards Virgil, but I'm telling you guys the same way I was saying about Fabio Wardley and Joseph Parker. I said there's some intangibles in here, and we need to see. I need to see who Virgil Ortiz really is. He got good fights. You got to give him his respect. Shout out to Showbiz. No excuses in boxing, but the reasons are the reasons. Serhii Bohachuk, a lot of people thought Virgil lost that fight, man. He got sat on his pockets. He sat in there and fought too long on the inside and couldn't adjust. He wouldn't adjust. What happened to the adjustments? They weren't there. He started to make me feel like he doesn't have enough dimensions to his game. And then when he fought Madrimov, respect, no excuses. But Madrimov was coming off of an upper respiratory infection.
Both
Did he
of them
have
vulnerabilities.
the conditions, the conditioning? I question if the Madrimov who fought Terrence Crawford fought Virgil Ortiz, how that fight may have looked a little bit different. But it's all good. He got that win. Going into this fight with Erickson Lubin, I think he can capitalize. I think he can bring that boxing pedigree into the ring, and I think he can punch too. I think he's a combination of Serhii Bohachuk and Madrimov. If he can be poised, if he can carry himself accordingly and not get dragged into a fight, I think he can beat this dude, man.
But that's what makes it good leading up to this fight, that we seen Virgil with those styles,
Mm-hmm.
and he beat, whether it's close, whatever, but he beat those styles.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. So I think it will prepare him good for a Lubin fight. Also, I think that Virgil got a better chin than Lubin. Lubin does get stunned. Lubin got dropped. Lubin have done the Holy Spirit. You know what I'm saying, with Jamel Charlo.
Yeah.
He even got buzzed in the championship round versus what's his name? The dude that Tim Tszyu fought in America for the first time. What was his name?
Tim Tszyu fought in America?
Yeah, his first fight in America
was Terrell Goucher?
Yeah.
Terrell, yeah.
Terrell stunned him.
Mm-hmm.
I think a boxer beats Ortiz.
So okay, so we talking about Boost and Virgil. So what's up with that IBF monster over there? My man Bakram. You feel?
I don't think he's a monster in my opinion.
Bakram is another one.
He's a monster. He's a monster.
No excuses.
He's a destroyer.
But there's reasons. That he's another one of those no excuses, but reasons. He got paid a lot of side money, and he looked good against I don't know if y'all want to argue, but a shot Tim Tszyu. Like,
no,
right?
I don't
Like
think
a shot Tim Tszyu?
I don't think Tim Tszyu was shot.
Okay.
Tim Tszyu, he came off a tough fight with Sebastian Fundora, tough cut.
That man got hit in the first round and said like this.
Yeah, but you know that phrase.
He grabbed his head. I said
though,
he's
right?
stuck. He's done. He's stuck.
You know that phrase in boxing, though. We can even go to the Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia fight, hooking with a hooker. You feel what I'm saying? Like, ain't nobody throwing a left hook like Bakram at 154. Especially if they fight him before Ramadan or after Ramadan. Because the one fight before, yeah, he didn't look supernatural. That's because he participated in Ramadan. He was fighting, so he didn't really get to train and stuff like that. You fight that man after Ramadan passes or before that, I promise you're going to see a devastating performance in there. He's a destroyer.
This is the thing about boxing.
So you think that? Do you think that Lubin? Do you think that Lubin picked Virgil because he could have got a war? He could have fought for the world title. Did he fought Virgil Ortiz because he see weakness in Virgil Ortiz, or because he see that there's more money with the Virgil Ortiz? Because he turned down to opportunity to be a champion. I call him the king of the eliminators. He fought like 5-6 eliminators in career, and now he got to the point to fight for the world title, and he chose Virgil Ortiz. So is he going to be prepared to collect the check, or be prepared to actually beat Virgil Ortiz? Which I think
it's more reward and less risk.
I'm conflicted with that. I ain't gonna lie, because if he does beat Virgil Ortiz, that means he does get his rematch with Sebastian Fundora.
That's why he did it.
So I'm a rock with him just on the strength of how he been carrying himself. He don't strike me as somebody that's trying to stay away from tough fights. Never have. So I do think he wants to fight Virgil, get the WBC interim so he could fight Fundora again. So I ain't gonna say he avoided Bakram. You feel what I'm saying? Because it's a lot of politics you know, when you got to fight Bakram, you know, far as like, you know, who you do business with, whatever the case may be.
Is Virgil and Boots becoming the new Pac and Biggie, meaning that now is Virgil Ortiz fans hates Boots and Boots Virgil fans hate Virgil, so now they're gonna downplay Virgil and Virgil fans going downplay Boots. It's
Cal Mayweather.
If
No,
Virgil
I
and
don't think
Boots
it's
are the Biggie and the Pac,
Nas and
Xander's
Jay-Z
Nas.
talking point.
Nas is Xander. Xander's Nas. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, no.
Yeah, he is, bro.
Nas is king. Nas is king. No. He ain't no damn no Xander.
Bro, he the ether. I'm telling you, he the ether.
Nas is Jamel.
Hell no. Jamel is like
154?
Nah, Jamel is what's that guy's name who Pac had to get out of there? Chino XL, nigga, rest in peace.
People staying with that Jamel Charlo performance of Canelo at 168. We gotta base on what he did at 154.
Come on, wait, punch though. It's not about what about that performance with Canelo turned the boxing space against. Let's be honest. It was a fact. It wasn't that he lost. It's the fact
he
that
fought.
No, it's the fact that he
it's
lost.
the way he fought and the way he celebrated. At least I ain't get knocked out.
Yeah.
The question about Jermell Charlo, and he can earn it back very easily, right? He just has to fight again. He has to show us, but he has to show us, man. I question if he still got the heart of a lion. Does he want to fight? Is he still got some legacy about him? Does he have some pride about him? Is he going to put it on the line, or is he going to come in for the biggest bag? And as soon as he sees it gets hard, is he going to tap out of the fight and walk away?
I think Bud made it worse for the way the way that he performed. He made it worse for Jermell Charlo, because even the way that we saw William Skull run from Canelo, I'm like, okay, Canelo always got something that's making these dudes fight uncharacteristic. But Bud, because how Bud performed, is like now they looking at more Jermell Charlo like, man, look at what Bud did, and you want to fight Bud. See, even Jermell Charlo calling out Bud
sound crazy.
People like, what? Look what you did with Canelo. Now they're not even seeing them like and I'm a Charlo guy too. So
see the thing with Charlo, he in a crazy position right now, because say he do fight Bud or whatever the case may be, or just even decides to go do business with Turkey Al-Sheikh. If he goes over there and he performs like he did against Canelo, or worse, loses or gets stops, that means he can't go back to the PBC. He'll be done. So he's in a tough position right now. So do I go over here? Do I take the bait, or as the public is saying now, sell out to Turkey Al-Sheikh, or do I stay over here where I was grown at PBC and just withstand the rain over here? You feel what I'm saying?
If he stay over there, he's not going to even be fighting. Let me tell you. When Jamel said, yeah, man, but I ain't leaving 154 because that was a problem, I'm telling you, his heart is, I'm questioning this dude. This dude got to show me, bro. So you telling me if you get a chance to fight Terrence Crawford, he got to come to 154 to fight you?
You know what it is also, you know what it is that Jamel really don't balloon up like other fighters. Jamel's really walking around, and I know it for a fact. He walking around 168, 170. He don't balloon. He stays in shape. He was. I
do believe when he said
it was supposed to be Jamal Charlo versus Canelo, and Jamal Charlo pulled out from the negotiations because he was going through mental. It wasn't supposed to be Jamel. Jamel, he substituted for his brother.
I do believe him when he said his coaches was in conflict, though.
It was.
They were.
Yeah, I believe that 100%.
You seen me in the corner that night when Derek was screaming at him. Yo, let me tell you something. Oh my God, bro. This dude Jermell Charlo, they asked him if there was anything you could have changed in your camp, what would you have changed? That man said, I would have learned how to talk Spanish. I said, there's an issue in that camp, bro.
That's not what the interview with Jamel, because
I don't think it was Guzman's fault. I think it was Derek James.
It was.
You know that Derek wasn't there. That's why he's letting you know that he wasn't working with Derek.
It was because the thing is, he was preparing Jermell Charlo. I'm saying he was preparing Earl Spence and Anthony Joshua and Ryan Garcia.
Yes.
He didn't have time for him.
Right.
Frank Martin.
So Guzman and him created the game plan.
Right.
By the time that Derrick James came in, he's not respecting the game plan of Guzman. But that's it, my brother. But Guzman is here. He lives with me. He stays with me. He's my coach. But the thing is, you got me to a championship. You know, as a championship fighter, you alter my style. I became a knockout artist. So he respected Derrick James and the things that he accomplished, but he already got in tune with Guzman and the conflict of Guzman and Derrick James. Derrick James didn't respect Guzman, and that was the conflict right there. So why you think he calling out? He could fight Earl Spence now. He don't give a damn. And I think that Guzman is the reason why he beat Castaño in the second fight.
Yo, bro, I'm so happy you broke that. I've been saying that. I said that right after the fight. I said that before the fight with the Spanish line. I remember it in my brain when he said, if there's anything I could have changed, I would have learned Spanish. I said, bang, there's an issue right there. There's a problem. I said, Derrick James is spread too thin, bro. Frank Martin, Anthony Joshua, Errol Spence. I remember when he did the interview. I remember everything. This is how much I was on it. When Derrick James said, when they asked him, do you think you have too many fighters? He's like, no, I got them spread perfectly, man. I give them each 2 hours apiece. I said, 2 hours apiece for the undisputed super welterweight champion of the world, for the who you think is going to be the welterweight champion. Are you giving Anthony Joshua 2 hours? He done flew from England. Bro. He's living in the States, got a kid and everything, and you giving him 2 hours and then sending him home? Nah, diabolical. That is not happening, bro. Shakur Stevenson left Coach K because Coach K had a couple other fighters. He said, I can't do it. I need exclusive energy, bro. I'm a superstar, bro. It's all about me.
Did AJ lose when he was with Derrick James?
Yeah.
He didn't lose.
Terrence.
He beat Jermaine.
Only with one camp.
He beat Jermaine. He didn't lose.
That's what I'm saying. I think, because I think AJ.
Anthony Joshua?
He's on my Earl with conviction.
Yeah, Earl, what he in the for Earl when he picked champ?
AJ. You said EJ or AJ?
AJ. I said AJ.
Oh, AJ.
Yeah.
Yeah, he started punching with conviction again when he got with Derrick James.
But 2 out of the 3 fighters lost that was in the camp with him.
Yeah, no, fighters were losing, bro. I mean, Frank Martin obviously lost.
I knew
Errol lost. Errol lost.
Like that.
Ryan Garcia left.
He was bringing his kids to camp. I mean, he was bringing his kids to the gym. He did that when he was with Akim Barak. He said, he don't really jack that. And then he hadn't got paid.
I told Henry Garcia myself. I said, I might as well you coach your son Ryan, because he still fights like the way you coached him.
Yeah, he don't listen to nobody. He don't listen to nobody. That's for sure. He definitely don't listen to nobody.
Yo, if you put it this way, if you're a fighter, because Derrick James is a fighter. He's a fighter. He's a coach, and not only just a coach, high-profile fighters. You should know how to cut weight. You don't need to hire a scooter in the 11th hour to help Ryan Garcia cut weight. And then when he shows up in the hotel, Scooter, he said it with Mills said, he said, oh, I called Derrick James if you want to meet him. And he says, no, I already heard about you. I heard you do a good job. You telling me you're going to work on my fighter in the 11th hour. I'm the head coach, and I'm not even going to meet you? Nah. Derrick James was there to collect paychecks.
He have to
Yo, Punch is talking that shit right now, bro. Nobody has ever, that I've heard, sorry, I'm sure somebody has, nobody's ever been honest about the situation the way they need to be when it comes to Derrick James, the topic of Derrick James. They jump on you. Oh, you're gonna blame it's the fighter. It's a fighter. Everybody want to blame the coach. Hey, bro, no, bro. That man was spread thin, bro. He played bad. You know what I'm saying? It was bad pool with him, bro. It was bad. He didn't play the game right, bro. And you can tell by the way the fighters reacted to it, man. You can tell the way Jamel reacted. You can tell the way Errol reacted. You can tell the way everybody left. Even Frank Martin left, bro. He's gone, bro. It's something about that wasn't working. And then now he's where is he? Is he with Ryan Garcia now? Is he working with Ryan now?
Right. Wait.
No, he's with Alicia Baumgartner.
Right. Alicia Baumgartner. Yup.
Yeah, but I mean, look,
Even Alicia didn't look that good in her last fight,
yeah,
bro.
she looked terrible.
Low
She
key.
looked terrible. But did you hear him after the Crawford and Spence fight? Like, did you hear what he said? Like in the post fight interview, he was like, we go to the next one. You get like his energy is so nonchalant towards like you literally just watch Errol Spence get dog shit beat out of him, and then you just sitting there like, I got Anthony Joshua.
You left him.
I got Jamil Charlo. You feel what I'm saying? Like
You left the next day, bro. He left Earl Spence the
that's what
next
I'm
day.
saying. But then when we find out it's a money issue involved in now we see why he wasn't as passionate about it, because like if he had won that fight, that would have put him in a whole nother stratosphere. You feel what I'm saying? As far as coaching,
You heard when he said, I really don't have a relationship with Earl Spence outside of the gym. You know what I'm saying? I'm like,
right. Yup. I remember that too, man.
He was a little bit more vocal about it when he did a couple interviews. He was talking about like how he didn't like that his kids was in the gym there. You feel what I'm saying? Like he felt like the gym was only there for the time with fighters, which would make sense because he got a whole list of fighters to deal with. So if he mapping them out hour, 2 hours, you feel what I'm saying? That you definitely ain't gonna be able to get your work in.
Well, that means you ain't take control. They don't respect you as the head coach.
Right. In the ring too. In the ring, they said his fighters used to go rogue on him all the time in fights, bro. Harold would do it, Frank would do it. They all, they weren't listening to him.
They ain't listening. They did. They got to take accountability, man.
Yeah,
when you
the fighters take accountability, but the fighters could take truly accountability. But the head coach that's getting paid should take accountability as well. Oh, I want to bring my kids. No, you're not bringing your kids. Hey, yo, we got to get to the grind, man. I need you focused. Ryan Garcia, he's partying with DJs and from my block on a Tuesday on fight night with Devin Haney.
That's another thing you said too. I'm the head coach. Like Derrick James, he doesn't have any assistants. You feel what I'm saying? Like he does all this on his own solely because I guess he doesn't want to work. He doesn't want to work with another dynamic.
You don't want to break bread.
He don't want to cut that percentage.
I mean, which is fine, but like I agree with what you're saying. Like if you got this level of fighters and you got to deal with them, then you got to set the standard in the gym. It can't be none of that in the gym at all.
It's like that. Look at what Oscar De La Hoya says about Floyd Mayweather Sr. He said that's the only guy that could make me wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning. He was no nonsense. He was because a guy like that don't give. There's certain coaches. That's why I love Coach Kevin Cunningham. Because he the type is my way or the highway. I don't need you. I'm living a good life. I'm good. You're going to have to do what you got to go through my regiment, my program.
100%.
Or you out the door. Get the fuck out. Adrian Broner, Lubin, get out. All right. That's the way coaches should be.
Yeah, I agree 100%, bro. That's it. It's supposed to be tough. When I think about coaches, I think about Rocky's coach, right? I think about Mickey. Like I think about, that's what boxing coaches used to look like in my mind, right? Just some mean motherfucker who's just telling you shit you don't want to hear and making you do shit you don't want to do, bro. Like Mike Tyson said, when he had Customato, he's like, discipline is doing something you hate like you love it. You know what I'm saying? Who's gonna get you to do that outside of a good coach who's gonna be like, I ain't trying to hear none of that shit you crying about. Give me mines. Get them miles on. Give me mines. Wake up. Give me mines, bro. If you don't give me mines, get up out of here, bro. I want what you owe me, bro.
That makes Manny Stewart such a fucking legend, man.
And you know why? And this is the real shit. You know why? Because in the end of the day, you have not. Now I'm not gonna say fully control, but you are also responsible of dictating your fighter's health in that ring. You have the power to throw the towel. You have the game plan. You hope that your fighter execute the game plan. But this is a fighter's. That's his life that he's putting on the line. So you got to give it 100%, and you got to let your fighters know. I need you at 100% because you're risking your life, and I'm also responsible as well. You don't think that shit hurts on Buddy McGirt that his fighter died? He might not talk about it, but he died on his watch. He died on his watch.
Yeah.
That's
You know what
true.
I'm saying?
But look, to just to be a devil advocate, Derrick James never seen Earl Spence in that position, and he know a lot of pride. He knows that he has a lot of pride. So to see him in that position, he giving him every opportunity he can to fight back, and it was just a stunner for both of them.
I always felt first and foremost, I always felt that I always felt Bud and Thurman would beat Spence because of the style. And the style of Derrick James is for you to sit down on your punches. You will be a stationary fighter. See, that's what helped Charlo. Because now he made Charlo sit on his punches. But to go up against like a guy like Castaño, what Guzman helped him was the footwork, lateral movement, getting back to the athleticism part.
Mhm.
That right there, like Earl Spence, he was just too stationary. I always said, man, he stays in line and he fight in the style that Derrick James was fighting when he was a pro, and boom, he was gonna get licked up, paused by Bud or Thurman. Believe it.
I think Spence would have whooped Thurman ass,
I
but the
don't think
Bud
so.
fight, it's just Bud just so happened to be the GOAT, man. Like
I don't know.
Nah,
I don't know
you
why
can't
people
blame
I
think
gotta
Spence
so.
for
disagree
getting
with
his
that.
ass beat by the
I
GOAT.
ain't gonna lie. When Bud came to 147, I thought Keith Thurman was gonna be the toughest fight.
Yeah, stylistically, I could see that because Keith
No,
Thurman move
it's
around,
I agree with that. I think that would have been the
but
toughest one
Spence
too.
versus Thurman,
Thurman
Spence,
got
bro.
devastating power in both his hands, man. Thurman not sweet. I don't know why people think
I don't know
Like,
Thurman is
you
sweet.
know
Spence
why?
ain't
You know
sweet.
why? Because it was the narrative of when he was calling out Floyd, and then Floyd put Spence and say, "Why don't you fight Spence?" And that's when a lot of people in
Because
the
he didn't want to
community
fight.
started shaming Thurman with Spence. And Spence
He didn't
knocking
want to fight.
people out. Now it's all Thurman scared Spence, and then it's this divided community of shaming Thurman with Spence. But I don't know why. Look at it. Thurman's career, even in his vulnerabilities when he gets hurt, whatever. I don't know why they think that shit is sweet with Thurman. I never understood that about
Yeah,
people. I don't know why.
Thurman a good fight. No, nobody's saying Thurman not a good fighter, but Spence will go through him, bro.
Even publicly, Bomac said
Stylistically.
that Thurman would give Bud the toughest fight. I've spoken to Bernie the Boxer throughout the years. On my channel. He used to be on my channel all the time. We spoke about it. I've spoken to Coach Red. Everybody in Bud's Crawford's camp always felt that Thurman was going to be the most difficult fight at welterweight.
That's a fact. Thurman
for
was
that
that guy,
style,
though.
yeah.
He was really that guy. I think the thing with Thurman with me, he's got me once again. The inactivity.
Yeah.
Is he the same? I mean, even when you look at him with the hairline, the hair, you're just watching him. I'm just being honest, like you're just watching him change, and you're saying to yourself, is this the guy? Because who am I thinking about when I say that he's great? I'm thinking about the guy who beat Danny, the guy who beat Sean Porter, the guy who was the social fire. I'm not thinking about the guy who fought Mario Barrios. I'm not thinking about
change.
You know what I'm saying? So who is he now? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I'm kind of nerve-wracked from him. To be honest with you, I've been campaigning for Thurman to use this opportunity to campaign.
Bro.
I've been campaigning for Thurman to push for Manny Pacquiao. Get that Manny Pacquiao fight at the end of January, bro. Get the hell up away from Sebastian Findor. Cut that way.
What is the Manny Pacquiao fight gonna do for him?
Get him some money because that's what he needs right now.
That's what I'm saying.
I want to keep
Thurman get some money. That's why he's boxing right now. He's boxing for some money, man. Let him get some money. Let him fight Manny, get a big bag, you know what I'm saying? And if at the end of the Manny fight, now your price, I think you beat Manny. I think you beat Manny.
What they gonna fight at 154?
Man,
The fight at 147 or fight at
that Nepal trip really messed up my guy Thurman,
when him and
man.
Sebastian Findor fight,
the Nepal trip.
Keith Thurman is
versus
going
man.
to beat Sebastian Findor. Mark my word.
Thurman and Jamel.
Mark my words. When Keith Thurman, when he fights Sebastian Findor, he's going to beat Sebastian Findor. And he's
I don't know about that, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
He's going to beat Sebastian Findor.
What is the Manny Pacquiao fight gonna do for
Findor's going to
Thurman?
throw a lazy
Money.
and he's going to clip him. He's going to clip
Oh, the
him.
money, bro. Come on now. He's gonna get a bag.
He'll be a 2-division world champion.
Bro,
You get the money.
To see old ass.
Hey yo, if Thurman beats Fundora, He's top dog to me at 154.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I want to see him in Jerron Ennis fight.
Okay, but if he loses to Sebastian Fundora, that's interesting that you say that, because I'm not even mad at you, right? I'm not even mad at that, right? But if he loses to Sebastian Fundora, who is he?
Go sit down.
Who Thurman?
Yeah.
Fundora?
If he gets stopped, he becomes a gatekeeper.
Or loses. If it's a bloody mess like that Tim Tszyu fight, and he ends up taking a loss, who is Thurman on the other side of a loss to Sebastian Fundora in a brutal beating, like a brutal fight? Let's not say beating. Let's just say a brutal fight.
Then he's just the name. He'll be like a
gatekeeper.
He's a gatekeeper, right? I was saying that the other night on my guy's channel. Shout out to Johnny in the Hangout. I was saying that. They were like, how are you going to say that? I said, I'm telling you, if he don't win this fight, he's either the guy and he wins this fight, or he's the gatekeeper if he loses. There's no middle ground for him.
They will all be calling for Keith. If he beats Fundora,
right.
He'll be the money guy. Him and Virgil. Somebody
in here got the YouTube up.
I think Boost the biggest draw at 54, man. With match.
Nah, he's not.
If Thurman beats Fundora,
he's selling out his home.
Yeah, he's a champion now. He got the belt. It's gonna be hard to take a belt up off that guy, bro.
Don't get it twisted. That's
man,
Philly.
Boost ain't never even been on pay-per-view. He ain't never been on pay-per-view. How is he a bigger draw than Thurman?
I want to see Boots at least if he could do that same shit that he does in Philly and in New York. Do it in Vegas. Do it in somebody else. Your backyard is your backyard.
That's what's been to happen, though. They know that. Eddie said it. That's what's been to happen. He's about to go on the road. He's on the road. He got to.
They don't want Keith to get that belt because Keith gonna talk. He gonna talk.
Sebastian Fundora, if he gets through Sebastian Fundora, I'm with you, Punch. I'm right there with you. If he gets
he's the guy. He is going to clip Sebastian Fundora.
I don't know about that.
Yo, Clay, I think you're wrong. I think if Thurman gives Fundora a good fight, I mean he doesn't necessarily go down to gatekeeper. Like we talking about Fundora, we talking about 6'6", 154 pounders that have been putting in work on everybody. So, I mean, especially Keith Thurman inactivity. If he give Fundora a good fight, I don't necessarily think his stock might grow, if anything.
Depending how he loses, then it depending.
Depending.
For sure, that's how I feel.
Yeah.
He said Darrell Van Saint will shake up 154 in 29-26. Or you mean 2026?
Shout out to Trini. Trini brought him up to me earlier today, man. I gotta look him up, man. I don't even lie to you, man. I haven't seen him fight, man. I gotta check him out.
Yeah, because with Boots, man, it's time to step the competition up, bro. So who y'all trying to fight now? Fernando Vargas Jr. or something? Come on, man.
Just go beat up come on, man, bro. Boots is. I don't mind the way Boots is moving.
I can't jack how Boots is moving.
Nah, talking about right. So Boots just fought.
Why not?
You don't need tune-ups when you coming off unifying a division.
Bro, Boots just fought Lima though, and Lima's a top 10 contender in three different sanctions.
They just put us there.
I ain't gonna lie, Coda. I'm not finna sit here and give Lima no props. I'm very much able to accept the fact that Lima was there to get what Lima caught. And I think the reason I don't got no problem with it is because I believe Boots division is like a house. Somebody's mic is up, bro. Somebody got to
hear me out. Real quick though, Bohachuk got offered 7 figures though.
So I got no issues.
So that's what I'm saying. So he went down a list. Lima's not the obviously, he's not the best.
I'm right there with you.
I mean, he went
down. What
I'm
saying is, Eddie Hearn, who is this? Who is doing it to me with the mic? Okay, thank you. Eddie Hearn, I think, wanted to get Boots on the same cycle, as the rest of the 150. He did not want him to go off schedule. He wanted his fighter to fight inside that window no matter what, so that when it came time to make the fights, he's going to be available around that time. So it was more important to get him a fight around that time period. And I think Lima just checked the boxes. The thing about it with Boots for me is I don't think he doesn't fight everybody. If I thought he was going to carry it like Tank, You know what I mean? I'd feel some kind of way, but I know he's going. I believe at least he's going to fight everybody. I think he's going to. He wants to. Watch. I think he's going to fight everybody, bro.
He got 30. He got 35 fights. He could have did that. Look.
What do you mean he could have done that? Come on, man.
Look, we can talk there. We can talk Sergey
Bro.
Bobachek. We can talk Josh Kelly. The fact that they sent the contract to Abel Ramos, not Jesus Ramos, Abel Ramos, and Eddie Hearn tried to justify that, saying, "Oh, we sent it to contract to everybody." That lets me know right there that they are strategically putting him in there with certain guys that's going to make him look a certain type of way when he's in their fight.
Yeah, first of all, he sent a contract to both of them, if anything. Secondly, hold on, hear me out real quick. Can I finish?
Ramos said he was lying.
And as soon as they get wind of it, they come out publicly and let everyone know that, hey, I didn't get a contract.
Yeah, when you finish, let me know so I could talk. You finished?
He's saying that because he's muting, because he wants to mute his mic because his mic is echoing. So he wants to, when you're done, let him know so he can talk, and because he's not going to echo when he's talking.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Coda.
Listen, right? So this is the problem, right? So Lubin is already fighting Ortiz, right? Fondora's fighting Thurman, right? So who exactly is it that you wanted Boots to fight for his first fight at 154?
Bakram.
Ortiz.
All right. So say first of all, wasn't Bakram like injured or something? That's why he hasn't fought. I mean, but say he wasn't, right? Say he wasn't, and say, Bakram, say he's ready now, and say they sent the contract to him, right? And they and then they fought. Like, what? Where's and then they fought. Like, then what? Like, I mean, what's the problem with that first fight? How do you know that he didn't send a contract to Bakram? How do you, like, this is the problem. Like, I don't understand the hate for Boots. Like, obviously there's talent there. There's
Crawford fanboys.
Like, there's obviously talent there. So what's the hate for? Like, you said he could have done that. He could have done that when he
let me know when you want me to go.
You can go. He just muted himself. Go ahead.
All right, look. First off, it was a whole lot of things put out on the YouTube media about sending this to this guy, sending this to that guy, and then ultimately we got a clip from Turkey Al-Sheikh saying that he talked to Jaron Ennis, and he elaborated that he wanted 2 tune-up fights. And what he told him that is, if you want to fight tune-ups, then you let Eddie pay for that. When you actually want to fight a 50-50 fight or an interesting fight, then we can do business. So that there, kind of puts that to rest. You feel what I'm saying? Plus, he also said that a lot of guys don't want to fight Bakram, after his performance against Tim Tszyu. And after he just did what he did to Lima, Bakram tweeted and said, I'm ready. He's ready because, Lubin chose to fight Virgil Ortiz. I guess they were supposed to do a purse bid because he was the IBF mandatory. He decided to go another sanctioning body. So Bakram's ready to fight.
Green, can I share some of my perspective on just where you at with it so far? Just a little bit. I want to say that, so from my understanding, Bakram was dealing with mandatory issues, IBF mandatory issues, when they were trying to get him to fight. What's my guy's name? With Erickson Lubin, right? He was dealing with that mandatory issue. Then when Erickson Lubin backed out of that and went to go fight Virgil Ortiz, then he had to deal with the white guy from England, whatever his name. What's his name? Anybody? You know who I'm talking about. That I think he's still dealing with that guy right now. What's his name? Josh what?
That's the fight I wanted to see.
Josh, yeah, him.
Josh Kelly.
Right. So he's dealing with kind of like mandatory issues because it's time for Bakram to defend his mandatory with the IBF. So he's kind of dealing with that a little bit, right? And as far as Virgil Ortiz is concerned, Virgil Ortiz was healing from a hand surgery and pretty much telling them that he was going to be ready around a certain time. But I think with Eddie was more like Virgil wasn't ready to commit to a date yet. And Eddie be on that say yes right now, or I'm moving on. Why? Because he knows it's nothing for him to end up in a situation to where Jerron don't have a dance partner if he waits around, because it's hard to get people to fight Jerron. So he's like, you either going to give me, because my job is to get my fighter a fight. So you either going to tell me right now what's up, and if you tell me hold on for 2 days, I'm going to continue moving and looking around. And if somebody else pulls a trigger on it, I'm going to come back to my fighter and say, I've done my job. I want to keep you. Here is the fight. I told you I was going to keep you active. That's Eddie's whole mindset, right? Now, as far as the conversation with Turki Al-Sheikh is concerned, Ron Ennis ain't talking to no Turki Al-Sheikh. We know when Turki talks about talking to Jerron, he's speaking to Eddie Hearn. That's who he's talking to. And I don't think it's above Eddie Hearn at all to say, Turki, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I want to get my fighter 2 tune-up fights. I've talked to him. You know what I'm saying? I want to get him 2 tune-up fights. So here you have Jerron on one side saying, I'll fight anybody. I don't need no tune-ups. But at the same time, what Jerron is not acknowledging or communicating clearly enough is to say that I've agreed to allow Eddie Hearn to move my career. So if Eddie is telling me he got me a fight, I'm not even questioning it. I'm not calling out for fights right now. I'm more so just watching Eddie. Eddie's told me, allow me to do my job. I'm going to get you there. I've agreed with Eddie to allow him to do that and sign this new contract. So Jerron Ennis and Bozy Ennis, to me, have a history of falling back and letting managers do manager shit. Now, there's another conversation there to say as to whether or not he needs to take more control of his career. Exactly. If he needs to speak up more for his career, that's another conversation, right? But just to say that there's a line of communication that's being broken as all these things are developing, and I think people are grouping everybody into a situation where they're saying Jerron is saying this, Jerron is doing that. No, his representation is moving that way because Eddie Hearns has a game plan and a strategy he believes in that will get his fighter, who nobody really wants to fight, to the promised land. And it might make Jerron look bad as that journey is moving forward, right?
Now, Boots is off season. All the people you could fight at 54 are fighting others, so he kind of has.
Well, I got a rebuttal for that to you, Claymore. Well, first off, I don't know if you was here when this question was asked, but it's alarming to me that Jerron Ennis is the only Matchroom fighter that hasn't participated on the Rahab season card. Mm-hmm. You got Ray Ford. They did a 5-on-5 last year. Mm-hmm. Jerron Ennis, he didn't represent the promotional company.
So what though?
Let me finish because everybody that's advocating for Jerron Ennis, these are questions that you need to answer, because if everybody else is participating on the cards, all of these American prospects,
go ahead,
all of these American prospects that he has. Mm-hmm. So let me finish. All these American prospects that he signed, that he's guaranteed that he's going to make these guys American stars. You're piling Ray Ford, you got Zaquan Moses,
Bam Rodriguez.
All these guys fighting in Philly, right?
Yes, sir.
So, but these are other guys that have participated on Rahab season cards, which I'm pretty sure they made way more money fighting on a Turki Al-Sheikh sponsored card than they have on just a regular Matchroom card that Eddie's promoting. You feel what I'm saying? Second, as far as letting Eddie Hearn manage their career and just sit back, then if you're Jerron Ennis, you should have had a real problem with him not winning that purse bid against Karen in the second fight. You feel what I'm saying? To the point where you got to scramble and then go and pay Karen and his people extra money just so you guys can house the fight over in Philadelphia, or else you're going to lose your IBF title, which would ultimately lose you your leverage as a champion. You feel what I'm saying?
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
So Jerron Ennis, and that's the first contract, right? So Eddie Hearn is trying to earn Jerron Ennis' trust so we can keep Jerron Ennis, right? Because he had him on a small, 3-fight deal or something at that time. I don't remember what the number was, right? So Eddie Hearn is coming at Jerron Ennis, and what's Eddie Hearn trying to do? Eddie Hearn is trying to take advantage of the Turki plug, right? He's trying to pressure Jerron Ennis to go to 154 as soon as possible so he can get Jerron Ennis big paydays, but probably more importantly, get himself free paydays, right? I don't got to put the money up and I make a profit. So he's trying to get Jerron to go to 154, right? But Jerron and Bozy are dead set on Jerron Ennis becoming a champion at 147. Keep in mind, they don't like that IBF belt because the way they got that IBF belt, they're not on board with the way they earned that IBF belt. He wants to fight for a belt. So every time Eddie comes back at Jerron Ennis and say, yo, champ, man, we need to go to 154. Jerron's like, I told you I want a championship fight. What are you talking about, right? So hence the messy negotiation with Brian Norman, hence what you saw happen with Karen, because the reality was, in Eddie Hearn's mind, he thought Jaron Ennis was there. He thought he had Jaron Ennis to the point to where Jaron would have been willing to forfeit the IBF title because he was going to go into this big fight with Virgil Ortiz, right? And make money and make his entry into 154. But Jaron Ennis was a little bit more stubborn than Eddie thought it was going to be. So Eddie ended up having to backtrack now, try to negotiate something with Brian Norman, and Brian Norman, and I already talked to Brian Norman about this for all intent purposes, not that he was scared. I'm not trying to go there, but he did kind of technically price himself out, right? He couldn't pay that amount of money to Brian Norman for Brian Norman to fight. So what ended up happening? He had to backtrack now because now he wants to keep the belt. And he can't allow the belt to be stripped from him. So now he has to backtrack to Karen and try to negotiate with Karen and bring the fight to Philadelphia because he's still trying to do something with the brand, with Boots Ennis, right? So the timeline, you're seeing, I want to say mistakes maybe are being made, but you're seeing people scrambling, trying to give Jaron Ennis what he wants, because until Jaron Ennis gets what he wants, Eddie can't get what he wants, which is, I want you up at 154. I want you to hell up out this damn division so I can get you in these big fights and get this money. So what is, hold on. So I'm going to land it right here. So what's the big agreement between Eddie Hearn and Jaron Ennis? The agreement is, I'm going to go ahead and do what you want me to do for you at 147. When we go back to do the new deal, you're going to agree to do what I want to do at 154, move your career. And Jaron goes, you got it, bro. I believe in you, bro. I just wanted my title. I wanted to be unified. And you got me a lineal title. Now I'm going to fall back and allow you to move my career. And now we're watching Jaron Ennis put his career in Eddie Hearn's hand.
Or it's just the ego trip with Eddie. If he knows he gives up Boots, what does he got? He's full blown into Turkey Al Sheikh's pocket. See, with Boots, it still gives him an ego. It still gives him that, you're not controlling everybody on everything I do. It was getting to the point where, everybody is doing all the fighters are going with Turkey. Edgar Berlanga don't need to sign with you because I have a direct line with Turkey and Connolly. Look at what Richardson Hitchens was about to do, and they put a stop to it, right? What did Turkey Al Sheikh said? I'm not gonna do any fights unless he's with Matchroom. So it got to the point where Eddie Hearn is looking at it like, what am I? I'm just a little Turkey boy. Because
I'm gonna be honest with you. He kind of is, because I'm
now
pretty
with Boots
sure,
though. That's what I'm saying. Now with Boots, with Boots, he has Philly. He has a market. All right, Boots is just mine. All right, I've given you enough.
Right.
But if I give you Boots, then I really have nothing.
Well, see, the thing is, he's not giving Turkey Al Sheikh Boots, because the thing is, right. Even after Boots knocked out David Avanesian, who did he get on the phone with, and who did they make sure that it was a video camera there? He got on the phone with Turkey Al Sheikh, and he asked him about, would he be willing to come to 154? See all these things, like, everybody can have their opinion on it, but everything that's being mentioned is documented. You feel what I'm saying? It's documented that after the Karen fight, which Jaron Ennis, he didn't look so spectacular in, that he'll fight Virgil Ortiz at 154. I believe he said, I feel like I have a little more pop at 154. Or he also said, oh yeah, I like come forward fighters, basically saying that Virgil Ortiz is tailor made for him. So,
but Green, are you going to acknowledge that in that same exact moment he said that he wanted to unify the division, that he would hang back to unify the division?
See, one thing about being a man, like, your balls is your word, right? So if you give this guy that's basically the biggest financial broker in boxing your word, and say you're going to fight this guy, and then the other guy agrees to it, and then you say, oh, well, I thought it was at 154, knowing this guy almost died trying to make 147. This guy almost passed away trying to make that weight. You know exactly what the weight was that you were supposed to fight this guy. So now you kind of like, you backtracking, you feel what I'm saying? Like, you kind of like panicking. You feel what I'm saying? Like, oh, do I really want to go up here and fight this guy? And then it all makes sense now, because not only did Turkey Al Sheikh speak on the 2 tune-ups moving to a new division, Robert Garcia also said it. Right, like, this came out of Robert Garcia's mouth. He said it, and then what happened?
Well, tune-ups.
Tune-ups. You feel what I'm saying? And so and
I
it's
mean, I
like
don't think it's any. I don't think it's a problem taking a tune-up move for nothing.
everybody's giving Eddie a pass. We seen him do this with Boo Boo Andre. You feel what I'm saying? Promise him we gonna do this, do that in the third, and then the fights was subpar. And then so now it's like, okay, well now you left because okay, now you can only keep doing Philly for so long. Now the NBA season is started now. So how much of an attraction do you actually think fighting in Philly is going to be, especially when you having guys like Zaquin Moses like fighting on the cards and stuff like that. Like you're not even having you don't got enough money because you're paying Boots so much. You don't got enough money to stack the card up and put it on there with reasonable talent. You're not going to be able to compete with a Turkey Al-Rashid card, even though you're doing direct business with him. And mind you, Eddie, he just signed another deal with Rehab Season.
Exactly.
He just signed another deal with Rehab Season, but you're telling everybody that you're sitting down directly with Golden Boy, so you guys can do this fight with him and Virgil Ortiz. And while Virgil Ortiz, he's already fought twice on two Turkey Al-Rashid sponsored cards. That doesn't make any sense.
I think it makes complete sense.
Yeah, why wouldn't he fight? Why wouldn't they fight be with Turkey? But Turkey already made an offer for that fight.
I'll put some perspective on it if that's what y'all want. But
I want to hear your opinion on that.
Okay, here's some perspective, right? Here's my opinion on that. I think that the whole entire time Eddie Hearn has been working out. Eddie Hearn's been holding out in dealing with offers from people who've been wanting to buy parts of Matchroom, if not all of it. Matchroom is bigger than just boxing, right? Matchroom has a bunch of things going on. So Eddie's working out a big deal distribution-wise. They controlling a lot of money, right? So that's why Turkey's gotten involved, and they have that partnership deal now. We're just doing off the beat deals. No, we actually have a legitimate locked-in partnership deal now with Riyadh Season. We have a legitimate marketing partnership deal with Rock Nation. We are a bigger entity now. Our ability now to make the big fights is right there. That's why Eddie said in the post-fight press conference, he goes, I understand right now what it takes to make Boots fights, and we are ready to do that. I understand we're going to have to overpay fighters to fight Boots. You see how confident he is now because he got all the pieces. He got all the pieces put together now, and he's a different machine than he was when Boots was fighting Karen, or when Boots was negotiating to fight Brian Norman. It's a whole different animal now. Matchroom is just different now. Matchroom has locked in the deals that he wanted to lock in so that he can move the way he did, so he wasn't pushed out of any of these negotiations and made to just look like a little middleman. He wanted Turkey to go into real business with him, to where now you're providing me money to make fights and you're still hanging back. You're allowing me to do what I'm doing. That's why I'm in a boardroom sitting with Eric Gomez and Oscar De La Hoya. I'm negotiating these fights. I'm putting these fights together. You will be paying for these fights, but my position is going to be more solidified and cemented as to what my role is in putting this together. Boots will be under my company in Matchroom. This will be a Matchroom fight with Riyadh in the background on a poster, and I will be moving very differently than what I would have been doing before, which is what you did with Shakur. With Shakur left him, right? Oh, we good, man. Shake hands, great. Our deal is over with Shakur. Eddie doesn't want that to happen with Jerron Boots Ennis. He's not trying to play that game. He's playing for the long run. I'm telling you guys, in 2026, mark my words. Watch what you're going to see Boots doing. Watch the offers that are going to be coming out. Watch the deals that's going to be made.
Let me give you a quick rebuttal to that, because I remember when Terrence Crawford fought Israel Majimov. I remember a clip of Turkey Al-Rashid basically pressing Eddie Hearn about Shakur Stevenson and having them ready for that card that he was supposed to participate on. I believe it was the card against Kid Austin. You feel what I'm saying? But I say that to say this. Eddie Hearn, I believe they were saying he just sold a part of Matchroom. Don't quote me on that. I don't know if that's a fact or not. But I do know he just signed another deal with Rehab Season. And the only reason why Eddie Hearn would do that, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, I don't know if you watched the Wardley and Joseph Parker fight early, but Frank Warren, he's right there next to Turkey Al-Rashid, Eddie Hearn's biggest rival in boxing. It's not Al Haymon, because Eddie Hearn, he hasn't established himself enough over here in the American market. His biggest rival and his most known adversary is Frank Warren. Frank Warren, he's all the way in with Turkey Al-Sheikh 100%. Mind you, you got to look at it from a historical perception, right? Eddie Hearn, he's the guy that he burned a lot of money that DAZN gave him to basically take over American boxing. Turkey Al-Sheikh, he came in with money. He's bought stock percentage in DAZN. You feel what I'm saying? So it's like, okay, Eddie's looking at it from a perspective of if I don't stay loyal to Turkey to a certain extent, I'm going to be out of business. You feel what I'm saying? Because they doing numbers, man. They projecting, 4 or 5 years ahead of time. They looking at the landscape of boxing. You feel what I'm saying? Because a lot of people,
Eddie Hearn makes that he doesn't make the lion's share of his money from boxing, right?
Let me get to that, because a lot of people they say about Turkey's burning all this money on boxing. Turkey and those guys they have money invested with flag football, dart league, boat racing, stuff like that. Like, so long story short, the sponsorships that they get along, it's going to cover at least 40% to half of what they paying these fighters to go in there and fight, because the purse is guaranteed. Now, the whole thing with Matchroom and Matchroom boxing is the basis of Matchroom, because Eddie's a product of nepotism. It was given down to him from his father. This is the company that his father built. So Eddie being a son, heir to the throne, as some would say, whatever the case may be, he has to look at the future of Matchroom and be realistic. Say, if Matchroom is going to exist in the next 10 years, I'm probably not going to have sole 100% ownership of the company. I'm going to have to sell some parts of the company to somebody else to keep this boat afloat. You feel what I'm saying? Maybe I'll keep the majority shares or whatever the case may be, but that's the only way that Matchroom is going to survive. So with that being said, it makes no sense for Eddie to try and have an ego and say, oh, well, I'm going to do this for Jerron Ennis, whatever the case may be. I believe that is Jerron Ennis' team that doesn't want to make those hasty decisions. I do believe Eddie wants to do what Turkey Al-Sheikh wants to do and put him in big fights. Eddie was ecstatic about him fighting Virgil the first time it was mentioned, because he has the point to prove to Oscar De La Hoya, one of his biggest critics. He has the point to prove, and he feels like Jerron Ennis is the guy that can prove that point. If Boots is undefeated and Virgil is undefeated, his guy goes in there and knocks Oscar's new golden boy out, then he'll be solidified in American boxing. Until that happens, Eddie Hearn still has to prove himself.
Yeah, and it's always going to boil down to the team. Ennis makes his own choices. His father's the one guiding his career, right? And that's what it boils down to. It doesn't matter what Eddie wants. I mean, if he's happy to have Jerron, of course, and he said that, but he can't make a move faster than what his team will allow.
Let me ask you a question. Y'all been laying out some knowledge, man. Green, you said some great stuff. Clay, you also you said word broker. Turkey brokering his fight. So if Boots under contract with Eddie's still going to get a percentage of whatever it is that he agrees with Turkey to fight. So we said earlier that Buckram has to defend his title. He's overdue to defend his title. He's not only in talk. I think it's Josh said, but it's not nothing solidified. We saw that he sent out text response after Boots fought, and it said that he was ready to go. Why haven't they made any type of negotiation to start talks with Bakram, because Boots is ranked at the top of all of the sanctions, and we already established that Lubin and Ortiz is probably going to be a battle, and because of that, how quickly Jerron finished his fight, that may throw them off schedule. So is Boots going to sit out another 6-7 months before they actually fight again? Or is he going to take that fight with Bakram, kind of get back on schedule so him and Ortiz could probably meet in the middle of or late next year.
I mean, let's first of all be real and say that we don't know, right? So we're all speculating here because I feel like I kind of gotta bring that back to the reality of the situation, that there's a lot of things that we don't know, and I say that to say that we don't know that Bakram's not getting an offer right now. We don't know that there's not conversations happening with that team over there. We don't know exactly how they're moving them, right? What I find peace in and what I believe, and that makes me have a little bit more grace for what Boots and Eddie Hearn are doing with each other, is that I believe when it's all said and done, Boots will fight more than half of the fights, because you got to factor in weight. Some of these guys may move to another division, might go to 160. Maybe Boots might go to 160. He's getting bigger. His weight cut on this last one, he kind of gave old Boots energy a little bit just on that week of the weight cut, right? But that's probably just the way he looks. But you just don't know what these X factors, these variables that you don't have your finger on the pulse of, that just move organically, and you just don't know what can happen, can get in the way of maybe Boots even unifying or becoming an undisputed champion at 154. But I do believe that Jaron Boots Ennis is a game fighter. I believe that he's ready to fight anybody and everybody. And if there's ever a fight that's not made, it's very rarely going to be Jaron Boots Ennis saying he doesn't want the fight. Maybe it might be Bozy saying not right now. Maybe it might be Eddie Hearn saying not right now. I don't know, right? There's all these pieces, but I believe that all those pieces have been moved in the right position right now. I believe Eddie Hearn is in understanding of what needed to be done. I think he has the resources now to make all of that happen. I think Jaron Boots Ennis is finally in a position to where he can let his wings go and be like, give him to me, bro. I want to fight everybody, because I believe that's what Jaron wants. I don't know. And I know there's people on this panel who don't think that's what Jaron wants. 2026, we'll find out. And that's it. 2026, we'll find out. You know what I'm saying? In 2026, we will find out.
He just got them caught everybody out.
He caught everybody out right after. He's the bar. He ain't the bar. Boots ain't the bar.
He's the future, though.
He's the fucking bar, nigga. He's the bar.
Hey, ain't nobody been fighting longer than me in this community. But he's in a division where it's a landmine division.
That's a fact.
Let's not forget when Jamel Charlo was undisputed, he was getting shamed with Tim Tszyu. Where's Tim Tszyu at? Before Tim Tszyu, people was pumping Patrick Teixeira before Brian Castano beat him.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think none of them guys go undefeated at 154.
I don't think so either.
Nobody runs the gauntlet at 154.
That's nobody. What I've been saying that for. I've been saying that for a while. That's what I'm saying. Boots look like. I think Boots passes the eye test better than probably anybody in boxing, in terms of passing the eye test and that level of still elite. Are you gonna be elite pound for pound? Like, he's not even there yet.
Yeah. The thing with Boots is, like, people like, people hating on Boots, and a lot of people alluded to it being from Terrence Crawford fans, and that's not accurate. See, the thing people got to understand, and a lot of people that that was biased to a certain promotional company. A lot of people don't want to admit it, but a lot of people, they don't like Jaron Ennis now because he didn't sign with the PBC. Let's just be 100% honest about it. He was built up on Showtime, Steven Espinoza, yada, yada, yada. And when it came time for him to sign his big deal after he got his business handled with Cameron Duncan and them, whatever the case may be, he decided to go across the pond and sign with, a promotional company that's trying to take over an American market.
Who was he supposed to sign with? What was the big deal?
He was supposed to sign.
He was brought up on
Showtime. Al Heyman, he allowed Jaron Ennis to fight, some of his fighters that were contracted up under him. So anybody that was watching Jaron Ennis, they think like, okay, because a lot of people thought Jaron Ennis was signed to the PBC, and he wasn't. He was just signed to Showtime, and he was dealing directly with Steven Espinoza. But when it came time for him to, sign his big deal, whatever the case may be, he chose to sign with Eddie Hearn. Mind you, if
wait, time out. Wait, what big deal was Jerron Ennis supposed to be signing?
But look, listen, you got to be cutting me off.
No, I'm not trying to cut you off. I'm just I want to understand what you just said right there. I don't want you to go past it because I'm in the dark about it. So if you don't mind going back a little bit and just who is the big deal with? You said he was supposed to sign a big deal.
Yes, because if you remember, Cameron Duncan passed away, right?
Right.
So when Cameron Duncan passed away, all his all the fighters that were signed up under him, his wife took over. His part of the promotional company. Now, she doesn't know anything about boxing. So Jerron Ennis, he went to court, whatever the case may be. He was able to get himself out of that deal. So now from a management standpoint, / whatever promotion company they had, whatever split it was, he's a free agent now. So everyone's like, okay, now Jerron Ennis is going to sign to the PBC.
Okay, so the big deal was going to be with the PBC. He was supposed to sign with the PBC. Okay.
Yeah, he was already being advised. He was being advised. He
was already built up
by Steven Espinoza
because remember, a side of the street was created. You feel what I'm saying? So technically, Jerron Ennis was a part of that side of the street. That's why if you paid attention to any of the commentary and videos that was made, from the social media platform that gets the most interviews from they were kind of pro PBC, especially when the whole Bud Crawford and Errol Spence thing was going on. But nonetheless,
wait, hold on. So just pause real quick right here. I'm just trying to stay with you. So Cameron Duncan passes away. The wife takes over Jerron Boots Ennis's contract with Cameron Duncan. Steven Espinoza is still with Showtime. Is this before or after? From my understanding, Cameron Duncan passes away right around the time Showtime lets go to PBC, right? And PBC goes into working with Amazon, correct?
No.
Okay.
No. Showtime was they were still on box. Their last show, David Morrell, he headlined the last PBC show.
Right. So this is around that time. So where was the PBC going to give Jerron Ennis this money from, this big deal, when they were just leaving Showtime, and in what we in hindsight lets us know that they didn't have no big deal with Amazon where they were able to offer people money, because that's why Tank in his feelings right now. That's why Errol ain't fighting. That's why Jamel ain't fighting. There's no money there. Where was the big deal? And who has the PBC signed since they left Showtime? Who's gotten a deal from PBC since they left Showtime? Where was this deal at that he walked away from?
What was see? Here's the thing. He's a free agent now. So he's entertaining multiple.
All right, I'm just saying, where did the PBC's what was that? You said that he walked away from a deal from the PBC to go.
No, I didn't say that he walked away from a PBC deal. I said that after he went to court and got out of his deal with Cameron Duncan, I believe they called Victory Promotions or something in that nature. He's a free agent now. So ultimately, people are thinking like, okay, since we know Jerron Ennis from fighting on Showtime and being on this side of the street, because we all know that a side of the street was created in regards to PBC versus all other promotional companies. Jerron Ennis decides to go and sign with Matchroom, a guy who hasn't proven himself to be able to build a American-based fighter over here in the American market. So a lot of people think that the disdain for Jerron Ennis, it comes from all these Terrence Crawford fans. I'm gonna be honest with you, us Crawford fans. I'm definitely a Crawford fan. We're a small minority in the boxing community. The disdain and the questioning his moves and things of that nature, it doesn't come from that. It's coming from people that are PBC guys or PBC pro PBC people, channels, boxing media, whatever the case may be. And they're starting to question the guy. They're starting to question the guy.
Came because he wanted to fight Crawford, and the Crawford fans put a narrative out there that fucking all Errol Spence fans were fucking Boots and his fans. They just started running with bullshit. They got mad that the fighter said he wanted to fight another fighter. That's basically what I don't believe Crawford wanted, but Bud Crawford didn't want to fight him. Bud Crawford wanted the Benavidez.
Look. At the end of the day, this has nothing to do with Bud Crawford because I can tell you this: Terrence Crawford, he gained more fans by actually going to sign to the PBC just to fight Errol Spence. You feel what I'm saying? Jerron Ennis, he never because this is the narrative with a lot of Jerron Ennis. It's hard to get in fights. Nobody wants to fight him. Had Jerron Ennis ever signed to the PBC, he would have been
Bro,
able
you're
to fight
making all
Jerron.
this shit up, bro. You are
He would have been
making
able
all
to
this
fight
shit
Jerron.
up, bro.
If
You're
Jerron
making
Ennis
this
was
shit up,
signed to
bro.
the PBC, he'd been fighting for peanuts, bro. And he knew
He
that.
wouldn't
The
have fought him
PBC couldn't offer him nothing that was going to make sense. Eddie Hearn was the best option for him. He understood that because even though Eddie Hearn didn't have the track record you're speaking on, Eddie Hearn had access to the resources. He had access to the money, and
keep you active.
Jerron Ennis going through what he went through with Cameron Duncan and not being able to make the fights and always getting it thrown in his face that he was a high risk, low reward fighter. He wasn't going to go nowhere that didn't have the money to facilitate what he needed, which was money to make the biggest fight.
But whose fault is that though?
I don't care whose fault it is. The reality is what the reality is.
No, you definitely have to put it on. You have to put it on Team Ennis because that was you guys' decision not to sign with these guys over here. Where just like everybody else said, this is where all the welterweights. Mind you, Jerron Ennis been in welterweight longer than Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford. He's welterweight longer than both of these guys.
That was a smart move. In my opinion, I think that would have worse. If you'd have signed the PBC, he'd have been upset.
But this the thing, though. The first deal, let's go over it. The first deal with Matchroom, you're supposed to fight Cody Crowley. Cody Crowley, he pulls out of the fight due to eye injuries. Okay, that's cool. Replace it with David Avanesian.
Right.
You fight
in Philadelphia.
You fight David.
You wouldn't have given them those events at the Wells Fargo.
Okay, you fight David Avanesian, then you fight Karen for the second time.
Right.
You fight Karen for the second time. You don't have the performance. You playing the Undertaker music. Nobody gets grave dug. Okay, that's cool. Whatever the case may be. What's the fight after that?
Then you fight Stanionis and become a unified lineal champion.
Then you fight Stanionis, which again Eddie Hearn somehow he came up with an extra bag to make sure that this fight gets made, but the Brian Norman
Boots had to take it out his side. Boots literally paid. That's why there's the money issu's always been a big issue with Jerron Boots Ennis, bro. This is easy. Like even with the Brian Norman
let me finish though, because you keep on preaching fighting in Wells Fargo. Well, how come that fight with Stanionis, the unification? How come that fight didn't happen in Wells Fargo?
Because they negotiated for it to happen in Atlantic City because that was part of what made it affordable. Because if they were going to bring Stanionis to Philadelphia, they were going to have to give him even more money. So
the same reason why Brian Norman won.
Exactly.
But just the thing, Boots conceded and he made the fight with Stanionis because let's just be honest, Stanionis, he's the lesser of two evils.
No, that's not why he did that.
I think he learned from the situation with Brian Norman and the backlash he got.
That's not why he did that.
Did you see his performance against Gabriel Monster?
Backlash.
Did you see Stanionis' performance against Gabriel Monster?
It has nothing to do with that. The reason I'm telling you has nothing to do with that because it's not the timeline. Everything didn't happen all together. You act
Norman
like
was fighting John Sasaki.
Wait. The Brian Norman negotiations fell to shit. Why? Because Eddie Hearn wasn't willing to pay more money to Brian Norman because he had just come off of a fight with Giovanni Santillan and got paid like 150 grand, 200 grand, some number like that. And he's like, dude, I'm not shooting you $2 million. Right. So in the midst of all of this happening, right, he's trying to convince Boots like, yo, let's go to 154. Right. So Boots fights Karen, right, to keep his belt. Let's go at it again. So now Stanionis is the last straw because now Boots is having a hard time making 147, right? And he's already been burned on the Brian Norman negotiation, so he's way more.
Barrios fighting Pacquiao and shit.
He's way more open to giving up money now, right? Because he's like, yo, it's this or never. So he's a little bit more open-minded on the Stanionis negotiation. He doesn't want that one to slip through the cracks as well because now he knows he's not fighting Mario Barrios. That's not happening. He's getting ready to fight Manny Pacquiao. He's not going back into negotiations with Brian Norman because now Brian Norman's got Derek Cuevas and now he's about to go fight Jen Sasaki. So he's like, yo, it's either I'm going to do this or I'm out of the division. So he says, F it. I'll give up the bread, pay for it. Let's make it happen with Stanionis, and let's go ahead. And at the time, people were saying Stanionis was the best champion out of all the champions in the division, bro.
Nah, nobody ever said that.
Really?
Yes, they did. Yes,
Really?
Nobody ever said that.
Yes, they did.
And see, this is the thing, right? It's something that you're.
So was Brian Norman the best welterweight?
Out of Stanionis, if we're going off performances, you got Brian Norman Jr. He literally destroyed
Mario
Giovanni
Barrios
Santilli.
after Mario Barrios after beating Ugas was supposed to be the remember,
Brian Norman was an upset victory over Giovanni Santilli. He wasn't even supposed to exist. He was a straight up.
Remember Mario Barrios versus Abel Ramos. He got Mario Barrios looked like shit against Abel Ramos on Netflix. Let's document that. Second of all, Stanionis, he hadn't fought in a year. The last time he fought Gabriel Mostre, a 41-year-old guy who was fighting in the Olympics. He looked terrible in that fight. He fought I believe they fought on Canelo's undercard. He looked terrible in that fight. If we're going off the guys that got elevated after Crawford left the division, and we're going off their performances, it's clear that Brian Norman Jr. had the most spectacular performance. He destroyed a 32-0 guy in the ring, in his backyard, being the B-side fighter, a fight that you just said that he was expected to lose on.
Exactly. So how does one fight turn him into the best champion?
Because if he hadn't did that, Giovanni Santilli was the best welterweight.
What? The guy without a belt?
Stanionis wasn't the best welterweight in the division.
I think you're going.
Stanionis was top 3. That's why he
people knew that Stanionis was probably the best outside of Boots.
If we're going by
Boots was really the best one, right? We know that.
Giovanni
I thought
Santilli,
Norman was the best one personally, but at the same time,
he had just destroyed Alexis
the only
Roach.
thing Norman did was fight Santilli on to that point.
Okay, I have no problem with that, right? Like I believe that Brian Norman was the best welterweight, right? I believe that's who Brian Norman was. But I'm saying that the consensus was Stanionis was the best champion in the division outside of Boots Ennis.
I believe the inactivity I think slowed down things for Stanionis, because a lot of people was talking about the Stanionis and Virgil Ortiz.
Yes.
That was supposed to be a big fight in the welterweight division. I think the inactivity slowed down the hype of Stanionis.
Stanionis, he could have fought Boots. He could have fought Boots when the whole Brian Norman, the first time they was negotiating, went through, because remember Eddie Hearn said he sent these guys an offer, these guys an offer. And again, once I want to point out, look at the way that the responses come back to Eddie Hearn, because what did all those guys say? Stanionis, he did an interview and said, I have a minimum. He said, you can't make me no offer that doesn't even meet my minimum for me to fight. This is what Stanionis said publicly. Mario Barrios, they wouldn't even entertain the fight. We got other avenues. The only one that was willing to fight was Brian Norman Jr. All Brian Norman Jr. wanted was extra money for him to come fight him in his backyard.
Facts.
Now whether he only made $150,000 when he fought Giovanni Santilli, that's neither here nor there. The fact of the matter is, if we're looking at the guys that got elevated and we're looking at their performances, Giovanni Santilli, he had just destroyed Alexis Roach. Destroyed him. Like crazy buzz going around him at 147. He goes in there and he fights Brian Norman Jr. in his backyard and he gets destroyed. So if we're going off performances, Brian Norman Jr., he's looking like the best. He's looking at the best opponent. Best opposition for Jerron. And it's, mind you, these guys they've been sparring each other for the past 2 years. So they're very familiar with each other. There's a build up to the fight. There's a history to it. That's the best fight at 147 to make. Not Emmanuel Stanionis. I'm sorry, it's not.
I mean,
I'm not saying that it's the best fight. I want you to understand, right? That Brian Norman, stylistically, the moment he beat Giovanni Santilli, the fight I wanted to see was Brian Norman versus Jerron Boots Ennis, hands down, right? That was a fight. Matter of fact, Brian Norman and Jerron Boots Ennis, his team, talked to each other, and they were like, yo, what we're going to do is we're going to get all the other belts, and we're going to make our fight the biggest fight, which is going to be for undisputed. That was what they were talking about behind the scenes, right? But what I'm saying is, with Brian Norman tied up with Derek Cuevas, right, and getting ready to fight Jin Sasaki, because Jin Sasaki did his thing right after that fight. Before that dude even wiped sweat off his face, he read that letter in English to Brian Norman, was like, yo, you the greatest, you the best, I want to fight you, come to Japan, let's get a bag together. So that was already kind of squared away, right? At that point, Jerome Boots Ennis was at a crossroads, right? And what was a crossroads? The crossroad was, I'm about ready to go to 154. It's time for me to go. This last weight cut, I look crazy. Everybody's seen it and questioning. He's doing interviews with Chris Mannix and them, and he's looking crazy in the face, right? So it's either I'm going to go ahead and just let this go and go to 154, or I'm going to do whatever I have to do to make a unification fight happen. I'm just letting you know that there's a different mind state at this point. So now he's more open to pay the money.
I know exactly the mind state where you're going. So let's go back to the timeline, because you saying about the Derek Cuevas fight, whatever the case may be. Brian Norman had that lined up. That got pushed back. You feel me? That got pushed back, and they got put as the undercard on the Michaela Mayer and
he had hand surgery.
I believe the Sandy Ryan card, right? But because you keep saying about Boots, we making the weight or whatever the case may be. He has the IBF belt, right? So he has the IBF belt. Then he has to do the next day rehydration. So if you're Jerron Ennis and you're Eddie Hearn, wouldn't that make sense for you to make sure that you unify, or you at least get it contractually put together for you to unify with the WBO champion, so you guys can fight a unification fight, so you don't have to be under the IBF rehydration clause?
Yeah, 100%. That was what the whole game plan was.
But see, this is the thing. That initiative, the business about that, it wasn't conducted the right way. You feel what I'm saying? You had a willing party, and then you had someone that was being stingy with the money. You feel what I'm saying? But stingy with the money, all for you to have to turn around because you didn't. Mind you, let's point that there was a purse bid, and you missed the time where you could ask for an extension on the purse bid to make a unification fight. So now you have to defend the belt. You have to defend the IBF belt, go over to Germany, defend it against Karen, or you're stripped of your title. So now you don't have a title in the division no more, which you lose your leverage. You feel what I'm saying? But you go ahead and you pay the extra money for them to house the fight over here in Philadelphia.
Yeah, but Green, respectfully, right? You're going backwards, right?
No, I'm not going.
You are, because what you're trying to say is they messed up. And I'm agreeing. Listen, you're saying they messed up. You're saying, look what they ended up doing, how they did bad business. They should have conceded to Brian Norman and made that unification fight.
No, it's not about conceding to Brian Norman. So what is it? It's about doing what's best for Boots, because you're the one that keeps on bringing up about you keep on bringing up the weight.
I'm telling you that there's a battle going on, right? That there's a battle going on. I'm bringing up what I'm bringing up is there's a battle going on where Jerron Boots Ennis is on a time clock, right? He's on a time clock because his stay at 147 isn't going to be much longer. He has a belt where there's a rehydration clause involved with it. So it's making him even more motivated to leave the division if he can't get a unification title fight.
But he had a unification title
I know, and like I said, what you're doing is you're saying that they messed up the negotiation with Brian Norman. They should have conceded to Brian Norman. Why? To help Boots, so that he did not have to fight under a rehydration clause. I'm bringing it all together for you because you're doing all these points, which I'm hearing, but I'm saying that we have to move forward in time and say that hindsight is always super 2020. It's always easy to look back and be like, look where you fucked up, look where you fucked up, look where you fucked up. But I'm saying move the clock forward. Hold on. I'm saying move the clock forward, because if you move the clock forward, you're going to see that we don't have the advantages of the hindsight. You're going to see that people are making moves and moving forward from the moves. There are mistakes being made, but you're going to see that Jerron Boots Ennis is making the best decision with what's left when it's all said and done. Because
fighting Lima is going to the future.
Oh, bro, now you're on Lima, right?
Yeah,
now he's on Lima. I'm talking.
You can't look. This is the thing. You can't tell me that this guy that you're advocating for is tenacious in fighting and doing all these unifications and stuff like that. That's Stanionis fight. Like you said, he had to concede for that fight. They had to concede to get Karen over, so he didn't have to go on the road and defend his title.
Virgil fought two tune-ups. Virgil fought two tune-ups.
You feel what I'm saying? And then it's the whole fact that we going to another division, right? Okay, where I guess it's more safer for you. You feel what I'm saying? After you got this doctor's excuse from the urgent care, Okay, so now, okay, they told you you're not performing at 100% at the doctor visit. Cool. Now you want to move to 154. Yeah,
Man, I've been wanting Boost to move up 3-4 fights before this shit even happened. Anybody will ask and see how he was
147
looking
clean
just
and
before
you
this
got a
was supposed.
nutritionist. You was just saying you made 147 clean and you got a nutritionist. But now since you went to the doctor, now you
It's
get a
that
doctor's
Bud
excuse
Crawford
to move up to
fanboy stuff,
154.
Good looking out, good
Then you
looking
give
out.
us
BX
lean.
with the salute punch for the late night boxing talk with a $2 super chat. Good looking out, brother. Hey, yo, this is what I feel about the Boost situation moving forward. Anyway, as much as this division is so stacked up, we could look at it and be like, yo, it's a lot of great matchups. But what also being stacked up is that I could also duck you too, because there is a lot of opportunities. See, that's the only thing about Boots. With Boots is, to be honest, if you really look at Boots, why would, if Virgil beats Lubin, let's say, for example, and let's say the winner of Thurman and Fundura, right? Why will Virgil go to what the Boots fight? Virgil could easily be like, shit, I'll fight Fundura. Fundura beats Thurman, and that's a Texas fight.
He just wanted
Mexican
to fight
versus
him a second
Mexican.
ago, though.
If he fights Thurman, that's still a money fight. If Jamel Charlo comes back, that's a Texas fight. If Earl Spence want to come to that 154, that's the Texas fight. These guys could, and that's why I said a while ago that Boots and his career could very well turn into a Demetrius Andrade career, because it's going to get to the point where I don't need to fight Boots. Why do I need to risk it with Boots anyway?
Well, this is the thing. Robert Garcia.
That's the difference. He's the money guy of the division.
He's the money guy in Philly.
He's a money guy in Philly, but he's also a little bit of a money guy with Turkey. But at the same time, hold on a second, family. But at the same time, what Eddie Hearn is betting on, he's betting on Virgil Ortiz wanting to be champion and wanting to be unified and wanting to be a legacy fighter. That he's saying that if Boots goes and gets a belt, that he gives a reward that fighters who fight for legacy will be interested in. Therefore, those fights will be easier to be made. If Boots is a champion, Xander Zayas is going to want to fight Boots. I think he wants to fight him now, but he'll want to fight Boots because he's going to be like, yo, I want to be unified, because that's how Xander moves. That's how he's thinking. He's thinking about unifications. If he gets a belt, Virgil, who may entertain fighting, which I think that's what's going to happen. I think Virgil's going to fight the winner of Sebastian Fundora, Keith Thurman, right? But I think he's going to go for that belt, get that belt, and if Boots collects a belt, it's a bigger fight. Virgil's going to be like, yeah, we're going to fight.
For example, Josh Kelly had an offer, but it wasn't good amount of money. So he's like, I'll get the Bacrum fight, or the what's the dude's name? I don't know how to pronounce his name. I'll get that fight. I don't need to fight no Boots, and it's not enough money. So it's easy. It's so much options. It's easy for me. And he's like, if I don't fight this guy, I'm also in position to fight Xander Zayas.
It's something like that right now until the motherfuckers start unifying.
Yeah, when Boots gets that's why he's the fighter. That's why he's
we also got to understand that we're in an era where that belts is not really the primary thing. That's why I said, look.
Some fighters, you don't think so?
Andre at 160, he could fight for undisputed with Canelo Alvarez. He could have had a unification bout with Triple G. The motherfuckers didn't care because they felt like, well, I'll take the risk, low risk, low reward, high reward,
high risk, low reward. But don't you think that the fighters who are at 154, right? The fighters who are at 154, you don't believe that Xander Zayas is interested in unifying and becoming unified champion and undisputed at 154 if he could do it?
Yeah,
but you have to understand that Xander is
what I'm saying is he will unify. I think Xander Zayas would rather take on a Virgil Ortiz. If you be, let's say, he would rather take a Fundura. He'd rather take a Virgil, because of those are still money fights. Those are still winnable fights. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not saying that they won't take the Boots in this fight. What I'm saying is that Boots is also could be easily avoided as well, because there's so much of a stacked division. Because, like I said, look, if let's say Charlo says he's going to be back at 154, and Earl Spence is projected to be back in March 2026. If they're going to be at 154, people would rather go after the Boots and the Charlo. They're older. They got the name. It's still a money fight. It's still a legacy fight because they got the names, and it's easy at 154 just as much to make fights to also avoid fights.
Best division in boxing.
And when that,
I have a question.
Let's say Virgil says after the Lubin fight, and let's say Eddie Hearn says, okay, now we could fight. We got a contract you. We got a contract for you. And let's say Virgil say, okay, I got a contract to fight Fundora, or I got a contract to fight Thurman, or I got a contract to fight a Texas fight with Earl Spence. It's easy to avoid Boots, and people really can't get mad because they're gonna go back and say, well, Boots ducked Virgil.
But
Yo, so if Virgil,
the thing with those fights is right.
Almost the same narrative that have worked throughout Demetrius Andrade's career. People will be like, "Oh, you ducked the Jamel Charlo a long time ago." They never give him that leeway because you just at a certain point, sometimes that avoiding of a fight could come back and haunt you.
I agree.
Yeah, no, the thing with the thing.
But I will say there's
with
an X factor. The only X factor I will throw in there is the money that Boots arguably has behind him in comparison to the money that was arguably behind Demetrius Andrade. I think there is that X factor that will play his role as well, as far as the likeliness of Boots going through that or not going through that.
Canelo Alvarez was due to make $40 million to fight Demetrius Andrade, and he took the $35 million, $5 million less to fight Kovalev.
Right.
Triple G at the time just had the zone deal, lucrative the zone deal. They avoided that. They didn't need to take the risk. That's what I'm saying. That these people could do the same, because I think that the traditional way of their value is almost like the Virgil and Boots and maybe Fundora is almost the same thing. Now
that Virgil Ortiz fight, that Virgil Ortiz fight and Jerron Ennis fight, that trumps anything with Errol Spence, and it trumps anything with Jamel Charlo.
It won't.
No. The reason being because these are two promotional companies that's already signed with DAZN. DAZN airs their fight. So if this fight's going to be based in America, because that's what they're preaching to everybody, this fight needs to be in America. This fight doesn't deserve to be on the undercard of a staggered high season card. This is what they're pushing to the American market, right? So if this fight going to be, if this is going to be the fight that's going to bring back the American boxing scene or put it on a different pedestal, it has to happen. It has to happen with these two promotional companies.
That still proves my point that it still could be avoided. Demetrius Andrade was with the zone, right? Triple G was with the zone.
But see,
Canelo was with the zone.
Yeah, no, he was with the zone.
Even being on the same side of the network,
his name wasn't he still hadn't beaten anybody to like really, you know, like put him in that window where it's like, okay, like you got this guy lurking in. Yes, he was a good fighter, you know, whatever the case may be, but he still hadn't beaten anybody to make him deserving in the fans view of him getting the fights that these guys he's calling out.
The same way like Boots. Who Boots beat?
No, but see the thing is, Boots and Virgil, they already have a rivalry, because look at this, because now Raymond Mortala, there's going to be a purse bid so he can fight Andy Cruz. So this is two camps. You got Team Garcia versus Team Ennis. Let's go ahead and lock it in now. It makes perfect sense now. Makes perfect sense. Raymond Mortala, you're a top ranked fighter, but we don't know where top rank's gonna be broadcasting their fights from. So if we can have Raymond Mortala go over here to the zone, or it be a really high season card, whatever the case may be, him and Andy Cruz. So you got Robert Garcia versus Ron Ennis. That's a great matchup. Main event undercard right there.
If Earl Spence and Boots Ennis is on the table for Virgil Ortiz, which fight you think he's gonna take?
Say one more time. If Virgil, say one more time.
Boots Ennis and Earl Spence is on the table for Virgil Ortiz. Which fight?
He's taking Earl Spence.
No, he's taking Earl. He's taking Boots Ennis for sure. Look,
he's taking Earl Spence.
I don't think
nobody wants to see him beat up on Earl Spence, man. Earl Spence ain't.
No matter the recognition and the money he's gonna make, the stadium is gonna pack out, bro.
Exactly. They both from Texas. They both came up with the same coach. Is a storyline with them.
But this is the thing though. It would have made sense if Earl Spence had already made his return fight. Him coming back to fight Virgil Ortiz, it only insinuate that he's showing up for a payday. he might not make it out of 3 rounds. Maybe
It
two.
doesn't matter. That point, that's just a projection of a prediction. But in the end of the day, Earl Spence is not this hated fighter that just because he lost a bud, he's just
No,
going to lose.
no.
But Earl Spence is still the same.
It's not any hate.
Earl Spence is still the same guy that did
This is
almost
safety protocol.
40,000 with a Ugas in the
Ain't
stable.
no safety protocol. Tank
No,
Davis about to fight Jake Paul.
it's most definitely safety protocol. Punch drunk. Wasn't you the one that just was talking about Buddy McGirt losing his fighter in the ring?
Yeah, but you saying that you think that Virgil Ortiz is gonna kill Earl Spence?
But no. What I'm saying is we just seen what happened to Errol Spence at 147, right? He's
Bud.
never fought.
Man, that was
2 years ago.
With Bud Crawford.
Exactly. He hasn't fought in 2 years.
Bud
He hasn't
Crawford's
fought at
the GOAT,
154.
though.
Virgil has already fought Sergey Bobacek. He'll already have been and fought Erickson Lubin and Israel Madrimov at 154 pounds. So you mean to tell me they're going to make a fight with him and Errol Spence right off the bat like that?
Because he is the money and also is the notoriety of beating Earl Spence and having him on your resume.
Nah, I don't see that being realistic.
It's been working. It's been working for Virgil. Virgil is trying to outperform Bud Crawford. He beat the Mean Machine. He beat Madrimov and get an Earl Spence. It hasn't hurt Virgil Ortiz. It only increased. Look, where's Virgil Ortiz in the rankings right now?
See, the thing is, Virgil
won without a world title.
All that you said is valid, but Virgil Ortiz, he's yet to be a world champion in the sport of boxing.
What I just said 5 minutes ago, we live in at a time in the sport of boxing that the belts is not primary. He's the number one ranked by Ring as the number 154-pound fighter without a title.
True.
So right now, so that's what I'm saying, that as much as this is my favorite division, is a stacked division, but also that is a stacked division, you could also avoid people because it's stacked. That's why when 147 was stacked, it's easy for Thurman to avoid Spence to fight Manny Pacquiao. It's stacked. So Boots Ennis is if people saying that Boots Ennis is the best, right? Out of all of them, he has the future. That's what people are saying. But in all actuality, I don't have to risk it with Boots if I'm Virgil. I don't have to risk it with Xander Zayas if I'm Xander. I don't have to risk it with Fundora. So as easily, so I'm saying Boots, I don't want to look back, but I believe that Boots should have took that opportunity to fight Virgil Ortiz. That avoiding Virgil Ortiz may haunt him.
It ain't gonna stop.
The only thing about Boots is it's this whole boogeyman persona. That persona doesn't exist anymore because you can't say that nobody wants to fight him because they're going to price themselves out. You have the biggest financial broker in boxing that wants to do business with you, but you're choosing to move in a certain type of way that he's not paying for any fight. He's not paying for fights that's not 50-50 fights or fights that you don't know, that fights that you already know who the winners are going to be. He's not paying for a Usman Lima fight. You feel what I'm saying? He'll pay for a Virgil Ortiz fight. He'll pay for a Bachman fight.
Right.
He'll probably even pay for a Xander fight. You feel
exactly. That's why I'm really not trying to entertain all the what if these fights don't happen. It's like the turkey in the game right now. Like all these fights can happen.
No, but see.
I got a what if right now. I got a what if right now because right. So
because we got to be honest. Virgil Ortiz, he dug Bachram too.
Right.
Virgil dug Bachram.
Virgil, he had a chance to fight Bachram. And what did Oscar De La Hoya say? Oh, we're not gonna keep taking all these tough fights back to back.
No, it's because of the rehydration clause, right? The father said they're still sensitive about Virgil cutting weight.
Yeah, but again, he avoided a title shot.
Yeah,
exactly, and that's what I'm saying, that we're living at a time.
But that's health, though, right, Punch? I'm saying that's health. That's not. He won't turn that down if it's a unification. He's turning it down because it was a straight IBF fight, a rehydration clause. He'll fight Bachram with the unification under the unification rules. He won't.
But what I'm saying is to get the credibility to being the number one with 154, even not him fighting Bachram, he's still the guy.
Yeah, I mean,
he don't. That's why it's so stacked. It is so stacked, and most of these guys are on the same level in terms of market value and some accomplishment and stuff like that at 154. That I could avoid to get this fight. And it's still a respectable fight. That's what I'm saying. Virgil Ortiz could avoid a Boots and get a Fundora, and you can't be mad. Fundora could avoid Boots and get a Xander. You can't be mad. Fundora could fight Bakram. You can't be mad.
I could personally, if he avoids Boots and they make that offer, because they just sent that offer and was making duck heads on him and all types of shit. They made a big deal about Boots being a duck. So now if that offer sent right now, he don't take it. That motherfucker a duck. You know what I mean? Like
Josh Kelly's probably gonna fight for a world title, right?
He should be fighting Bakram. That's what I'm thinking.
Right? Josh Kelly just avoided Boots for Bakram, and let's say, and he's getting a world title. So no, you can't get mad at Josh Kelly. That's how stacked it is. I could avoid you. I don't have to
fight. Championship fight though. You know what I mean?
But even that's why I brand the example. Even the championship fight that in that 154, there's money fights, championship fights, respectable legacy. If Thurman ain't had a belt, look, Fundora is fighting Thurman.
No. What you saying is facts though. But see, here's the thing though. See, if the guys that's not in the top 4, top 5, if they not fighting, or the guys that got belts and they unifying, right? So then you got all the second tier guys, which would be your Josh Kelly's, your Brandon Adams, your Sergey Bobachevs, now your Israel Madrimos, or whatever the case may be. So let's just say hypothetically, right, none of the champions unified and they just keep fighting these stay busy fights with top contenders. These guys as top contenders, like once those guys get knocked off, let's just say hypothetically, right? These are guys that got to go all the way back to the bottom and rebuild themselves up. Some of these guys, they might not even have promotional backing after that. You feel what I'm saying? To the point where they might even have to go over there and fight in the Zuffa League for Turkey and them. You feel what I'm saying? They might not be able to fight with the other 4 sanctioning bodies or whatever the case may be. There's not too many. I say that to say this. There's not too many of those guys left around to where you can stay busy with the way the sport of boxing is going right now. If you gonna make a statement and unify and hopefully become undisputed, whatever the case may be, because the era of the guys before, they set a different standard now. Like the standard is being undisputed. You can have a big name in boxing, whatever the case may be, but undisputed or unifying the division or defending your unification, whatever the case may be, that's the standard for the champions now. Like the whole prerequisite has changed. That's the standard, and the way it's set now, you're gonna make more money.
I agree with that in certain divisions. And certain divisions will be more than others in different divisions.
But you got to look at it in boxing is that you don't have that much promotions going. So with the lack of promotions that's going, you cannot keep fighting lower tier fighters because the people are not going to continue to pay for it. When you start,
I'm glad you said that because I agree 100% with you. Because over here in America, you maybe got 50% Matchroom, everything else is Golden Boy, PBC, and Top Rank. You feel what I'm saying? Queensberry, Queensberry, they really got heavyweights for real, man. Let's be honest. Queensberry, they really don't deal with. I mean, they got fighters in the lower divisions, but they not really marquee names. Anybody knows over here. They're basically a UK based promotional company. You feel what I'm saying? So you basically got those two, basically just those two. You got Matchroom and Golden Boy right now because PBC, they stacking all their guys on one card. They might let them go fight somewhere else or whatever the case may be. But it just like this Thurman and Fundora fight, if that shit they scratched the whole card, they wasn't even willing to replace it because Fundora got injured. You feel what I'm saying? Right. You got Tank Davis. Tank Davis fighting on Netflix now. He fighting on the MVP promotion. So you really only got 2 guys rotating over here now.
And see, Boots is in a situation where he can't really afford to keep fighting those level lower competition because he really likes to fight in Philly, and he's losing his fan base attraction because they see the talent in him. They want to push him, but Philly-based fans, how they are. They're not going to keep following behind the bullshit. So if you got the talent and you keep telling us after every fight, oh yeah, we're gonna clean them up. We're gonna clean them up. And then this lower tier fighter, they're not going to back you. You know what I'm saying? So he don't even have to fight Ortiz. He shouldn't even wait. Go and fight Xander or go and fight Bakram. you got the right now. You got the power. You just finished fighting. Barkham already responded back to you. He ain't got to fight the next fight. He already responded back to you. So right there, that's a handshake right there. Well, let's make the fight. Make the fight. Eddie out here talking about
that's the fight you should make.
now he's talking about Crawford. He's out here talking about Crawford.
Yeah, he's just using Crawford to sell boots. He's not planning on doing that. He knows that ain't
Don't
going to
do that, bro.
Eddie Hearn live pumping boosts. And
in his own division. His talent is what's going to sell. That's why you signed him. You feel he's the best fighter in the world. You start him off by getting some titles, and you start him off getting titles. He wants to unify. He said that while Eddie was out here talking about talking about Crawford. Boots was started saying, "I want to unify. I want to clean the division out." So let me clean the division out.
I'm glad you brought up the fan base of Philly because, like I said, Jerrine, he's a great fighter, but he's not the first. He's not the first guy that's been that guy, so to speak, or has the lane to prove that he's that guy that come from Philadelphia. Now, Jerrine, he's a guy that doesn't say too much. He did some calling out his last fight, and a reporter asked him, "Are you guys going to go to the Virgil Ortiz and Erickson Lubin fight?" They was like, I don't know, I might pull up. You pulling up is going to signify that you want that fight, and that's the next fight, so everybody can get in tune. And,
I agree with that.
Everybody can put their mindset towards Boots versus Virgil. Big time. Either we gonna do it in New York or we gonna do it in Vegas, so everybody can start planning. Getting their ducks in order so they can come and be a part of the event. You feel what I'm saying? Because like I said, he's not the first guy to be from there that, that's got Hall of Fame potential, that is a Hall of Famer. Bernard Hopkins is from Philadelphia. And we all know how Bernard Hopkins in his prime carried it when he was a champion. Bernard Hopkins, he was blowing down on everything moving. He was very disrespectful. You feel what I'm saying? And those fans in Philly, at some point, they're going to see that out of Boots. You feel what I'm saying?
They know who Boots is already. They're very familiar with Boots. They're not going to see nothing but fights. They know Boots ain't going out like that. They know how Boozy raised him.
That's not going to be.
Got to be nasty.
That's not going to be enough. They're saying that he's the heir to Roy Jones. Roy
Jones to fight.
Roy Jones can fight his ass off. Roy Jones can fight his ass, but Roy Jones he also talked the talk.
Right.
You can't be Roy Jones. You can have the skills. You got to do the self promotion outside. You can't just be ducked off doing interviews with only one interviewer.
Off with Boots, man. The next one is where he's gonna get it.
I don't think he's gonna get the big. I don't think he's gonna get a big fight.
You think they gonna duck him?
I feel the energy. I feel like that too, Punch. I feel like that too.
I feel like maybe his team and Boots are there. Like I do feel like his team is also taking advantage. Is going to take advantage of them guaranteed paydays. I don't see the way that they moving. I don't see that they really they talk what they talking right now. Nah. I don't believe it. I don't believe Eddie. I think Eddie Hearn is all. I like Eddie Hearn as a promoter, but leading up to we send contracts to every stop line. You wasn't saying that shit when Turkey Out Shake was really calling out Boots. You wasn't saying nothing like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, like I keep saying, but Bernard Hopkins, he from Philly right now. Now, of course, he with Golden Boy, whatever the case may be. He backing Virgil 100% as he should. But behind closed doors. If he truly believed that Virgil didn't have no chance, they would use every reason in the book not to even try and facilitate this fight with Boots and Virgil. For some reason, they feel that they may have a win when it comes to Boots, because if Boots is the guy that everyone's saying that he is, that he's a unstoppable force of nature. You feel what I'm saying? There should be no one even petitioning or even putting their hand up to fight him. Especially at a new division, because he's in his prime now. You feel what I'm saying? What, 28 now? You feel what I'm saying? So he should be hitting. He should be hitting his prime.
Bro, y'all know that if this happens, if the Thurman gonna be fighting for them, they postpone the fight, let's say in January or February, and then the possible rumor that Jamel and Earl Spence fight, then the winner of that's a PBC. That's money right there. Jamel Charlo and Earl Spence, right? Then you got the Virgil, but that could be also a fight with Virgil and Xander. That's Puerto Rican, Mexican, traditional.
It don't matter. He can fight a Boss Baru. He just fought for the WBA. Right?
Yeah, I feel Virgil should have
right
took that Xander fight though. I ain't gonna lie. I wasn't.
If all else fail, he can get a Boss.
He should have went to Puerto Rico and fought Xander.
That's what I'm saying. Him avoiding these opportunities and these fights is probably going to haunt him, bro. Yeah, when his team is truly ready to risk it, the opportunities ain't even gonna be. They're gonna be like, nah, I'm not fighting no Boots. How much is it? Well, I'm gonna go get 4 million, but I could get 4 million, 4.5 million over here. If it's not a turkey out shade type of, if you making 3 million and they offer you Boots and you're gonna make 7 million, something like that. But if it's the same amount of money that you could fight this person and less opponent, you still gonna get the same amount of money if you was to get to fight Boots. They're gonna avoid that. And I'm not gonna hold them accountable. I'm gonna hold Boots accountable for not fighting the fights when you needed to fight those fights.
Yeah, if it shows up like that, Punch, if it shows up like that, yeah, it's good. You're gonna have to hold Boots accountable for the moves that were made earlier. Right. I think worst case scenario, Boots just ends up and Eddie ends up knowing this too, that it's going to be Ring Magazine cards. You know what I'm saying? And Turkey's going to be putting those offers down, coordinating and making those offers you can't refuse. And I think those fights are getting made, bro. Boots is just too much of a. He's too much of a. He's must see boxing, bro. And as long as he's down, the fights are going to get made, bro. Most of them are. That's what I believe. I'm going to keep hope alive, and we'll see what happens in 2026.
As sad as it is to say, man, we kind of see it. It's been kind of like that Mike Tyson run, man. You know, and I love Mike Tyson to death, man. He's definitely a legend, man. But we know, like he was smashing a lot of cans, man. He was can smashing for a long time, and he looked invincible, and he was.
He was 19. He was 18, 19, 20 years old, though, bro.
Right.
Yeah, but Boots is 20. Boots is gonna be 29, man.
No. I say this to say this because I'm gonna go back to the point you just made, Punch. When you making them big guarantees, once Mike started making them big guarantees, when he making 14, 15, 18 million dollars to knock a can over, you feel what I'm saying? He's not. When you actually got to fight somebody that's on your level or somewhere near that's somewhere around a 50-50 fight, you being so used to getting those big purses, it may not.
He wasn't beating cans. Go back to the 1987, 1988 rankings. Mike Tyson ran through that division.
No, I'm talking about early on, like when he fought Spinks, he started making them double-digit $1 million paydays.
That's what I'm saying. I'm talking about 87, 88, 89. Go check the rankings. He ran through the heavyweight division. He beat 8 out of the top 10. Remember, Lennox Lewis wasn't Lennox Lewis around that time.
No. I get that, but them dudes, like, come on, Mike was getting them dudes out there like around there, like them.
But that was Mike. That's what I'm saying. But he wasn't fighting cans. He was fighting the ranked heavyweights.
Exactly. That's what they want you to say. Mike Tyson was knocking out top dudes. Like Michael Spinks was the fucking man.
I didn't say Michael Spinks.
Bone Crusher Smith, Razor Ruddock. Yo, all these guys was top 10,
Razor
bro.
Ruddock. But you got to understand, it shifted once Mike started getting all that money. You feel what I'm saying? Like the level of intensity, it started changing. Once the level of the opponent changed, once the opponent changed, and the money, he didn't make that adjustment to like, okay, like now I gotta train it. And of course, it was other determining factors in his life that ultimately caused that.
People also frustrated with Boots is that compared to his contemporaries and who he came up with, Shakur Stevenson is a 3-division world champion, unified super featherweight, Teofimo Lopez, 2-time lineal, Devin Haney going to fight Brian Oman Jr., a guy that Boots was supposed to be fighting in his 3rd division. These guys got Boots. Boots started his career in the same year, but first than these guys. So they're looking at it like, You supposed to be accomplishing all this shit.
Right.
But Boost was in a different division than these niggas when they started. Boost was in a division where Terrence
Boots have
Crawford and Errol Spence was waiting years to fight each other,
no
and the fucking titles
Boots just
fucking
had
all
different.
up. But right now, Boots ain't bad.
No,
just
Boots,
became
I'm not saying that
professional.
everything. I'm not saying that everything is Boots' fault because he did have promotional before the Cameron Duncan. He been having promotional issues for a long time, but that still lands on.
No, I saw Boots
on his
fight
team
like 3-4 times a year on Showtime and shit. He was fighting
but
often.
I agree though. I think Boots is going to be under the
I
think Boots is going to be under the magnifying glass, and I think that's where he's supposed to be. I think that's where he has to be. He's going to be under the magnifying glass, bro. He's earned it.
The flack that fighters is catching is if you sign to a promotional company and you look at the roster and you already know that there's you guys don't got any guys under contract that I can fight, then that's when it starts. That's when the scrutiny starts coming for the fighter, because like, okay, like you signing over here and then you can't make the
companies can't make you fight.
You said what now?
Promotional companies cannot make you fight.
No, they can't make you fight, but they are more inclined to do in-house fights though.
Good looking now. Low nose box with $2 super just says your bud makes Canelo quit in the rematch. Yeah, I think Crawford stops Canelo in the rematch.
He's already made him quit. He quit already.
Yeah, mentally, spiritually.
We don't want to see Bud beating up Canelo no more, man. I knew. His
fans His fans think he can do it. The fans want to see the Mexican fans. They want to see Canelo win that back.
I just don't think Canelo gonna do that shit.
No, they just want the bragging. We just want the bragging rights. That's what it is. But in reality,
the first time it was Bud, he was gonna get Amir Khan and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? I knew what was gonna happen. That's why I didn't go too crazy. I didn't go too crazy. I said Viva Crawford.
What's up, brothers? Can y'all hear me?
What's good?
What's up, bro?
This is the reason I'm gonna get off soon because I got out of bed. This is the reason why I'm not a fan of ranking guys that are active on all-time lists, because a lot of people were crowning Canelo as the greatest Latino of all time, right?
He's definitely one of them.
And I've been said no. And I've been said no. You know why? Because he hasn't beaten his legendary black fighter yet. And he flopped against Floyd. He flopped against Bud. While Roberto Duran, even though he said Omos in a rematch, it doesn't matter. Roberto Duran defeated a top 5 all-time great, a top 3 black fighter in Sugar Ray Leonard. So Canelo Alvarez can't wear. And I'm glad to say, because I've been bragging for Duran for years. Duran started at 119. He can't wear Duran's jock straps because the man quit against Bud Crawford, and I don't give a fuck what anybody says. He's not on his level. At the end of the day, if you're not fighter of the decade, you're not qualified to be a top 10. He's gonna be an all-time great, but he's not top 10, and he's not the greatest Latino of all time. That belongs to Roberto Duran, even though he quit. You know why? Because he bounced back. Because in life, you go through hardships. I've been locked up before, and I came out, and I changed my life. Whenever you go through hardship and you come out of it, that adds to your legacy, right? So I don't care if Roberto Duran quit. The man still came back and had something that even Bud Crawford hasn't done yet. He beat a young, hungry lion, right? He beat Iran Barkley. He beat Davey Moore. And I love Bud Crawford, because Bud Crawford is gonna be the fighter of the decade. But one check that Bud Crawford hasn't checked off yet, he hasn't beat a young, hungry lion. He beat Errol Spence, that came out of an alcoholic program, that flipped over a car 20 times. He beat Kell Brook, who was washed up, and he beat Canelo on his way out. Bud Crawford owes us that young, hungry lion is Jaron Ennis, but I'm not going to shit on Bud. I just want to talk about the fact that I'm tired of niggas putting people on lists when their career is not over yet, like my brother Punch be doing all the time. Canelo Alvarez.
You just
Canelo-
said that Bud
They was
Crawford.
saying
You
all
just
that
said that
before the
Bud
fight.
Crawford was going to be fight of the decade. We in
He
2025.
is. No, he is. As of right now.
But
No.
you just
As
got
of right
deleted.
now, listen.
Y'all give up for the one
No.
deli-
No, as of right
We ain't
now,
even
nobody.
2028, 2029.
It
You
don't
don't know what
matter.
happened in 5 years.
As of right now, that's why I don't got Bud on no list yet until he retires. I said Bud is in the lead. He's in the lead to be fighter of the decade so far. Until
Right, we
somebody out,
halfway.
This Bud
until
Crawford
somebody
era,
out, until
he kicked it
somebody,
off by becoming undisputed. Then everybody came up. This the
until
undisputed
it's
era.
not just that.
It's Bud
'Cause
Crawford era.
even though I just shitted on Canelo right now, and I love Canelo, you got to give Bud credit for that because Bud didn't just move up to be the big guy. He beat a dude that was a pound for pound top 7.
Legend.
He beat a guy that's arguably the greatest Mexican of all time. He beat a guy that might be arguably the greatest super middleweight of all time. So you got to give Bud his credit. I'm just saying Bud hasn't beaten a young lion yet. Every legend has given a young lion a shot, win or lose. And I can go on. And I'm not going to go into that because I could be here all night. All I'm saying is he should give Jaron Ennis the shot. Right now, Bud is in the lead for the fighter of the decade, unless Inouye jumps up and beats Tank. Other than that, nobody's touching Bud. As far as Canelo goes, he is not the greatest Latino of all time. To my brother Punch Drunk, who argue with me all the time. And I don't care if Duran quit. Canelo quit too. But guess what? Duran beat his black legend in Sugar Ray Leonard. Bud Crawford got his ass whipped twice by 2
I
of
ain't
them.
never say he's the best
So,
Latino. I was
no,
talking
at
about
one
Mexican.
time
Yeah, he was
we
saying
all
that before the
no,
fight.
but we argued
Before the
about
fight,
that.
Canelo was the greatest Mexican that ever
Yeah,
been.
No, we
but he
said
ain't the greatest
Mexican.
Latino.
Latino is different.
was
No.
all that.
But other people told me
Yeah.
that. But you're not the only one. Ines argue with me. Other dudes argue with me. And I told you, stop placing these dudes. Because y'all niggas clown Durant for quitting. Mark my words. We're going to see more dudes today quit before their career over. I promise you.
I ain't gonna
A
say
lot of y'all
Canelo
favorite
quit.
fighters are going to
I
quit
ain't gonna say
before their
Canelo
career's
quit.
over. Because a lot of
I
niggas
ain't gonna do
quit.
that to
Toto
Canelo.
quit. Oscar quit. Roger Mayweather quit. A lot of dudes quit. And mark my words, we're going to see Tank Davis quit. We're going to see a lot of niggas quit before their fucking career's over. I promise you, bro.
So not everybody is no mas because Roberto Duran said no
A
mas.
lot of niggas quit. Rigondeaux quit. Mark my words, a lot of niggas. Don't be surprised if Shakur quit.
It
I'm not
was a
saying.
lot.
Nigga,
Shakur
I don't
didn't
want to put
quit.
that. I don't want to put that on nobody.
So you trying to say
We're
that
gonna see more guys quit.
everybody quitting like no mas. So no mas
We ain't
wouldn't be a
gonna say
thing.
Canelo
What
quit.
I'm saying is
Everybody
this.
quit like
He
Roberto,
tried his best.
if everybody
Got his
quit,
ass
then
whooped.
no mas never would have been a big thing.
No. It's the way people perceived it because they made mock them.
All right, you tell us how he quit. Tell us how he quit.
Because he walked away, right? A lot of niggas say no mas because he's Spanish. Mark my words. Mark my words. I'm not saying who, and I wish this on nobody. Before a lot of today's fighters retire, before they retire, we're gonna see a few of these guys quit. I promise you, because quitting happens in boxing. We seen
Not in your
Chavez quit.
prime.
We
Not in
seen
your prime. He
it
was
don't
in his
matter. It
prime,
don't
bro.
fucking matter. Rigondeaux quit, nigga. He quit. He fucking quit. Eric Morales quit. Cotto quit. All these niggas quit, bro. It happens, bro.
No, they
It
didn't.
happens.
No,
Yes, they did. They fucking quit.
You putting quitting on everybody. No. Durant said no mas like a bitch. Yeah, like a bitch in the second fight. Let's be real. Let's be honest. He's all that great, but he would be bitched out in front of the whole world. He walked away, bro. The only thing that was missing was him not crying like fucking Oliver McCall. He bitched out, bro. Don't put that on everybody.
A lot of niggas quit.
Something Punch. Low.
Everybody got their way of quitting, bro. Chavez quit in his corner.
He said, wave it off, bro.
It's about that
quit.
time for me. Yo, salute to you,
They
Punch.
quit.
Salute everybody on here,
Nah,
man.
get
Till
out of
next
here,
one, man.
man.
Good
Don't
times,
put that
man.
on everybody that he quit.
Hello.
The only thing that was missing was tears, man. We seen him quit. We seen fucking what's his name? The dude that was crying after the Mike
Rigondeaux quit. Rigondeaux quit. Lomachenko made a lot of niggas quit too. Loma made a lot of niggas quit.
You quit with a guy that you beat. You quit with a guy that you beat already.
Yeah,
Low, let me ask you a question, bro.
What's up?
Do you think that Ortiz doesn't deserve a more chance at Bud than Boots?
Ortiz? What Ortiz?
Virgil.
No.
Why you think that?
Because based on public perception, based on the fan base, based on social media, when you ask people, because we are the media, because we're the ones that cover boxing, everybody says Boots. All due respect, not to make it racial. Bud Crawford kills Mexicans. We need to see Bud Crawford against another slick, black, athletic fighter. We haven't seen him check that box yet. Let me tell you how great Roberto Duran is. Imagine Canelo moving up 2 weight classes to fight a younger Floyd Mayweather, to fight a younger Bud Crawford.
He did that.
Never. Duran did that. Sugar Ray Leonard. He moved up 2 weight classes.
He fought in between fights.
It don't matter. It don't fucking matter.
No.
Sugar Ray Leonard will wipe. Sugar Ray Leonard will wipe the floor with Sugar Ray Leonard. No. It don't matter. Those are tune-ups. Sugar Ray Leonard will wipe the floor. Sugar Ray Leonard would wipe the floor with Canelo Alvarez, and he will finish the job and make him say no mas. Okay?
Nah, so, I don't think he'll say no mas.
He would say no mas.
You just trying to say
Roberto Duran moved up 2 weight classes to defeat a bigger fighter, a younger fighter, a faster fighter.
He lost to Hearns.
It don't matter. It don't fucking matter. It don't matter. He lost a close fight to Hagler, bro. It was a close fight to Hagler, okay? It was a close fight against a guy that never been 15 rounds.
By Hearns.
So what? He bounced back. Canelo ain't bounced back from his loss. He lost to fucking Bud Crawford.
But when Canelo loses, you take everything away from him. When Duran loses, you praise him to the best.
Because Canelo does Benavidez. At the end of the day, Duran never left.
You living in the past. You living.
No, it don't matter. No.
Just like you said, if Canelo Alvarez would have fought Sugar Ray Leonard, he would have quit. But let me say it like this: if today was yesterday, if Roberto Duran would have quit versus Leonard in this day and age in the social media, as a matter of fact, you'll see him in the cliff right now because that was the most embarrassing moment in social media.
We live in a social media era, punch. We live in a social media.
You jumped yourself off a bridge, bro.
No. Because back then niggas was men, okay? This is not the era that back then we don't wear purses. We don't wear purses. No. We don't wear purses back then, nigga. We don't wear purses back then. This generation is soft compared to them. I'm sorry to say that, bro. They can't take criticism. They don't take fucking adversity. No, it's facts, bro. Why you think back then? Let me tell you something. Back then, people try to say, "Oh, it's a 2-belt era, 3-belt era." If we're in a 4-belt era, right? A 4-belt era allows guys like I don't want to shit on niggas, but it allows guys like Rolly and Mario Barrios and whatever that other guy's name is at 147 to become champion. Those guys would never be champion back in the 2-belt, 3-belt era, because to be a champion in the 3-belt era or a 2-belt era, you have to be the man. I'm gonna give you an example. In the 90s, when you had 3 champions at 147, you had Tito, you had Oscar, you had Ike Cortez. Nobody could touch them. Guys like Obakar was never a champion. Obakar will wipe the floor with most of today's 147 pounders because he was skilled, because he was like that. But he just couldn't beat those guys.
All these motherfuckers nowadays is not skilled.
Not all of them. No, not all of them. Not on the level of the guys I see.
Just like in the past, you had a lot of.
Why you think we don't got great Puerto Ricans? Why you think we don't got great Puerto Ricans? Because the trainers ain't the same, bro. Back in
the days, there was no such thing. Back in the days, there was no such thing as professional fighting. It was prize fighters. These fighters was working jobs.
Why you think right now?
Not everybody. We gotta stop. This is what we gotta do. We gotta stop it. And we had this discussion before. We need to stop putting the greatest of all greats and then comparing it to an era. Because Roberto Duran and Sugar Ray Leonard and all these guys doesn't mean that everybody in the top 10 was them.
But if you look at the skill set, if you look at the eye test, those guys were incredible. Look at the defense. I'm going to give you an example, and I hate to shit on my own people right now. Look at Puerto Rico right now. Puerto Rico hasn't had an elite great fighter in years. Back in the days, when you had a trainer, a real trainer like Gregorio Benitez, who trained Esteban de Jesus to beat Duran, right? And then he wasn't a
You
fluke
stuck in the
trainer.
past, bro.
No. Listen, hear me out. Gregorio Benitez. What's that noise I hear? What's that noise? Somebody got to mute that shit, bro. Yo, Gregorio Benitez trained Esteban de Jesus, and I just learned this the other day, Punch. And you know I'm a historian. Gregorio Benitez trained Esteban de Jesus to beat Duran. He also trained another great Puerto Rican before he even got to his son. That's what you call a great trainer. Back then, Puerto Rican trainers were even better because Puerto Rico's all due respect, no disrespect to the Mexicans. We weren't limited to one style. You had pressure guys like Trinidad and Edwin Rosario. We had athletic guys like Camacho. You had slick guys like Benitez. Right now, my nigga, we're not looking good, bro. And that's a testament to the trainers.
Puerto Ricans are not looking good. You're trying to put
Because
this on the
that's a
whole
testament to the
box.
trainer, bro.
Now
That's
I
a
know what it
testament to the
is. You
trainers,
don't
bro.
write today. Now I know what it is. Now that
I
the
agree
Puerto
with Tio. Tio beats today's Puerto
I know
Ricans.
what it is.
And when he beats Shakur
You're trying to
Stevenson,
shit on today. You trying
and
to
when he
shit on
beats
today. You trying to
when
shit
he
on
beats
today's fighters
when
because
Tio
you're
beats
Puerto
Shakur
Rican.
Stevenson, hold
You're
on.
Puerto Rican, and Puerto Rican don't have the fighters like back in the day.
No,
So now you're
not
trying
just
to
them.
say
A lot of niggas. Let me tell you
City.
something.
No,
When
what you
Tio
want to say? No, what you want to say is
Lopez.
outside of Amanda Serrano.
No,
and
we're not talking about the women. We're not talking about the
City.
women. We're not talking about the women. When Tio beats Shakur, Tio's gonna knock off two birds in one stone because Tio's gonna beat a black and a Puerto Rican on the same night. Because that's what wants to claim Shakur. Shakur's Puerto Rican and black, right? Tio's beating a Rican and a black on the same night.
What black
That's our Latino right there. Teofimo Lopez.
Sanchez beat? What black fighter did Salvador Sanchez beat?
What?
What
He beat
black
Azuma Nelson. He knocked out Azuma Nelson, nigga, the African fighter. What the fuck you talking about? The
all right,
greatest African of all time.
you said that for Canelo Alvarez, he needs to beat a black legendary
a legend. He ain't beat none.
Is Shane Mosley a legend?
He was washed up.
Is Shane Mosley a legend?
He was washed up. He was washed up. He was washed up, nigga. He was washed. He was He was washed up. He was washed up.
Is Cotto a legend?
We talking about a black fighter.
No. I'm just saying, is Cotto a legend? Yes, right?
We're not asking that. We talking about a black legend. No, he didn't.
Did Trout beat Cotto?
Yeah.
All right. Did Canelo beat Trout?
Trout ain't a legend. Trout is Cambosos.
So
Trout is the black Cambosos.
You have an excuse. You said
no, Shane Mosley is a legend. So Shane Mosley is a legend, but he's not. He was past his prime, nigga. He was washed up. Canelo did not beat a legendary black fighter in his prime. He ain't Duran, brother. He ain't Duran. He ain't even Chavez, nigga.
Everything on the greatest of all greats.
He's not even Chavez, nigga. Chavez beat Meldrick Taylor. Chavez beat Meldrick Taylor.
Okay,
Meldrick Taylor's better than any black fighter that Chavez beat, bro.
But at least Canelo didn't quit like a bitch, like Roberto Duran. He
it don't matter. But Duran beat Sugar Ray Leonard. He beat Sugar Ray. It don't matter. He beat Sugar Ray Leonard.
And any fighter that will quit, and everybody, any fighter that today, any fighter that quit like that, you will call them a bitch.
In life,
you would
just like the Bible, you got to be forgiven. Duran, at the end of the day, bounced back. Duran bounced back at the end of the day. And he beat young niggas too. Fuck we talking about? Canelo can't wear Duran's jock straps, nigga. Duran would beat the brakes off Canelo.
Nobody's saying that. Is that you shitting on it? But
nah, man, he ain't on the same level. That's that. He ain't on Duran's level. He couldn't beat Floyd. He couldn't beat Bud. He lost to a dude that moved up 3 weight classes, bro.
Beating up today too. Oscar De La Hoya would have beat Roberto Duran too. Okay.
No, hell no.
Why not?
Hell no, nigga. Hell no, nigga.
Why not?
Hell no, because that's what
you stuck in the past. You stuck at ESPN Classic, my brother.
No. Even the guys on the panel.
Hey, yo, he got beaten by De Jesus. What you mean that Oscar De La Hoya won't put hands
on him? De Jesus is a legend, nigga. De Jesus is a great Puerto Rican legend, nigga.
But you saying that Oscar De La Hoya, hell no, he won't beat Roberto Duran. Roberto Duran lost to De Jesus.
De Jesus will beat a lot of niggas today, bro. That was a great Puerto Rican right there, bro.
Yeah, right. Oscar De La Hoya in his prime would have pieced him up like he did Chavez.
You talking about 35 or 47?
No, he would not. No, he would not. Not 35. Not at 35.
Whatever Roberto Duran wanted.
Let me ask you a question.
Would have whooped his ass.
Durant, Sugar Ray, you know what? I give Oscar more credit than Canelo because Oscar beat a black legend and Canelo Whitaker. How you like that one?
I'm humbling you.
Oscar De La Hoya could box. Oscar De La Hoya. Oscar De La Hoya has soul. Oscar De La Hoya has soul. Oscar De La Hoya has soul. That nigga can move around and box on his toes and throw combinations. So you know what? Oscar De La Hoya is better than fucking Canelo Alvarez too. I'm gonna go that route.
He is.
6th division world champion, the Golden Boy.
He is.
With a stiletto. With the stiletto, he beat the shit out of him. Fuck out of here. One thing I'll tell you about Canelo.
You gotta understand who Canelo Alvarez is.
One thing I tell you about Oscar De La Hoya.
Canelo Alvarez is like Canelo.
One thing I tell you,
Canelo took Mexican boxing to a whole other
stratosphere. But let me tell you right now though, if Oscar De La Hoya was a Mexican instead of Mexican American, he'd be in consideration. Because let me tell you right now, win or lose, ain't nobody fucking 10-2 Oscar De La Hoya. Not even Floyd 10-2 them, right? Oscar don't get outclassed. He don't get outclassed. He'll lose, and it'll be a tough fight with everybody, with the exception of Manny when he was drunk. Other than that, niggas don't be fucking beating Oscar De La Hoya 10-2 like they do Canelo, nigga. And Oscar will never quit.
Look at who Canelo Alvarez lost to. Canelo Alvarez lost to arguably the greatest of all time in Floyd Mayweather, right or wrong?
And Oscar did too, but Oscar gave him a fight.
Wait a minute. Let me. Canelo Alvarez lost to arguably top 10 greatest of all time Mayweather. He lost arguably, he lost to Bud Crawford arguably. Where you put Bud Crawford for all time?
I don't put him nowhere. What I'm saying is Bud Crawford's trajectory. His trajectory is top 10, top 12. Because his trajectory.
People right now is debating about who's better, Bud Crawford and Roy Jones Jr. right now.
I don't do that. What I'm saying is Bud Crawford is on the trajectory of becoming on that conversation. I just don't like putting him there to the end. Fight of the decade. Fight of the decade. Yeah.
And he lost to Dimitri Bivol. Dimitri Bivol that beat the Terminator Baturbiev. So the guys that he lost to are highly respectable.
They are.
He didn't get stopped. He didn't get demoralized.
Not yet. It's not over. His career ain't over yet. Stop with the shit. That's why I tell you. That's why I tell you, bro.
His loss to you is like he's here and then he's lost out of the stratosphere.
What I'm telling you is this.
But the losses of Roberto Duran, you don't diminish Duran. Not one bit.
Because what he did because how he bounced back in life. How you bounce back in life that adds to your legacy.
But you still can't take away his losses.
Tio, look at Tio for instance. Tio's my guy, right? Tio lost to a fucking bum, the worst fighter to ever lose to. But I will never shit on Tio. You know why? Because Tio fucking bounced back. Bouncing back counts. Because Tio lost to the worst fighters to ever lose to. He lost to a fucking bum. I'd rather lose to fucking Buster Douglas, who was a skilled fighter, right?
But you never even gave Canelo Alvarez credit even after the Bud. So
listen, here's my thing. Punch. You said it yourself.
What credit you gave him?
If Canelo gets knocked out by Hamza Sharif,
that's crazy.
He's not a bum. He's not a bum, but he was washed up. He was damaged good.
Kambosos. Like
Kambosos
only lost to Tio. He only lost to Loma Haney. Fucking
Kambosos. Let me tell you the truth, bro. Kambosos won a controversy. Kambosos won a controversy.
Kambosos move really than your favorite fighter,
bro. You know he does. He does. He does. But let's be realistic. His best win was a robbery over Mickey Ward, right? And then he won another close fight against somebody else.
He dropped Mickey Bay, bro.
Mickey Bay, my bad. Either way, Kambosos.
That was the same night that Teofimo Lopez knocked out Richard Comey.
Put it this way, and I don't want to shit on my guy, but let's look at all the great fighters that lost to somebody. He lost to the worst guy. That's worse than Tyson losing to Buster. That's worse than fucking.
I don't think Kambosos is that bad.
No, I mean that ain't the biggest upset ever. I mean, it's
no, it's not. It's not.
Kambosos had better wins than fucking Mazurmov leading up to the Crawford fight.
You know, he did. But what I'm saying is this, man.
People thought that Bud lost to Mazurmov.
I'm saying right now, right? If Tio fought Kambosos, 100 times, right? 100 times. That one loss that he had with Kambosos would probably be the only loss he would have.
He's a hated fighter, that's all.
No, that's the only loss he would have. Is 1 out of 99. If Teofimo Lopez fought Kambosos 100 times, Teofimo Lopez beats him 99 times. I really feel that way.
All right, so
We know why Teo
Roberto
lost that fight, and I'm not here to make excuses for him. We know what that was about.
Roberto Durant lost to De Jesus.
But De Jesus is not Kambosos.
Wait.
No, he's not. He's not Kambosos.
Wait. At the time, he was, bro.
No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. De Jesus went on to become a world champion. He had a run, nigga. He had a run. He's a Hall of Famer, bro.
Nah, that was so at the time.
He's a Hall of Famer, bro.
He was a nobody because that was a non-title fight.
Yeah, I know that, but that's it goes to show you. It goes to show you what type of fighter he turned out to be.
It goes to show you that fight was just a stay busy fight for Roberto.
Yeah. But hit me up, Punch. But De Jesus turned out to be a fucking Hall of Fame fighter, one of the top 10. So he's not Kambosos, bro. He's way better than Kambosos.
I understand it. I understand.
He won big fights after that.
Who?
De Jesus became a champion, and he fought Duran later on for undisputed.
You like to talk about at the time, but then when it comes at the time, when I say he beat a legend, you said, well, he was washed up at the time, right? So at the time when he lost to De Jesus,
they didn't know him. They didn't know De Jesus. They didn't know him.
De Jesus.
He wasn't, but they didn't know De Jesus. Yeah, but De Jesus
at the time he was worse than fucking
Kembo. No, he wasn't, because De Jesus didn't turn out to be a fluke. He fought him 3 times.
So
the
now
fighters do 3 times.
So now it's not about the time. It's about how it aged well.
No, De Jesus turned out to be a world champion afterwards.
How it aged well. That's what you're trying to say.
Yeah, he fought Durant 3 times. He won the belt, and he had a run. He was wiping niggas out. De Jesus is one of Durant's best wins. He wasn't no fluke. He's not no fucking Kambosos. De Jesus, when you ask Puerto Ricans, top 10 Puerto Ricans of all time,
so
De Jesus is in that conversation.
That Crawford beat what they did after.
Nothing.
All right, so he beat a bunch of bumps.
No.
No. Fights again and gets knocked out. He'll bump.
The thing with Bud fought a lot of dudes that was past their prime. But don't get me wrong, he beat some good guys that were good, and it was therefore that they couldn't bounce back. Because sometimes a fighter's mentality determines whether they bounce back or not. But leading into the fight, you can't take credit away from the Olympian. I forgot his name, the Dominican guy. He was a gold medalist. A lot of people thought he beat Lamont Peterson. He was a good fighter. Gamboa was a good fighter. Victor Poster was a good fighter. They just couldn't bounce back. Now, Kell Brook, he was broken. You know what I'm saying? But Bud beat some good guys. I'm not going to shit on Bud's resume.
No. See, now you're going to go back. I said, did it age well? How does those fights?
It didn't age well, but it's not a diminish, because going into those fights, Gamboa was undefeated.
You just diminishing the Teo.
I'm not diminishing Teo.
Ricky Burns
hasn't done shit after.
Ricky Burns was a good fight. Let me tell you something. Me watching that fight in its real time, going into that fight, I really thought that was a dangerous fight for Bud at the time when he fought Ricky Burns.
What did Ricky Burns did after?
Nothing.
What did
Ricky Burns, he won a title at one.
Not Ricky Burns, excuse me, my bad. Not Ricky Burns. Victor Postal. I thought that was a dangerous fight at the time. Victor Postal had just stopped Lucas Matisse. Victor Postal was on a roll. A lot of niggas was ducking.
Benavidez Jr. did after? What did Jeff Horn did after? What did what these other guys did after? I
was never high on Benavidez. I'm gonna be real with you.
What did Kell Brook did after?
Kell Brook was really broken.
What he do after? Doesn't matter.
He was already broken. He was already broken. He was damn good. Yeah, that wasn't the same Kell Brook that Errol Spence fought.
I don't want to take it away. I'm just going by what you said about that. With Teo, you said he was shitty. So
I never said Teo was shitty. I said that Kambosos was shitty.
So that Kambosos didn't do shit after. So that's what makes it look worse.
Going into the Teo fight, Kambosos had some wins, but he wasn't a world beater, my nigga. He wasn't dominating dudes. He was struggling with a featherweight, bro. I forgot the nigga name, man. I forgot his name.
A lot of these dudes ain't world beaters, and a lot of these dudes ain't great and all-time great.
Bottom line is this,
we cannot base every time when we're talking about today and yesterday, we're talking about guys that's entering their prime, guys that is in their prime, guys that's not nearly finished their career, and we're comparing them to Duran, to Leonard,
They
to
was more
Hearns.
active,
We're always
Punch.
frustrated with today because
Why you think we so
we're
frustrated
comparing.
today, niggas? Why you think we so frustrated today? Dudes ain't even fighting like that, bro.
But look are you comparing? You comparing today with the greatest. But if we go down the line of the rankings, the top 15 or top 10 of that respective division back in the days, then the motherfuckers today will fucking beat the same guys that Roberto Duran was beating and Sugar Ray Leonard was beating at welterweight.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I don't see nobody beating Tommy Hearns. I'm gonna be real with you. Tommy Hearns.
Look what I just said. Tommy Hearns. No, I'm talking about who Tommy Hearns beat.
All right, some of the guys, not all of them. I can't say that. Tommy Hearns beat Pepino Cuevas. A lot of niggas would duck Pepino Cuevas. That nigga had a left hook that would knock your fucking head to the moon.
Every era got a story. Every era got a boogeyman.
Yeah,
every
but my thing is this, bro.
That was supposed to be the shit. And then the next era, our grandkids era, they're gonna say, man, that guy Haney was good, man. That guy Shakur, man, was great, man. That guy Inoue was a hell of a fighter.
Well, you know what?
They're gonna shit on their era with the era
by saying that these fighters, and I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna drop the mic after this. By saying that these fighters are better than the past, that's like saying that Little Nas X and Little Uzi is better than Nas and Biggie, my nigga. It's not happening, brother.
Nas X. Why you don't say Kendrick Lamar or J. Cole?
Kendrick Lamar is not better than Biggie or Tupac or Jay-Z, brother. That's what we're saying. If you want to crown these dudes, I don't even know one song he made, bro.
Yeah, Biggie, how many projects has Biggie done?
His projects is better than anything anybody done today, bro. That's what I know.
We're stuck in the past. We're stuck at the hits.
Punch. You my age. Punch, we're the same age, bro. You should be on my side, bro.
Exactly.
We should be on my side, bro.
In the past. Should evolve, my brother.
It hasn't evolved. It hasn't evolved.
That Big Pun is better than all these. Big Pun only did two.
Boxing has not evolved. Why do you think everybody's trying to emulate the past? Right, because the past got the best trainers. We had Georgie Benton. We had Eddie Futch. We had a lot of great trainers, a lot of great teachers. And I'm not trying
the trainers.
I'm not knocking the train. No. Eddie. Georgie Benton trained a lot of dudes, bro. He trained Evander. He trained Pernell. He trained fucking Holyfield. He trained Meldrick Taylor. I'm not shitting on the trainers. I'm just saying, Punch, the sport of boxing, unlike other sports, has not evolved. It hasn't, bro. In terms of popularity, yes. In terms of money, yes. In terms of skills, no, it hasn't, bro.
How?
Back then, fighters were more well-rounded, bro.
So you telling me that Bud Crawford is not as high skillful as the guys in the past?
We're not talking about Bud Crawford. Bud Crawford's a gold status. We're not talking about Floyd. We're not talking about Floyd. We're talking about the majority.
You're only saying that because what you're going to mention is the guys from the past, is the Hearns, the Leonard. You're comparing them to all-time greats. Out of the thousands of fighters, you're trying to compare that these guys are not better than the past. Talk about the 15 ranked fighter of the past.
Dudes are not even fighting that often. They fight twice a year, bro. They fight twice a year. The sport's been quiet because of that, bro.
Yo, if the fighters of the past was in today's business, they'd be fighting 2 times a year, too.
Ah, man.
Like I said before, it's the business of boxing that changed.
But you're my brother, and I respect everything you say, dog. And this is not disrespect. We have our talk respectfully as brothers. I feel how I feel. You feel how you feel. I'm not going to convince you. You're not going to convince me. It is what it is. Everybody in the panel, may God bless all of y'all. May God bless your family. In Jesus' name. I just had to talk about that, man, because I'm tired of everybody wants to be a part of history, and I get it. We want to be a part of history, but this is not the time, bro. It's not. Everybody crowned Tyson Fury as the greatest thing walking ahead of time, and look where he's at now. Niggas don't even got him in the top 30 after he got his ass beat by an MMA dude. After he got beat by Usyk, I give Usyk credit. Usyk would survive. Usyk would survive the 90s because he come from that club. So that shows me that other dudes from the 90s would beat Tyson Fury from pillar to post as well.
Because he's winning. That's what it is.
You're
winning.
Michael Moore would beat the shit out of Tyson Fury. Fucking Moore would beat the shit out of Tyson
He's
Fury.
stuck in the past. Everybody in the
Evander
everyone in the past
Holyfield
beats the thing.
would beat the shit out of Tyson Fury.
He won't beat the shit out of Usyk.
It'll be a competitive fight.
It'll be a competitive fight.
Usyk, I never shit on Usyk. I'm
Yeah,
just talking
but
about
because Usyk is winning.
the point that I'm bringing is this is why I don't like crowning people ahead of time. Oh, we're gonna get our legends. We're gonna get our legends. Punch. We might get the greatest of all time someday. Who knows?
I
But what I'm saying is,
I believe David Tua today will be a world champion.
absolutely, I agree with you on that, 100%.
I believe that.
I'm just trying to say is that we're gonna get our greats, but we got to stop crowning these fighters ahead of time. People were talking about Tank, one of the greatest lightweights of all time. He's not even in the conversation anymore.
Would you rather hype fighter, or would you rather play the he ain't all that? Yeah, I gotta see it to believe it. Because I feel like that's bad too.
I'd rather watch it unfold without talking. How's that much? Everybody told me this, he's that. No, nah, bro, you can't do that because
why
it
not?
is what it is.
So you telling me you don't got a boxing eye? So you telling me that when you see Jerome Booth enter, you can't say, yo, he's gonna be a great fighter. He's gonna be the one.
Jerome Booth has all the attributes, right? He does, but I want to see him fight the fights. I want to see him make the fights happen. Yeah, I'm just not going to place people on a list. We can hype it. We can hype it, but I'm not placing nobody on no list. I'm not doing that.
I don't think Boots is going to quit like Duran, though.
You never know. You never know. I'm not saying he will. You never know. Like I said, I'm not surprised with anything because I've seen the greatest of fighters quit. And I'm not throwing that on nobody's jacket. Don't get me wrong to think I'm calling guys quitters. I'm not saying that. But I will say this. We will, mark my words, we will see a few of today's fighters that are really highly regarded. At some point in their career, we will see guys quit. We will see guys quit in their corner. We will see guys quit voluntarily. That's going to happen. I don't know who. I'm hoping it's not my favorite fighter, but we're going to see some fighters quit. It's been happening for years and years and years. It's just that the way it happened with Duran was the most popular way. We're going to see guys quit. We're going to see guys get knocked out. We're going to see guys lose in controversial fashion. It's just the order of the sport. That's what it is. We're going to see guys bounce back, and we're going to see some guys not bounce back. And that's just that. It is what it is. But mark my words, don't shit on Duran, because a lot of y'all favorite fighters.
On Duran. You're shitting on today. I'm not.
We're gonna see some guys today. We're gonna see some guys today quit. We're gonna see some guys today quit, and I've seen some guys today already shown signs that they will quit.
I haven't seen nobody say no mas in a long time.
Yeah, well, I've seen signs of it. I'm not gonna say names. I've seen the signs, and we're gonna see some quits.
No mas, like
we're gonna see some. It don't matter. You can say no mas, or you can say I quit.
No, I no mas and walk away. Turn your head and walk away.
My nigga, we seen Danny Garcia quit, and I hate to say that. You make me say this.
He was taking a beating.
No, he didn't. He did nothing against Lara, nigga. No. That was frustration.
Yeah.
No. That was not a beating.
Roberto Duran was in his prime.
It don't fucking matter, bro. It don't matter, bro. We're gonna see guys quit.
Danny Garcia had just had a farewell fight. Farewell.
I know that. I'm just saying we're gonna see some guys quit before their careers are over. That's all I don't know who.
Tyson just stood in the ground with McBride. We're talking about a prime fighter.
Duran was in his prime.
And he
Duran was in his prime. He was in his prime of lightweight.
He said, tú me estás dando mucho. You're the best, motherfucker. Please, I don't want it anymore.
My man, Duran was frustrated. Duran was frustrated, bro. He was frustrated. He couldn't eat. He couldn't train. They didn't let him lose weight. They threw him in the ring 2 months after.
Because see, you're supposed to say that the fighters in the past were supposed to be disciplined, but he wasn't disciplined to stay in the gym in between fights. He was drinking, partying, orgies around.
Mark my words. Before the careers are over, we're gonna see some more guys quit, and whichever guys quit, you're gonna check their name off, and you're gonna say,
"Why you balloon the 50 pounds? Why you balloon the 50 pounds like that?"
Because he was from.
Siga ahí jugando.
Yeah, y'all niggas have a good night, man. God bless y'all. Just stay up, man. You know what I mean? I just had to cook, man. Yo, Punch Drunk, do your thing, my brother. God bless you. Talk later, man.
All right, bro.
Canelo ain't fucking with the man. One.
He's not. But at least Canelo don't quit like that. Oh shit. Yeah, at least say it clear like the Green. You up?
Yo,
Yeah, what's that feedback you got, man? What you got? Metro PCS?
nah, I gotta charge. My shit about to die.
All right, bro.
I'm tap it.
The landlord Selene. Yeah, man. People got to stop being a slave to the past, man. That's the problem. People too slave to the past. I think the past was great. It gave us some great memories, but there's some good fighters today. You know, way 4 division world champion, 2 division undisputed. Bud Crawford, 5 division world champion, 3 division undisputed. Canelo is an all-time great. Usyk, 2 division undisputed. We got some great fighters of today. We got great fighters of today, man. We got great fighters of today, great fighters of the past. And you know what I'm saying? But we just can't. This is a thing. We like to shit on today with the past. But if you look at hey yo, folks, go look at the fight, certain fights that Roberto Duran or Sugar Ray Leonard was fighting. These, come on, man. Come on. Some of these guys, come on, man. And back in the days, I'm talking about 60s, 50s, it wasn't professional fighters. These fighters used to have a regular job. This is a poor man's sport. This boxing back in the days was a part-time thing. It's a part-time job. You know what I'm saying? Now it became a professional thing, but back in the day it was prize fighting. Now, Triple G is overrated to me. I think Triple G was overrated because in the end of the day, it was supposed to be Triple G's era. Because think about it. Like I said the other day in my video, I said Canelo Alvarez already lost to Floyd Mayweather. Canelo Alvarez had a controversial victory versus Lara. Is Canelo Alvarez moving up to fight the Terminator Triple G that's beating everybody, that's knocking everybody else out? And what did Triple G do after the Canelo? He was the one that's actually waiting for a payday. Everybody was charging Charlo and Andrade and Benavidez. They were waiting on paydays. Triple G was the one that was waiting on paydays. Triple G was the one that was supposed to be a 4-division, at least a 3-division world champion. It was Triple G that was supposed to be moving up to the light heavyweight division. It was Triple G that was supposed to be fighting Andre Ward. It was Triple G that was supposed to be fighting Kovalev. Triple G never dared to be great. Triple G never dared to be great. Tell me when Triple G ever dared to be great. Anybody in the chat? Tell me when Triple G dared to be great. And I'm gonna say like this: the conversation, the topic of Triple G. There's a lot of people in love with Triple G. I don't know what Triple G did to a lot of people, but Triple G was the Benavidez of that time. Triple G did not exceed the expectations. Triple G best victory was Daniel Jacobs, and that's Shane Mosley Jr.'s best victory. That's John Ryder's best victory. Every time we talk about Triple G, even with the pundits, even the people that be putting people to the Hall of Fame, they can't even answer you back. They'll go back and say Triple G is pound for pound number. I mean, Triple G is first ballot Hall of Famer. Why? Why he's first ballot Hall of Fame? Triple G could be the 4th ballot, 3rd ballot Hall of Fame. I give him that, but first ballot, esa tigre no ha hecho nada. Triple G was a darling for the marketing and advertising of HBO. That's it. Ran with the Mexican style because Abel Sanchez was a Mexican trainer. They ran with that and stuff. Oh, man, Triple G, to me, is overrated. And I haven't seen any argument that tells me otherwise. I haven't been in a debate or a dialogue that tells me that Triple G is a first ballot Hall of Fame. If Triple G is a first ballot Hall of Fame, just put Teofimo Lopez and Devin Haney into the Hall of Fame right now. If Triple G is a first ballot Hall of Fame, everybody goes to the Hall of Fame. Even Rolly Romero, I'll put him as a 4th, 5th ballot Hall of Fame. Vete para the Hall of Fame, yeah. Triple G was popular because he catered to the Mexican fans, Mexican style. He was popular because Abel Sanchez said, why didn't he preach Kazakhstan style? The same way that people make fun of when black fighters wearing the sombrero, the Mexican sombrero, the Mexican colors, Triple G was using Mexican style. He not Mexican. He was munching off the Mexican people too. Ese mentiroso. Golovkin, 2-time unified champion, pound for pound #1 at once. And that's what I was saying the other day. He was pound for pound. Leading up to the Canelo Alvarez fight, the first fight, he was pound for pound #1. He was pound for pound #1. So when I say that he never exceeded the expectation, think about it. Any pound for pound one. Why didn't the community pressure Triple G to dare to be great and move up? Canelo Alvarez did, but Crawford did, Floyd Mayweather did, Triple G did, a lot of people did. Unless if you have a division that you could actually be a true first ballot Hall of Fame with that division because it's all stacked up. Like, for example, it ain't make sense for Errol Spence to move up because he had Thurman, Manny Pacquiao. That was the Floyd Mayweather. That was the money division. You know what I'm saying? But Crawford moving up, Sean Porter, Danny Silva Garcia. You got enough, just like the 154-pound division right now. You got enough in that division where you don't necessarily have to move up. But if Triple G was knocking everybody else out, we will say to any fighter today that's going through their division, move up and dare to be great because there's no competition here. Canelo Alvarez moved up to face Triple G. It wasn't Triple G daring to be great fighting Canelo Alvarez. It was the other way around. Essa tigre não é nada. He don't do shit compared to the other greats. Triple G's a little marketing scheme. Triple G and all that. Spence, Triple G, and Benavidez overstayed at one division. But Spence had fights, though. You understand? Triple G didn't have who he had. After Canelo, even when Canelo Alvarez left the middleweight division, what the fuck is Triple G doing there if he wasn't even planning to face the #1 and the #2 guys in Jamar Charlo or Demise Andre? What the hell he stood in the middleweight division for? Why he had to fight, what's the name, the Polish guy? Why he had to face Steve Rose? Why he had to face Morata all the way to Japan? ¿Para qué? Porque se estaba quedando. Why he stood in the 160-pound division? For what? He was not going to fight Jamar Charlo, Demise Andre, and motherfuckers in this community was never going to pressure him to do nothing. That's why Triple G ain't do shit. Because the community of the sport of boxing was popping his ass pimples and did not want to pressure Triple G. Triple G is the only pound for pound #1 fighter that never got pressure to do shit. We even tell Bivol fight Beterbiev, Beterbiev fight Bivol. We tell even Canelo Alvarez, that is a 4th division world champion, yo, go fight David Benavidez and shame him. We tell Usyk, fight this person. We tell Tyson Fury, fight this person. We tell right now people saying that it should be moving up to fight somebody. Hey, I'm gonna do a video. In this next 2026, you know what's going to be the talk of the town for Bam Rodriguez? In 2026, the talk of the town is going to be Bam Rodriguez is so good. He should move up and fight. Now, he should move 3 division up and do it. But Crawford didn't fight because there's no name over there. Everybody, Errol Spence got shamed in the face. Bud Crawford, Keith Thurman got shamed in the face. Bud Crawford and Errol Spence. Everybody, even Jamel Charlo, after becoming undisputed, was getting shamed to face Tim Tszyu. Triple G never got shamed. Triple G was the darling of the sport of boxing, and everybody was feeding him breast milk. Even we shaming Boots today. Boots, do something. Yo, you got to do something, Boots. Virgil, do something. You gotta fight. We pressure everybody. Javante Tank Davis, do something, bro. Damn Tank. Hey, yo. Triple G is the Javante Tank Davis of today. But at least Javante Tank Davis even jumped classes. Triple G is a fraud. Lo dije yo, Triple G is a fraud. Nobody else is gonna say it. I don't know why they scared. Triple G is a fraud. And these people are going to try to act smart with big words to tell you they can, no, Triple G, he cleared the division, the middleweight division. Shut the fuck up. Triple G's best win was Daniel Jacobs. Huh? Triple G best win, Daniel Jacobs, Daniel DeGale, and Kell Brook. Eso era Triple G's legacy. Esa tigre una basura. Lo dije yo. I said it, my friend. He's a fraud. The biggest fraud that boxing ever promoted and produced. And I have more respect for Rolly Romero than Triple G, because at least Rolly Romero started at the age of 17 and still became a 3-division world champion. I have more respect for Jake Paul than a fucking Triple G. Triple G is a fraud. Ese estaba esperando for payday for Canelo Alvarez his whole career. He had 40 fucking fights in the middleweight division. No ha hecho nada el tigre. Ese tigre basura. Munching off the Mexican people, de que Mexican style. No, enséñame Kazakhstan style. But Brooke was winning versus Triple G. Could have fought Daniel Jacobs, Canelo Alvarez. He didn't beat Canelo. Mira, Sergey Derevchenko, Morata, Gay Rosado, David Lemieux. ¿Quién es esos tigres for Triple G? ¿Quién es esos tigres? We're talking about the pound for pound number one. Y es el nombre que este tigre me está diciendo. Mira, he's the pound for pound number one at one time. He lost to Canelo Alvarez twice and got a draw with a little man. Because Canelo is little compared to Triple G. I seen Triple G in person. He went life and death for Sergey Derevchenko. I thought that Sergey Derevchenko whooped his ass too. Fue by Japan to fight Murata and didn't want to get the world title shot from Demetrius Andre when he stepped inside the ring after the Steve Rose fight and he shook his hand and didn't keep his word like a little pussy. ¿Quién más? Gay Rosado. I love Gay Rosado, pero también Gay Rosado was working in a Home Depot. Y David Lemieux. Mira ese tigre lo que ha hecho en el boxeo. They don't want to say it to y'all guys. He's the Gervonta Tank Davis of the past. But at least Gervonta Tank Davis move up in the division. Ese tigre se quedó ahí. Very, very comfortable. Very, very comfortable, Triple G. Ain't nobody telling him to do nothing. Mira the tigre. Man, I wish I would have had a channel back in the days. And I would have interviewed Triple G. Triple G, why you don't fight nobody, you stupid bitch? Así le voy a decir. ¿Qué me importa a mí? Hey, yo, and Triple G is a liar también. Mira, ladies and gentlemen, I remember when I did a press, I had media credential for Triple G and Canelo Alvarez. And Triple G, when I wanted to interview him, and he said, oh, what to do the interview, but he's going to use the translator. I said, pero nobody understands Kazakhstan in my channel. And I felt disrespected. Ladies and gentlemen, I felt disrespected because there's Triple G did an interview, and it was all in English. And I think about my brother corner boxing. And then we started asking questions, and Triple G started talking in Kazakhstan. Mira, maldito estúpido, my friend, you was talking English to him. What happened? I'm not good enough over here, so you can talk English to me? I don't want to talk to translator. Yo, ladies and gentlemen, I got an interview with Triple G, but in the translator, and I erased it. I said, mira the tigre, I felt disrespected because he did an interview in English, and then when he come to us, di que no quería hablar inglés, ese tigre, ese pelagato, get the fuck out of here. I don't want to interview with you. Le dije así mismito, en español. I don't understand Kazakhstan, you don't understand my Spanish. Usted era un pelagato. Yo, and I told one of the media folks, I said, yo, look at this disrespectful guy. Mira, te pelagato, di que no sabe hablar inglés. Y estaba hablando inglés. A 20-minute interview did in English. Y ahora con nosotros, di que no sabe hablar inglés. I don't want to talk to your translator. He's a drama drag queen. Eso es lo que es. Yo, Triple G is triple gay. Eso es lo que es. Ese tigre pájaro. I'm telling you, bro. That's the biggest fraud that there is in the sport of boxing. One of the biggest, and I'm talking about the magnitude of Triple G is the powerful pound. Please. As soon as he truly really step up in competition, this dude was having Daniel Jacobs was putting work on. There's Sergey Derevchenko. And matter of fact, people know who Sergey Derevchenko just for putting up a fight with Triple G. He was a white hole for the sport. That's what it was. That's what it was. Triple G was a fraud, bro. They don't want to tell you that. And because these media people, you have relationships with Triple G's people, Triple G is a fraud, bro. Can you imagine if, yo, my brother, not even, even Jamar Charlo moved up in the division, bro. Jamar Charlo beat Sergey Derevchenko better than Triple G. Come on, man. I can't believe that a lot of people don't see that. I can't believe that people they didn't see that about Triple G. That's why people miss HBO, because HBO was so good. HBO was so good. That's why a lot of people miss HBO, because man, HBO know how to do a good job of mind fuck the people. Great, man. Triple G. If I had the power of the pen, he goes into the Hall of Fame in 2065. If I had the power of the pen, I put him in 2065. People right now that's looking on right now going to be, oh, no, punch you a hater. And the hater, nothing. Hey, yo, anybody in the channel, when you're going to debate with anybody with Triple G, tell them, what was Triple G's best victory? No, but he's... Dime Triple G's best victory. Cállate la mentira. Shut up, okay? What is his best victory? And they say Daniel Jacobs. Yeah. Yeah, he goes into the Hall of Fame in 2065. Yeah, the Hall of Fame is watered down. Yo, the Hall of Fame has gotten watered down like the WWE. You remember you see the WWE Hall of Fame? Now everybody gets into the Hall of Fame. After the Bushwhackers get into the Hall of Fame, they never was the tag team champions. But no, the Triple G is the darling. Yo, he's the only. I'm gonna tell you like this: Triple G is the only pound for pound great fighter that got in the pass. I ain't never seen nobody get a pass like that. I think that Triple G laughs like, yo, nobody pressured me to do nothing. Nobody never pressured Triple G to do anything. Every narrative was against the so what? Triple G a fucker, Charlo. Forget about the Demetrius Andre. Triple G this. And you know what's sad too? That also some Canelo Alvarez fans was protecting Triple G, because that was his best victory. So if Triple G would have lost to one of the guys that did it, that Canelo Alvarez didn't fight, then it made Canelo Alvarez, it would make Canelo Alvarez look bad. Triple G beat Canelo. We said Triple G beat Canelo also on the. No, he didn't. Hey, yo, matter of fact, that's so sad that the biggest highlight of Triple G's career is, I think that Triple G beat Canelo. Ese is the biggest highlight of Triple G. The biggest highlight of Triple G. The highlight of Triple G's career is losing to Canelo Alvarez. Mira esa mierda. Hey, yo, the highlight, matter of fact, the highlight of Triple G's career was a draw with Canelo Alvarez. That's how bad, in 40 plus fights in the middleweight division, and that's your highlight of your career. They get a controversial draw with Canelo Alvarez. And it wasn't really, hey, ladies and gentlemen, that was a draw. It could have gone either way. It could have gone to Triple G, and it could have gone to Canelo Alvarez, and it could have been a draw. The reason why people are saying it's highly corrupted was the 118-110 card. But if that 118-110 card was a 116-112 or 115-113, is that 118-110 that made it look corrupted? But Triple G, hey, yo, put it this way. Triple G was just as frustrated with Canelo Alvarez in that fight like Canelo Alvarez was frustrated with Bud Crawford. Because Canelo Alvarez was moving in a way that nobody seen him move. It looked like he learned something from Floyd Mayweather using lateral movement. And then after the fight, Triple G and Abel Sanchez is mad. Oh, I thought you was going to fight Mexican style. That's not Mexican style. No, motherfucker. Let's give the same criticism to Triple G like we do everything. You couldn't figure Canelo Alvarez out, motherfucker. You couldn't figure him out. And then in the second fight, Canelo Alvarez said, okay, all right, since you can't mess with me when I was moving around the ring, I had another game plan. I will fight that Mexican style. And he beat him in the Mexican style. Triple G ain't never beat Canelo. – Almost beating Canelo don't get you into the Hall of Fame. Almost beating Canelo is Triple G's highlight. But let's not forget that it's Triple G, it's Canelo Alvarez that's moving up to Triple G. Triple G ain't daring to be great fighting Canelo. Triple G is the bigger guys. Canelo moving up. Why Triple G pussy ass didn't go to the 175-pound division? Huh? Why he didn't fight Kovalev when Kovalev was the man? Or fight Andre. He ducked Andre Ward too. But because people hate Andre Ward, and he was an exciting fighter. Canelo retired Triple D. Exactly, too. Canelo Alvarez retired Triple G, too. Waiting for Canelo Alvarez check his whole career. If Canelo Alvarez didn't give Triple G an opportunity to share the ring with him, Triple G, no, man, please. Ese tigre no es nada. Ese tigre is just a show. You say big drama show? That was that all he was, a little show. But nah, man. Yo, tomorrow, I'm going live again, bro. But mira, estamos aquí 6 hours, bro. We haven't gone 6 hours in a long time. ¿A dónde está los super chatty party? ¿Qué? Ahí, support, Ponte Boxing, mira. ¿Ah? Ay, send the link. No. Become a member, cuerpo. Become a member, ya. Que tú eres mi amigo, ya. Become a member to Punch Drunk Boxing, okay? Support. Everybody, okay? No chippy around here. Huh? Love y'all. God bless and on to the next.